This is a story of fire and blood. This is a story of conquest and desecration. This is the story of how we took the Golden Horde, a country with minus 21 stability, minus 36 ducats a month in a deficit, and an average control of only 8%, and turned it into a great empire that spans 3 continents, that goes from the deserts of Egypt in the west to the Great Pacific Ocean in the east, and from the highlands of Vietnam in the south all the way to the desolate wastelands of Siberia in the north. This is a story of how we took the mantle of the great Chinggis Khan and restored the Mongol Empire, and then how we played Europa Universalis 5 for 500 long years. Without further ado, welcome to the War Room. If you've been following the channel for the past 3 months or so, you will probably remember this campaign, and if you have just discovered the War Room recently, in that case this is the perfect video for you, because it will include our entire journey starting as the Golden Horde, and then jumping over here to China, conquering China, becoming the Chinese Emperor, and then restoring the Mongol Empire, all in one single long video. And yes, the video is something like 8 to 9 hours long, and that is by design. All the singular episodes of this series are available in the channel for you to peruse, and I've just put out this video as a compilation of everything that we did over those 500 long years that brought us from the Pontic Steppe to becoming the master of Asia and even Eastern Europe and North Africa. Of course, you do not have to watch the whole thing in one single sitting, and in fact I do not expect you to do so, but if you just want this to keep running in your second monitor while you go to sleep or something like that, then, well, by all means be my guest. And as usual, if you end up enjoying this video, definitely consider subscribing to the channel or even becoming a member to support me monetarily. And with that being said, let the great Mongol resurgence begin, and let our story go back to the very start of chapter 1. So here we are in 1337, and we begin the game with a huge territory. We begin with 740 locations, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the second highest number of locations out of any country in the world after the Great Yuan. So we are a huge, absolutely massive sprawling empire, right in the middle of the Pontic Steppe. But being such a large country does come with multiple downsides, the worst of which is the fact that we have terrible control. We have basically zero control in the entire eastern half of our country. We have zero control in the Russian borderlands. These are mostly Orthodox, and they're definitely not of cultures that we can accept. And of course, we don't have any cores. The only areas that we have cores in are the Crimean areas, and we literally do not have a core on our capital of Sarai. For the simple reason that our main culture, Mongolian, is only 2.44% of our population, and if you look at the accepted cultures, we are only accepting the Crimean culture. We are tolerating a bunch of other cultures, some of which do not even have any presence in our country, like Kyrgyz, for example. We have, I believe, very few or even maybe no Kyrgyz pops at all, and we're still tolerating these guys for I have no idea why. More importantly though, we do not have any control in all of these areas, but there is still wealth being created here. And all of that wealth is contributing to the wealth and tax-based calculations, and because your cost of the court and other slider expenses depend on your wealth, but the amount of income that you receive generally depends on your tax base, all of these areas are a net drain on our economy, and we have to get rid of them as soon as possible. The easiest way of getting rid of all of this unproductive land is simply releasing it as a bunch of vassals. And in this run, this is a live stream run, we actually did that. We released all of our lands except for the Crimean and Astrakhani culture areas as vassals, and that means our average control has increased significantly, our wealth will decrease significantly. In fact, let me show you that in just the next monthly tick. And we also gain a lot of cores because we accepted Astrahani culture. So there we go. Now we have 180 wealth against a tax base of 31. So that is much more bearable compared to the 400 or 500 wealth that we would have gained by keeping these lands in our own country. So this is one way of getting rid of the low control areas, and you can do this in your game if you want. And in fact, if you want a stable golden horde rather than an expansive golden horde, this is exactly what you should do, because none of these areas are wealthy. I mean, just look at that. They only have 4 to that kind of very low wealth, and you would not be getting any sort of money or even any sort of levies from these areas because the population is literally non-existent. So if you want a stable golden horde, if you want to keep your economy intact and build up toll in the steppes, what you want to do is you want to release all of these areas, basically anything that does not have Crimean, Astrahani or Ruthenian culture as vassals, and that will allow you to stabilize your country. But we are not going to stabilize the Golden Horde, we are not going to build up a paradise in the steppes, which is another thing that you can do, by the way. We are going to restore the Mongol Empire, and in order to restore the Mongol Empire, you need to own a lot of locations, including a huge chunk of the areas that we have just released. So as you can see, most of these vassals are in lands which are needed to reform the Mongol Empire. So in this case, I'm actually not going to release any of these vassals. We're going to keep the entire land ourselves. But as we mentioned earlier, there is still some amount of wealth being created in these areas, and wealth means your slider expenses are going to be higher. So what we're going to do while keeping these areas in our country is we're going to scorch the earth. I'm going to go through every single location in the eastern half of our country, and I'm going to destroy the RGOs there so that these locations stop creating any sort of wealth for us, because we would not be able to tax them anyways. The only exception being areas which have 0% market access, because you do not get any wealth in areas with 0% market access anyways, or if you do, it's going to be ridiculously small amounts like 0.04 ducats here. And I'm also going to keep some of the livestock RGOs for the simple reason that we will send some troops to the east eventually, and we want to have as much food in these provinces as possible, so that the troops we send east do not actually starve to death. So all of these salt mines, all of these lumber RGOs, all of the iron and coal mines that we have in our outlying provinces are going to be destroyed, and yes, we will even have to destroy the gold RGO in Uyskoye. And as you can see, we have destroyed basically all of our rural RGOs. The ones that remain are either in areas with a terrible, and by that I mean literally 0% market access, or in the area around our capital where we can actually get a bit of control going so that they do not contribute negatively to our slider expenses. We're also going to go to our buildings tab, and I'm going to close down every single building in our country at first. And there is a very simple reason for this. You might have guessed it, but it's not just the RGOs that create wealth for us, it's also the urban buildings, and by closing them down, you ensure that you do not get any sort of wealth in locations, in the urban locations such as Kazan or Saraycuk, which are far away from your homelands, so you will not be able to get any sort of control in these locations. And then we're going to go back to the buildings tab, and we're going to filter by the Astrakhan market, and because the locations in which we have decent amounts of control are all in the Astrakhan market, and by this I literally mean Saray plus Astrakhan, so we're just going to open up the markets in the Astrakhan market, and that will allow us to get some amount of taxation going on in Saray, our capital, and in Astrakhan, which is our largest city. So we'll just open up all of these buildings, making sure that the Astrakhan market filter has been selected. Except you might wish to keep your marketplaces and your temples closed. The temples don't really do much in the early game, it's just minus 2.5% unrest reduction, and the marketplaces do allow you to trade, so you might want to keep a few of them open, but in general your trade income is going to be fairly low, because we will get something like 4% control by the time the first month is over, so we're not going to be getting any sort of trade income at all because of our very low crown power in the early game. And finally, we are going to go back to the buildings tab, and we're going to destroy quite a few of our castles. For example, the one in Urgench can go, and in general I think the only castles that we want to keep right now is the one in Sarai and maybe the two castles to the west of our country, because we are going to go west before we can go east. So all the other castles, all the castles that you see on the map, like the one in Kazan, the one out here in the east, they can definitely go. They're only contributing to your expenses without actually giving you any sort of area denial. And by doing that, we managed to reduce our fort maintenance from 10 ducats a month just to 2 ducats a month, and in a couple of months, once our wealth has been recalculated, we're going to see that our cost of the court expenses is much lower than right now, and also I'm also going to reduce the diplomatic spending quite a bit. But first, let's address the elephant in the room. You saw at the start of the video that we converted to the Orthodoxy religion, and there is a very valid reason for that, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. But for now, we want to convert to the Orthodox religion, and for that, we'll have to go to our game rules, go to the flavor tab, and make sure that the religion conversions rule is set to present in country. This is Iron Man and achievement compatible. I do not play on Iron Man in general, but if you want to get any achievements with the Golden Horde, you can definitely do this while still selecting present in country. As you can see, any religion disables achievements, present in country does not. And after doing that, since we have a significant population of Orthodox people, we are actually able to convert to the Orthodox faith. And now we are good proper Christians. The game will provide you with an option to join an autocephalous patriarchate, but I highly recommend that you delay this for a while because it would cost you 20 religious influence, and the whole reason why we converted to Orthodoxy is to be able to make use of the canonization button, which costs 75 religious influence, so you definitely want to bank your religious influence at the start of the game. Also, just to show you how utterly cursed this is, we are Orthodox religion, but our liturgical language remains Arabic because we begin the game with the Arabic liturgical language, so now we are Mongols who are Orthodox, but they still use the Arabic version of the Old and New Testaments, and for that the Pentarchy names are all in Arabic, so it's not Constantinople, it's Constantinia. And that's just some proper war room cursedness for you folks. We did it again, we broke the game as usual. But anyways, after converting to the Orthodox faith, I'm going to improve opinion with the Byzantine Empire, and as you can see, because our antagonism has gone down significantly because of our conversion, immediately we begin with nearly 15 points of opinion. And ideally, we want to get this up to 50, because once you have a 50 opinion with the holder of an Orthodox holy site, you can use the pilgrimage action. But because we do not have plus 50 relations with the Byzantines, we cannot use the pilgrimage action at the start of the game. Another option that you have is to improve opinion with the Principality of Kiev, but because they are your tributary, you get minus 50 relations with them, and Ruthenian has a very low view of Mongolian culture, so it's much easier to get the Byzantines' opinion of you high compared to getting it with Kiev. And then on the cultures tab, I'm going to remove the Yerlekalık culture as a tolerated culture, because it only costs us 1 stability, and I'm going to add the Astrahani culture as an accepted culture, which will push us quite significantly over our cultural capacity, but at the same time, the Astrahani culture lives in the only area in which we can get any sort of control, so they will be very useful in getting cores in this area and thus keeping our control up. And then for our rivals, I'm going to pick for now Hungary and Bulgaria, and we're going to go all the way to the east and pick the Great Yuan. Again, if you are not interested in going to China, other rivals which you might make use of would be Wallachia and Poland. And we're also going to set up our cabinet. In this case, we got a bunch of good folks. I think I'm going to put this guy, that one is for sure. And I'll also get this guy because he is of the Crown Estate, so why not? And he also has decent military abilities. And with the cabinet, we want to strengthen government. And you can either do diplomatic endeavors so that the Byzantine opinion of you increases more quickly, or if you want, you can just ignore Byzantium and go for stabilized country, which will increase your stability because you will be at -20 because you have just converted your religion to Orthodoxy. I'm also going to pick up, let's say, the agricultural cultivation government reform, which is very nice. Enforced religious adherence is the other option here, especially for the religious influence push, but I find that after you get through the early game and go on maybe a couple of pilgrimages, the religious influence kind of fills on its own, especially as you keep getting more and more events, so we're going for agricultural cultivation instead. And for our budget, I'm just going to not tax the tribes, automatically tax everyone else, but you do not want to keep their estate satisfaction equilibrium at 50%, 30% for these 3 estates and 50% for the clergy is usually the way to go. And of course, we want our cost of the court expenses to be maxed out, because Horde Unity is going to be your most precious resource, and I'll put the diplomatic spending to the point where we're getting maybe 0.10 diplomats a month. You can tinker with this in your own games, it depends on a lot of factors, such as your subjects' loyalty, how much diplomacy that you're going to do, etc, etc. And usually it's not a good idea to pay too much into diplomacy, especially in the very early game. And because we do not have any locally sourced gold or silver in the Astrakhan market, we are not minting at all, so it might also be a good idea to manually import just a tiny bit of gold and a tiny bit of silver to your local market. But other than that, you can definitely automate the remainder of your trade capacity. And finally, before we start the game, I'm going to drop down our army and fort maintenance to 50%, and we're going to send all of our army over here to the border of Moldavia. So let's start the game, let it run for a couple of months, and let's see how our wealth and our tax base changes. Also, the moment that you unpause the game will tell you to choose an autocephalous patriarchy to join. Again, I recommend that you just cancel this, you do not choose anyone, so that you keep your religious influence. With our first monthly tick, we have gained a huge number of cores, mostly those of Astrakhani and Crimean culture, and as you can see we have a fairly decent chunk of core territory at this point. And also, our wealth has jumped to 409 ducats, but fear not, the game is actually miscalculating here. It thinks that we actually have some wealth in the eastern portions of our country, when in the next monthly tick all of this wealth is going to evaporate because we have destroyed all of the RGOs here. Also make sure to keep an eye on this guy, Burjigin Berdibeg, who is your grandson, and as soon as you see the option to arrange a marriage, that means that a female noble has spawned, and assuming that she is below the age of, let's say, 28 to 30, definitely you want to marry off your grandson so that the line of succession is secure. And well, what did I tell you? Our wealth has literally collapsed. We are getting 46 ducats of wealth now, and of course that means our slider expenses are going to go down significantly. At the same time, we only have a tax base of 13.5 ducats, so that's going to definitely hurt us quite a bit. I also realized something really important. We do not actually have to fabricate a claim on Hungary through the normal means, because we do not intend to take any lands from them. Instead, what you can do to get a CB is very simple. You can simply purchase military access. And obviously they're going to refuse because they hate your guts, because they're your rival and your enemy, etc. And that will give you the denied military access CB for the next 5 years. So if you're playing this run yourself, do not actually fabricate a spy network on Hungary, instead just ask to purchase military access from them so you get the CB, and this also means that we can afford to declare war on Hungary much sooner, so I'm going to raise all of our levies. And normally you can't declare war when your levies are raised, but because we are a literal horde, we are an army with a state, that means we can raise our levies and then declare war, and that is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to send all of the troops from the western sections of our country to Hungary, and we're going to destroy their armies very quickly. And in August, we have finally achieved 100 horde unity, so we're only paying 4 ducats a month to keep our cost of the court expenses up, and at this point I think we should probably cut down on the food expenses. People are going to starve, it's something that we can't really help, because we also want to increase our army maintenance in preparation for the war against Hungary. It is October, we have managed to gather a lot of forces in the west, and I guess it is time to declare war on Hungary. Of course, we are first going to hit the Poles and destroy their armies before moving south to deal with Hungary, and we are going to declare war using the Denied Military Access CB. And it literally makes no sense that you do not get food access by default from your tributaries, but you know, what about this game makes sense at this point anyways, so we're just going to cross the border and raid the Polish lands for the food that we need. And as you can see, our horsey boys are just really strong in the field of battle, and we can destroy anything that the Poles can throw at us with minimal casualties to our size. So of course we are going to use our large horde armies to seek out and destroy any Polish stacks, and then hopefully once the 1 year is over we will be able to get a separate piece from them for additional war reps. At this point we have 50 opinion with the Byzantines, and you want to get to this point before your first ruler has died. He is 56 years old at the start of the game, so there is a decent chance that he just kicks the bucket within the first few months, and assuming that you do not have 50 relations with the Byzantines by the time that he is dead, there is a couple of things that you can do. If you have 40 relations or more, you can simply offer them fleet basing rights or military access, and that will push you above 50. But if you have less of an opinion with them, let's say you have 30 opinion of them, in that case you will have to send them a gift depending on how bad your relations are. So if you have 15 opinion of them, you would send them something like this, which would push you above 50, and if you have 30 opinion with them, you would send them something like this, which again would push your opinion above 50. And once you have more than 50 opinion with the Byzantines, you can actually go on a pilgrimage to the Constantinople Patriarchal See. It does cost you a lot of money, so we are not going to do this immediately. We are going to wait until our first ruler is dead, but then we want to do that, and for that reason you want to get 50 opinion with the Byzantines as soon as possible. Also, I have literally no idea why our ruler is still named Muhammad even though we have converted to the Orthodox religion. I guess that's just paradox naming for you. Anyways, we're just killing off more and more Polish vassal stacks, and as you can clearly see, these guys are being shredded to their deaths by our horsey boys. Your horsemen are just insanely strong in the early game as a horde. Even the levies are fairly okay at what they do, but the horse archers are just going to destroy anything that the enemy can throw at you. So you'll be fine, you can fight off people like Poland and Hungary who have much larger armies than you, and you can still win very easily because of course you are a horde. Just try to ensure that you do not fight the enemies on mountains or wetlands, and if possible aim to fight them on sparse or grasslands terrain, because that's going to give you more combat bonuses, making your troops even deadlier than they are by default. And with that, the Polish armies have literally been wiped out. Let's see, do their vassals have any men left? Nope, their vassals are all dead as well. I guess we will try to deal with the Hungarians next. And that was pretty easy, they got wiped, minus 11,000 men for Hungary. They only have 16,000 men left, so it shouldn't be all that difficult to kill all of them. So I'm going to cross the Polish-Hungarian border to the south, while leaving behind just 600 men to siege down the Polish countryside. Another 8,000 Hungarians have literally been shredded to pieces by the Golden Horde horse archers, and that leaves just 8,000 men, which we are going to take care of very soon. And there we go, that's another victory. Even though I believe this is not actually flatlands, we literally fought them on a mountain and we still managed to win, and that's just how powerful the horse archers are. Also, while you are occupying the Polish and Hungarian countryside, you're definitely going to burn down quite a few noble villas, and you will be able to loot a lot of money that way. So even though looting and raising in the game is not very well optimized right now, in fact I don't believe that you can actually raise anything even as a horde, you're still going to get decent amounts of money simply by destroying estate buildings. It's been 1 year in the war, so we can now separate peace Poland, and of course we are going to get a bunch of money from them. So that's going to be 100 war score worth of stuff, and let's send this. And there we go, we have 700 ducats in our treasury again, So assuming that we peace out Hungary next, we should easily be able to go on that pilgrimage soon. We are also receiving about 1 ducat in war reps from Poland, and we will keep receiving this for the next 15 years, so over that time period that's going to be a massive addition to our treasury. And while our horde is in Central Europe, we might as well keep declaring more wars and looting more money in tribute from people. So I'm going to declare war on Austria next. The Emperor Upper Bavaria will not actually join, and we will be able to hit them for additional war reparations. It's not going to be as good as Hungary because Hungary is probably the richest country in Eastern Europe at the start of the game, but we are still going to get a decent amount. We have crossed the border and occupied the town of Pitten, which means we do not need to rely on Hungary for supplies anymore, and if you're playing this campaign yourself, and you did not begin with an Auruchs regiment, definitely recruit one at the start of the campaign, because these guys are the only thing that allows us to move our stacks all around the map, and otherwise if we did not have this auxiliary regiment, we would probably have starved to death long ago. So it's time to peace out Hungary and just look at that, just look at how much money we're getting from them. This will definitely allow us to go on a pilgrimage, and of course I'm going to do that immediately. Oh, we could actually go to Mount Athos for 100 religious influence, but I think that would be an overkill and it would cost us a lot more compared to just going to Constantinople. So we are going to Constantinople. Now, two things are really important here. Number one, you want to get and keep 75 religious influence so you can use the canonize action immediately after your initial ruler has died. Number two, there is a decent chance that you will not be able to peace out Hungary before your initial ruler has died. Again, he's 55-56 years old, so assuming that he dies early on, assuming that you do not have the war reps from Hungary just yet, what you would do is you would load up on a lot of loans and you would go on that pilgrimage anyways. You would not wait for the Hungarian war to end, and why that would be you're going to see when our ruler is actually dead. He refuses to die in this playthrough for some reason, and usually he dies within the first 2 years. But anyways, assuming that you haven't peaced out Hungary yet, but your ruler has died, just load up on loans and go on that pilgrimage anyways. And you can thank me later when I talk about the Horde succession crisis disaster. Since we have an okay amount of income at this point, I'm also going to switch away our cabinet from strengthening government and stabilizing country to converting our populace, which we definitely need to do because we only have a religious unity of 18%, so we're going to convert the people in this area, and I will prioritize the areas in which we have high control so we can extract more value out of our population, which will in turn be right religion and right culture. Also, now that our initial laws have been passed and also we have a bit of spare religious influence, I think we can join the Autocephalous Patriarchate. Let's go for Constantinople for now, and joining the Ecumenical Patriarchate is very nice because you get Caesaropapism for additional monthly horde unity, you get the Byzantine rights for additional monthly horde unity, and you also get stability investment, tolerance of the true faith, religious influence bonuses, all of these stuff that you can get simply by joining the Ecumenical Patriarchate. Fighting in Austria is much more difficult than fighting in Poland or Hungary, mainly because half of the country is a huge mountain, so you do not want to fight the Austrians on these mountains. Instead, you want to occupy the northern parts of the country, and that will usually give you just enough war score to get full war reparations, although the truce is only going to last 7.5 years. And if all goes well for you, the Austrians will actually take the bait and try to move north to engage your armies in the plains over here, because this is all flatland, and it is even grasslands in a lot of these locations, so you would have the upper hand, but unfortunately for us they did not, so we will have to piece them out normally. But before we piece them out, I'm going to try and fight Bohemia as well. Now this is going to be slightly more difficult. They actually have a really decent army at the start of the game. If we can win this, it's going to be awesome. Bohemia is literally the richest country in Europe in 1337, so we'll get huge amounts of war reps from them, but again, there's a decent chance that we will lose. So we have crossed the border, and immediately I'm going to peace out Austria. And as you can see, our war chest really is growing right now. If we look at our income, if we look at the diplomacy income, we are now getting an additional 1.39 ducats a month in war reps from Austria, and in general these war reps are keeping our budget more or less balanced, despite having huge amounts of army maintenance and diplomatic spending comparatively for the early game. And with the extra money that we have, we can actually start considering how to build up our country. And the first thing that you want to do is get a road from Sarai to Aksai, because you start the game at the confluence of the Don and Volga rivers, and this is actually a really good area to just push proximity in 1, 2, 3, 4 different directions. But there is a slight catch. Your capital Sarai is on the Volga river, I believe, and if you want to go for the Don river, you have to pay 40 proximity cost in order to move from here to here. Or maybe this is the Volga and this is the Don, you get the point. So what you want to do here is you want to build one road segment between Sarai and Aksai, and that will give you the proximity that you need going all the way to the Black Sea and all the way up here in the northwest. Additionally, I'm going to queue up, let's say, 1 spinners and 1 tailors guild here, just so we get some amount of urban production going on. And let's see if we can actually get any halfway decent RGOs. Yeah, probably not. Sarai is the best one, and even then wool is just so cheap in the steppes. Although there is one thing that you can do, you can actually build up some settlements, and the settlements consume a decent amount of wool as their upkeep, so that would drive up the wool price. And also we are building some spinners guilds after all, so that's also going to drive up the wool price, and we should be able to queue up some RGOs in our core lands. Anyways, we're going to go back to Bohemia after that interlude about market access and urban buildings in our capital, and we are just going to continue pillaging the Bohemian countryside, taking good care to destroy any enemy stacks that we meet. For now, I'm just going to hold the Kurultai, and we are going to try and promote a state religion. Alternatively, we could grant exclusive hunting rights or institute feudal levies, and you know what? I think I'm going to go for this mainly because this starts us with 55% additional support, so we would actually be able to pass maybe 1 or 2 law changes here. And the main law change that you want to pass in this parliament is to move away from steppe warbands, which does give you manpower, but you don't really need a lot of manpower, to federal tribe for the additional 20% proximity speed, which is just massive. It's going to allow you to push proximity by another couple locations around your heartlands, and it's definitely very useful in the early game. And I think I'm going to grant a privilege here, and then we can either ask for another law change. So theoretically we could change from oral tradition and education of the masses to, let's say, religious teachings, and that's going to give us another 5% max literacy across the board, so that might be very useful. And you could ask for other law changes as well. Generally you do not begin with very good laws, and in the early game it's probably a better idea to fail at least a couple parliaments so that you can pass the law changes that you want. Unfortunately for the Bohemians, they decided to do something really stupid. They decided to meet us on these grasslands which are not even mountainous, and despite being outnumbered 3-1, I'm fairly confident that we can destroy them. There we go. And unfortunately they will not reinforce with their other armies, but I'm fairly confident that we can also bait them again. In the meantime, Lower Bavaria have lost their entire army, just smacking us head on, and that was such a bad idea for them. Let's see, the Bohemians don't seem to be taking the bait. We could theoretically try and take them, but you know what, I think I'm just going to hang around in these parts, and let's see if they come to us later on. And there we go, that's another 8,000 Bohemians dead, and hopefully, ooh, okay, that's interesting. Our tributaries are fighting amongst themselves. But we are also destroying the Hungarian armies, so I don't really care about them at all. And I think that's going to be it. They still have 7,000 men, but yeah, that's not going to cut it. And we have 57% war score, that is massive. And then they did something really stupid and attacked us with their entire vassal swarm, so of course they all got wiped. As long as you meet the enemy in non-mountainous grasslands, you can just destroy an arbitrary number of European troops, and that is just really funny in the early game. But anyways, I think it's time that we peace out these guys, and let's see what we're going to get. So right now we can only get 72% war score worth of stuff, and ideally I want this to be 100, so we keep getting war reps for the next 15 years. So what we're going to do is we are going to occupy the northern portions of their country in the hopes of getting more war score. We've occupied quite a bit of land, and we would actually have to siege some fortresses to get any more war score, so I think this is going to be it. 91% is still fairly nice, and we even managed to dismantle most of their forts, so assuming that we want to fight them again in a few years, that's definitely going to be much easier than now. And we get 430 ducats up front, as well as war reparations, which I presume are going to amount to at least 3 ducats a month, because Bohemia is definitely filthy rich. So that's going to be it for the war against Bohemia. And we are indeed getting nearly 3 ducats a month from Bohemia, which is going to be a nice little addition to our coffers. And more importantly, you are going to see something interesting. We do not have a lot of army maintenance, despite our supposedly large standing army. This is because of the simple fact that our horse archers and our armored horsemen have all suffered heavy amounts of attrition during the fighting so far, and because of the way that the reinforcement system works in EU5, your regulars do not reinforce outside of your own territory. So that means we do not have to pay for army maintenance as long as we keep our regular armies outside of our own territory, and for that reason I'm just going to station them along the border with Halic, and for the next few years we're just going to wait until we have a spy network on Bulgaria and Wallachia, and then we can go on our conquest spree part 2, this time against the Balkans. But what's really important is, at this point we have actually managed to stabilize the Golden Horde. The budget is stable, we are losing a bit of money on cost of the court and diplomatic spending, but our army maintenance is almost down to zero. We are making a healthy 6.5 ducats per month, although most of that is coming from war reparations. But we are a horde, and this is purely thematic. This makes perfect sense that most of our income is coming from the tribute that we're extracting from Eastern Europe, even from countries like Bohemia and Austria. I'm even going to increase our stability slider a bit. In fact, we can probably get it up to maximum, just until our country has been stabilized, just until we have, let's say, plus 20 stability or something like that. And really, this is how you stabilize a horde. You do not try to build up in your own lands. You just use your armies, and let me give you that hint, you begin with a lot of armies, and you use them as a different resource to take money from the people who actually have it. And I really think that so far this is a very thematic run. I really think that the mechanics so far are really nice, and Paradox managed to do justice to them, but at this point things are really going to go sideways, because hordes are broken not for the reason that they cannot raid their enemies for money, but for the simple reason that when their rulers die, they just go into an insane spiral and they get destroyed, they implode when the rulers die. And for that we're just going to wait for a couple more years, and hopefully our starting Khan will finally die and I can show off the stuff that we have been waiting for since the start of this video. Quick addendum here, your regulars apparently do reinforce in your tributaries' lands, and they even reinforce in areas such as Hungary and Poland, where we have both military and food access. So I'm not actually going to pull them back, we're just going to keep them in Moravia, where they will keep suffering more and more attrition casualties. And when we are ready to go to war against Bulgaria, when we are ready for round 2 of the Balkan Wars, then I'm going to pull them back and then we're going to use them to crush our enemies again. We can start creating a CB on Bulgaria and we'll go for horde expansion here. And I'll cancel the spy network, and next month we'll do the same against Wallachia. But because we're not neighbors with Wallachia, I cannot get horde expansion on them, so we'll just go for make tributary. It doesn't even matter all that much, what matters is you get some sort of CB, and you might be wondering why I do not do the military access trick. That's because they would actually give us military access. They do actually like us, which is very interesting, very unexpected. But Wallachia likes us enough to actually give us military access. Something that you can do here is you can send them an insult, and that might get them to, deny you military access, but I'm not sure whether that would actually work. So I'll just go for the usual CB creation route. While we were busy raiding all of Eastern Europe and building up our country, the Age of Renaissance has begun, and I think we're going for admin focus here, 5% max literacy, Deus Vult for the religious war CB on basically all of Asia, because we do want to go on Asia right now, and a local infrastructure for the 10% proximity speed. It's just a lot of good beneficial advances. The other option is going for ideas of tolerance, for the additional tolerance of heretic and heathen beliefs, but really I think that just pales in comparison to what you would get from the admin focus. I also researched universal Christianity and classic scholasticism first for the diplomats and institution growth, but after that it's probably a good idea to go down the orthodox unique tree and get the imperial creed for additional 0.10 monthly horde unity, which will definitely come in handy because of course being a step horde means we will constantly be bleeding out horde unity whenever our ruler dies. And finally, our old ruler has died. We have a new Khan. To be honest, we were supposed to get this like 5 years ago, but I'm not complaining. The later that you get it, the better, because the more time that you will have had to stabilize your country, and in this case, we could definitely use more time. So we have a new Khan, and as you can see, this puts us in danger of triggering the Horde Civil War disaster. And this is a really bad disaster, because once you spiral into this, there's basically no way that you can get out of it. Your rulers are going to get killed left, right and center, and especially in the early game as the Golden Horde, this basically means you're going to implode. You are not going to survive the Horde Civil War disaster. So for that reason, and for that reason alone, you want to avoid this disaster if at all possible, and the only way of avoiding it is having more than 60 horde unity. But of course, as a step horde, we lose 50 horde unity on ruler death, and that means that we will always be at risk of triggering this disaster with a 5% chance to appear each month whenever our ruler dies. And for that reason, you want to have access to a readily available and reliable source of horde unity that you can use whenever your ruler dies and whenever you become at risk of triggering the Horde Civil War disaster. Alternatively, you can just pray to RNGesus that it does not trigger in the 8 to 10 months that it takes you to buy your horde unity back up, but that is so RNG based, and eventually your luck is going to give out. Eventually you are going to fall into this disaster. Except we are not going to do that because we do have a readily available and reliable source of horde unity. And I do want to thank Blank Template 123 who pointed this out at the first test stream that we did, and through their contributions in that stream I was able to perfect this strategy. Essentially, the whole reason why we converted to Orthodoxy is because the Orthodox nations can canonize their previous rulers, making them saints. And it costs you 75 religious influence, which is why I was so adamant to go on a pilgrimage early on, because we want to have 75 religious influence available to us when we are ready to canonize our first ruler, and when we canonize him, we're going to get more than 10 horde unity, along with a bit of estate satisfaction and prestige. And in all honesty, this guy literally converted the entire Golden Horde first to Islam and then to Orthodoxy. So who else deserves being a saint more than him? Of course, we are just going to immediately canonize him. And after one day, we now have nearly 65 horde unity. And you know what that means? By the next month, we will not be at danger of triggering the Horde Civil War disaster again. And that, my friends, is how you can stabilize the Golden Horde. You just convert to Orthodoxy, so you can canonize your rulers whenever they die, and through that you can actually counteract the effects of the -50 Horde unity change on ruler death, at least for long enough until you can reform into a monarchy, which is definitely going to be easier said than done, especially given the average control requirements. And the only way that this strategy can fail is if 2 of your rulers die in quick succession, let's say within, I believe, 3, 4, maybe 5 years of each other. In that case, you're going to lose not 50, but 100 horde unity, and even with a double canonization, assuming that you have enough religious influence, it's going to be very difficult just keeping your horde unity high enough to avoid the disaster. But other than that, at least in the early game, it is 100% possible to keep the Golden Horde stable while remaining a horde, and the only thing that you have to do is just convert to Orthodox on day 1. We have our CBs, our troops are in place, and it is time that we declare war on Wallachia and Bulgaria. Let's go for Wallachia first, and use the Make Tributary CB. Interestingly enough, this will put us into war with Yashi, which is our own tributary, but I guess that's quite alright. And I'm going to send half of our army, including the auxiliaries, to Wallachia in order to destroy the Wallachian armies. Meanwhile, I'm going to take the other half up to Yashi, and we will probably send them back east, because as you can see, we are going to get a fairly huge Sunni Zealots rebellion very soon, and there's something important that you need to do here. Before these Sunni Zealots are going to rise up in the month before that, you have to look at your rebellious subjects, and if you have any subjects which are borderline rebellious, you would increase your diplomatic spending. So now only the Duchy of Kiev is rebellious, and that's because of course we enforced our culture on them. Anyways, we managed to destroy the forces of Yashi, and I'm fairly confident that the Wallachians are going to be next. Just like that, that is a victory. Unfortunately, or wait, was that a stack wipe? Yes, that was a stack wipe, lovely. So the Wallachians and the Moldavians are dead. Their Serbian allies still have some troops, but I don't think they'll be able to get to us, at least before we declare the war on Bulgaria, and I think I'm going to wait until we have dealt with the Zealots before declaring war on Bulgaria. And the Sunni Zealots have risen, but luckily for us, they don't have a lot of men. The Kievians do have a lot of men, but again, we should easily be able to destroy them, assuming that we meet them on the steppes. So I'm just going to try and occupy some of these Zealots provinces, and hopefully we can get them to agree on a peace very soon. The rebels themselves just have a negligible number of men, and their locations are unfortified, so I was just able to occupy most of their country in order to get a peace. And we even got a bit of gold out of that, so that's just very lovely. And again, this should be the last rebellion that we see in a while. These guys will not rise most likely, and we have dealt with the Sunnis, so that should be all fine and well. I'm going to gather up all of our forces and send them back to the Bulgarian front, where we will finally declare war on Bulgaria and deal with them and the Serbs in order to get even more war reps. Also, if you get a Muslim rebellion in your own playthrough, remember to go to Kazan, and usually Sarayjuk is also part of the rebellion, and just close down all of the buildings, otherwise this will drag your slider expenses up and increase the wealth in your country. It's parliament time again, and I am kind of torn. On one hand, mandate emergency levies is nice. We get 15% levy size for the next 10 years, which is a lot. On the other hand, we do want to promote state religion because all of these people have to be converted. I think I'm actually going with promote state religion here, and we'll try to pass it by giving some concessions to the nobility. Our forces are in place, and that means it is time that we declare our war on Bulgaria, and it looks like Hungary is also going to get involved, which is kinda nice, because that means we will be able to hit them again for an additional 500 ducats or so in additional war reps. So let's declare war. And we're just going to hang out in the Wallachia area. We will try to wait for the Bulgarians or the Hungarians to come to us before we destroy their armies and call it a day. Although I think we could cross the border and maybe occupy Pleven in order to bait the Bulgarians into attacking us. Well, there we go, that's the majority of the Bulgarian armies. They still have one smaller stack running down somewhere, but we don't care about those. We are going to go to Hungary next to deal with their armies, and once we have killed them, we are going to separate piece them out and take a bunch of money from them. And that should be more or less it for the Hungarian armies, so that leaves only Serbia amongst the people that we are fighting, and they are going to be our next target. The Serbs turned out to be rather poor fighters. I guess that's because I'm not leading them personally, and we should probably be able to get some money out of them right now. So there we go, that's going to be our peace deal with them. War reps, dismantle forts, humiliation, all of the good stuff as usual, and that's going to be another 180 ducats in the war chest, along with, let's see, half a ducats in war reparations per month, which is basically nothing, but you know, it's better than nothing, I guess. And while we're dealing with the second part of our subjugation of Eastern Europe, the Black Death has appeared, and it seems to have appeared in one of our own locations, because obviously it would. What can we do? We can do a couple of things here. We can move our court into hiding first of all, which is definitely going to come in handy, because we do not want to have multiple ruler deaths. It is a possibility, it is something that you have to deal with, and usually the way of going about this is simply ensuring that your ruler is not leading any armies. So I'm going to remove the ruler if he's the commander of an army, but it does not appear to be the case. And also I think in this case we're going to expel the sick for the additional communalism push, which is definitely going to come in handy. And of course I'm going to put this guy to changing societal values. Let's say towards communalism, we're getting 0.78 per month, so it might make sense to maybe grant a couple more privileges, but again you have to be very careful when granting privileges as a horde. Do not grant privileges if your horde unity is not at 100, otherwise it is possible that you're going to lose horde unity and your Khan dies, and then you will be struck into the crisis, into the succession war disaster. So I think we'll grant this one. 0.20 communalism is a lot to be pushing for. And we're just going to keep occupying the Hungarian countryside until 1 year is over and we can do a separate peace with them. In fact, it looks like we can already do a separate peace with them, which is lovely. So as usual, we'll take war reparations and get anything else we can get in order to make sure that the truce lasts longer. Well, that is rather unfortunate. We still have a 55% chance of salvaging this, but phew, we managed to salvage it. So our ruler is not dead just yet, but there is a chance that he might still die before the Black Death is over, in which case we will just have to take on some loans so we can go on that pilgrimage immediately. Well, what did I tell you? The Black Death has officially claimed our old Khan. Wait, what? His late excellency actually committed suicide and his evil deeds shall be remembered for generations to come. Yeah, that's just weird. But anyways, it does appear that we have a new Khan, and we do need to use that canonization button immediately, for which we will have to go on a pilgrimage, but luckily for us, the Kiev-Pecharsk Lavra will give us more than enough religious influence in this case. So now we can just canonize our old ruler Borjigin Janibek Khan, and that's going to give us 11 horde unity. So within the next month or so we should be safe from the horde succession crisis disaster. And it's time to peace out Hungary. As you can see, we can get a lot of money from them, and also we'll get war reparations on a recurring basis, for the next 15 years. It's also time to peace out Wallachia at last, and to be fair, I forgot to peace them out earlier. This we should have done long ago. That's going to be another 100 ducats. And also, I guess we are going to be getting a bit more money, maybe 1 ducat a month, 1.40 ducats, that is very nice actually. And finally, it's time to peace out Bulgaria, and from them, let's see what we're going to take. And with Bulgaria, you have two options. You can either just take their money as usual, or you can do what I did here, and take their lands. And if you intend to expand further west, go into Europe, remain in the Balkans, this is the way to go. If you intend to go back east and restore the Mongol Empire, then you probably don't want to do this, but I guess we're going to do it anyways because we have a decent amount of money and income already, and we could definitely make do with a couple more vassals. So I'll take these lands, and the crucial thing that you want to do here is usually you want to get Sredets, because there is a holy site in Duknitsa, and that will allow you to actually go on a pilgrimage to another one of your vassals' holy sites. We already have the Pechers Glavre in Kiev, but assuming that Kiev becomes unruly, we will have a fallback option in Bulgaria simply by taking the province of Sredets. So we'll take their lands from Bulgaria and essentially call it a day. And we can even get some additional religious influence because we have taken an autocephalous patriarchate seat. So that's basically it, and we are probably going to release a couple vassals in Bulgaria. But since we don't actually intend to stay in the Balkans, I just gave these lands away to 3 vassals and called it a day, and then we are just going to disband all of our levies because we are going to be at peace for at least a few more years now. And well, at this point, we have actually managed to save the Golden Horde from complete destruction. We are turning in a profit despite paying through the nose for the cost of the court expenses, and we have managed to subjugate all of Eastern Europe. We are receiving tribute from the Balkans, from Poland, Austria, Hungary, and even Bohemia, and the Golden Horde is definitely on a trajectory of survival. But all of this was just the warm-up phase, because our eventual goal in this campaign is to restore the Great Mongol Empire, to reclaim the legacy of our illustrious ancestor Chinggis Khan, and for that, first we have to go east. The Great Yuan dynasty, our older brother, has grown complacent and decadent, and they are without any troops, so we will have to destroy them and supplant them as the true Emperor of China, and that is going to put us in the road to restoring the entire Mongol Empire. Of course, this is very much uncharted territory. There is a method to simply fully annexing the Great Yuan, but for that we will have to wait for the Great Red Turban Rebellions, and after that we will have to wait for the Red Turban Rebellions to end. So this is going to last until the year 1371 at the earliest, and in that time period we are definitely going to get into cahoots with the Chinese. I'm not quite sure whether we'll actually be able to make it. It is a very difficult strategy to execute, but you know, it would be a mess if we didn't at least try it. So I'm going to start by building a spy network on the Great Yuan, and once the spy network is done, we will create a CB to take the Mandate of Heaven, but of course we are not actually going to take the Mandate of Heaven. I also really love this flavor event. You can have it fire even if you are not Tengriist yourself, as long as you have a lot of Tengriist popes, I believe, or maybe it is unique to steppe hordes, I'm not quite sure, but either way, it does have some variants. And in this variant that we got the White Tiger Omen, which gives us additional siege ability and amount looted, and the siege ability is definitely going to come in handy, and having another clergyman that we can use in the cabinet is also going to be very useful for us. Our spy network is coming along splendidly, and at this point I think we're just going to raise all of our levies and to send them to the border with the Yuan vassals, Ogeday Horde and Koros County. I'm also going to call over our regulars from Wallachia, and we will also direct them to go to the eastern border. We have a CB on the Yuan and the Horde is ready to cross the border. At my signal, more than 6,000 horsemen are going to go east, and we shall destroy the Great Yuan. I'm going to use the Claim Mandate of Heaven CB, and as you can see, the Yuan basically have no troops of their own. Their vassals do have a lot of troops, but they're also all super duper disloyal, so it's not like they're going to get involved in the war or anything like that. So, it is time for war. And here is how this is going to go. We are going to march through the lands of Ögedei, and we will attempt to cross the corridor here to Mongolia, where we will try to occupy some of the land around these parts, and then we will march directly to the Yuan capital of Hambalık, where after sieging it down, the Yuan will definitely allow us to make peace with them. The only problem that we could face is Choros County, who are not a direct vassal of the Great Yuan, rather they are a vassal of the Ögedei Horde, and they are a loyal vassal, so they will actually try to fight us, but they would be severely outnumbered and we should easily be able to destroy them if they do end up fighting our forces. Out of the 6,000 that marched east from our borders, fewer than 5,000 made it to the borders of the Great Yuan, the rest having been claimed by disease on the way. But we are here, and we are here to stay. I'm going to keep occupying Mongolia, and as soon as our morale has recovered and as soon as we have some food to eat, we are going to march directly on the great city of Hambalık, and we will attempt to take it so that we start getting ticking war score. And on the 23rd of May 1350 we made it to Hambalık, and we are going to start sieging down the city. We do have a sizable spy network on the Yuan, and it's growing day by day, so this shouldn't take all that long, and while the city is under siege, I'm going to take some of our smaller forces and use them to siege the outlying towns too. Also, this is quite hilarious, but we are actually getting thousands of slaves because of course the Yuan is of a different religious group than us. They are Tibetan Buddhist, whereas we ourselves are Christian, so we can still take slaves from them, and I believe most of the slaves are sent to Saraycuk. So soon enough we're going to, there we go, we already have a Chinese majority in this location, and I'm guessing we are going to get huge amounts of Chinese pops in some of our other urban locations as well. And of course, nobody is trying to prevent us from taking Hambalık. It's just us versus nothing, because the Yuan does not have any loyal vassals, and the ones that they do technically have, such as the Ögedei vassals here, are not engaging with us for who knows what reason, so we're just occupying all of China and nobody even cares. And since it's been 1 year since the start of the war, the disloyal vassals of Yuan are already wanting to peace us out, so of course I'm going to say to them, good riddance, we do not intend to fight you guys anyways. After a siege of 204 days, the metropolis of Hambalık has fallen before the Golden Horde, and soon enough we are going to start getting a bunch of ticking war score in the first Jochi-Yuan war, and yes, it is the first Jochi-Yuan war because it's going to be the first of many. And as of the year 1351, the Red Turban rebellions have begun, which is kind of bad for us because ideally we should have pieced out the Great Yuan before the rebellions, but it looks like we can still do something here, and I'm just going to keep occupying northeastern China until we get enough war score that we can peace the Yuan out, and in the peace deal we are going to start interacting with the rebels. And as you can see, our strategy is very simple. We simply ignore any forts that the Yuan have and just occupy their unfortified provincial capitals, which give us more than enough war score and also more than enough slaves to be able to peace them out eventually. And in fact, if I wanted to, I could just peace out Yuan right away, immediately, getting generational wealth from them. That's 13,000 ducats. We could build up the steppes into a megalopolis using that kind of money, but of course, we do not just intend to build up the steppes, we intend to conquer China, and for that reason I'm not going to peace out the Yuan just yet. And it looks like now Yuan is willing to make peace with us. We're going to take a bunch of locations, and these do appear very random, they appear very scattered throughout China, but these are locations which are going to be right next door to the Red Turban rebels, which will start rising just momentarily. And so by taking these locations, we will be able to release some vassals in them, which will in turn allow us to fight the rebels on our own terms and occupy them and annex them, thus progressing our conquest of China. Also, of course, we're going to get 13,000 ducats, food access, military access, and war reparations, which will amount to 17 ducats immediately, but of course that's going to go down as yuan keeps losing more and more land in China. And with that, our first Great War against the Great Yuan is over. Now you might be wondering why I'm not taking the Mandate of Heaven. It is because we literally can't. It costs so much to claim the mandate in the early game that you can't actually take it away from the yuan, even when using the claim Mandate of Heaven CB, which I think is a huge oversight. The peace deal cost for this should really be capped at 100 or maybe 80%, but for now we are just going to take a few outposts across China and we'll call it a day. And then I'm going to gather up all of our forces and we will go to Yingshui, because this is right next door to where the first Red Turban Rebel will spawn. And I also had to accept the Yang culture because we took so many slaves that it has become the largest single culture in our entire country, which is kind of ironic given everything, and we will have to accept it, otherwise we would actually lose cores on some of our urban locations such as Sarayjuk, which is right now a majority Yan culture. And with all of the money flowing into our coffers from China, well, we can just raise our stability expenses to the maximum and we will not suffer bankruptcy for the foreseeable future. I will attempt to integrate specifically the city of Hangzhou, which ideally we want to make our capital in the long run once we move everything to China, because it is a fairly wealthy city and also it sits at the confluence of an okay sort of river, but more importantly it is a really nice natural harbor and it will allow us to exert our proximity and control navally all the way across the East China coast, through this river system, even through this river system potentially. And also we have the Grand Canal, which is another 20% local proximity speed, which always comes in handy. I'm also going to sponsor mass forgiveness, and now that the Black Death is basically over, it's only present in a few locations all the way out here in Siberia, so this is essentially free 12 stability. And finally, we are going to release a bunch of vassals across the areas of China that we have taken. These are all going to be unique location miners, but they are located in very strategic locations, specifically in locations where the Red Turban Rebels are going to spawn very soon, and therefore the Red Turban Rebels are going to spawn, they're going to declare war on the vassals that we create, and after that we will easily be able to fully annex them or do whatever we want with them. There we go. Tianwan has broken free of Yuan on the 12th of October 1351, and because they border our vassal Yingzhou here, they're going to declare war on us within the next couple of weeks. Yep. And because our troops are already in place, we are simply going to cross the border, occupy some of their lands, and we're going to fully annex them. And this is why we have to fully annex Tianwan, because the Chen Rebellion starts a couple months after the Tianwan Rebellion usually, and when the Chen spawns, what happens is they're going to annex Tianwan, so we will have to fully annex them, but we can't quite annex them, so we're going to leave them with a single location, which is going to become part of the domain of Chen. And the moment that we unpause the game, Chen is going to annex this location. But before we unpause, I'm also going to raise all of these levies, and because we ourselves are Mongolian culture, these levies are all going to be raised as a steppe horde militia, despite the fact that they are in fact Chinese. It doesn't even matter, so let's wait for one more day. And there we go, Chen has annexed Tianwan almost immediately, and soon afterwards they are going to declare war on us, because of course they border our vassal here, the county of Yanzhou. There we go, that is Red Turban War number 2, and of course we are going to gather up our forces, cross the border, destroy anything that the kingdom of Chen can throw at us, and then we are going to not annex them, because the more lands that we annex, the higher our wealth grows, and we definitely don't want any more wealth right now. We are just going to keep the war in a state of stalemate for as long as possible, and we are going to prevent both the Red Turbans and the Great Yuan from winning the situation for the next 20 years, at which point we will annex everyone, and then we will essentially become China. Of course, I'm also going to close down every single building in the lands that we have taken from Tianwan, because otherwise the cost of court expenses alone are enough to drag you into bankruptcy. I think we could keep the Jishians because they give you a bit of max control, so why not? And everything else is going to go except for the cruel ties, of course. Once all of our forces have gathered up, we have 14,000 men in our armies, and again it makes literally no sense that even the Chinese are being raised as a steppe horde militia, because these are just OP. We will just try to figure out where the Chan soldiers are and destroy them, I guess, because very soon we're going to start getting more and more rebellions in eastern China. And there we go, the Chan actually came to us, and of course they were promptly destroyed with minimal casualties on our side. So I'm going to redirect our armies to go east, because the Wu and the Fang and even the Ming are going to rise very soon. Using the captured Chinese money, we can also go on a pilgrimage, and I guess we'll have to go to the Rila monasteries. Well, 100 religious influence definitely sounds nice, so I'll go for that, and this will even allow us to hold an Orthodox Synod if we lose a lot of Horde Unity in quick succession, which can give you an additional 10 Horde Unity. There we go, if we go for the Synod on State Affairs, in addition to the amount that you can get from canonization. And after nearly 1 year of peace and quiet, the Wu have risen, and of course in 2 weeks they're going to declare war on us, because they border not one but 2 of our vassals. So let's just let the game progress, and it is war with the Kingdom of Wu. While we are busy dealing with the Wu, the Fang have also rebelled, and they are much weaker than their northern cousins, so it will be much easier for us to deal with them, and I presume that in a couple of weeks they will also declare war on us. But first let's deal with the Wu, and that should be 1, and this is going to be 2, and once these 2 are down, there we go, they only have 12,000 men left, so the third stack is probably going to come and try to siege Hangzhou as well, at which point we will just destroy them as usual. Meanwhile, Fang have declared war on us, so I'm going to cross the border, maybe occupy a couple of their provincial capitals, and try to get them to fight us. But before that, let's deal with the remaining armies of Wu to the north. This is flat farmlands, so that's going to be an easy win for us. There we go. And with this, the Wu only have 1,700 men, although they have hired a bunch of mercenaries, so that might be a slight problem for us. But anyways, let's focus on the Fang first, and we will deal with the Wu mercenaries later, maybe by hiring mercenaries of our own, because of course our coffers are still filled to the brim with the money that we have taken from the Great Yuan. Somewhat unexpectedly, the Fang figured out a way of coming in from the west, but it doesn't matter, they're still going to get destroyed. There we go, that is a stack wipe. Let's see, they don't have any mercenaries unlike Wu, so that is going to be it for Fang. And as you can see, all of these victories actually give us a lot of war score from battles already, and because our enemies fail to conquer the lands that belong to our vassals, we are also going to start getting a ticking war score in these wars, and because of the war goal that they're using, which is regional supremacy, it actually costs us very little to take all of their lands. So whenever I want, I could just peace out Fang, and I have to occupy their capital for full annexation, but it's only going to cost me 5 war score. So of course I'm going to hold off on this for now, because we want to hold off on annexing these guys for as long as possible. We cannot actually end the Red Turban rebellions until 18 years later, so we will have to wait until 1371, and if we annex them earlier, that's just going to increase our expenses, whether it be food, whether it be cost of the court, whether it be something else. And we even managed to get a lucky victory over the Wu mercenaries, so now they're down to just their last 1,700 levies, and even our vassals should be able to kill off those. And next up on the chopping block, we have the Mao, who have risen up in northern China. They have 16,000 men, and of course they border our vassal Jining, and they are going to declare war on us very soon, and we will destroy them in the same manner that we have destroyed their southern brothers. Tiny bit of an issue here though, Chen have actually unconditionally surrendered to us. Yeah, so that's bad, we will have to fully annex them. which in turn is going to increase our wealth by quite a lot. That's just bad, but you know, what can you do sometimes? I guess I'm going to wait a couple more months until we start getting the war exhaustion hit, and then we will annex Chen, and we will basically cross our fingers and hope and pray that we can keep the land after we take it. Also, the Mao have declared war on our vassal as expected. It doesn't look like they have any mercenaries, and our forces are in the area, so I guess they're going to get stack wiped. There we go. We are losing a lot of men, so maybe annexing Chan might not be all that bad because it will allow us to refill our levies. Next up we have the Xia Rebellion, and these guys are actually over here to the west. I'm not quite sure whether I want to fight them immediately, but you know what the heck. I guess we're going to go west and destroy their armies as usual. And you know the drill, 2 weeks after they have been released, they declare war on us because, of course, they border our vassals. So that's going to be it for the armies of Xia. And I'm going to call back our troops more to a central location, because next up we are going to get more vassals releasing over here, and eventually the south will also break free. Also, it appears that we have to actually annex Chen now, otherwise we're going to suffer infinite scaling war exhaustion. So I'm just going to take all of their lands, and we can even take a decent bit of money from them, not nearly as much as what we got from Yuan, but it's still a huge chunk, more than 1.4 thousand ducats. So fingers crossed that we do not enter a dead spiral because of this, because that is something that can happen. And I guess I'm going to destroy all of the castles here, as well as close down all buildings as usual. Also, holy crumbs, 43,000 levies. We can raise so many men. With 43,000 men, there is basically no limit to what we can do. And yikes, Wu have also unconditionally surrendered, so we will be forced to annex them very soon as well, which is really bad. And if there's any indication from the previous 2 wars, I presume that the Fang will also eventually unconditionally surrender to us. Now here's the issue, we actually do want to fully annex them. We actually want to take all of these lands, but we do not want to take them very soon, because the Red Turban rebellions must be over before we can become China, at which point we will receive cores on all of China. But the Red Turban rebellions will last for 20 years at a bare minimum, so we have to wait for 17-18 more years before we can actually integrate the land. And in that time period, we are still going to suffer from these wealth penalties. And yeah, the penalties are pretty steep, as you can see. Our cost of court is going through the roof. So I guess I'm going to send this guy to maybe strengthen government. And that is actually going to reduce our expenses a little, but it's not enough, it's not nearly enough. And you guys know how it works with Horde Unity. The moment that our ruler dies, bad things are going to start happening. And we have even become a great power, which is lovely. It will increase our cost of the court even more. Yeah, I guess we are going to go into that spiral after all. Alternatively, we could scorch earth China as well. Like, we could theoretically destroy every single RGO, and I've already closed down all the buildings, so that's not going to cut it. But I don't know, scorch earthing the steppes is one thing, because there wasn't much to begin with anyways, but China? All the wealth of China, and we would have to destroy it to avoid going bankrupt? First of all, this is so immersion breaking, this is just terrible game design. And second of all, I don't think I'm going to do that. So technically there is one more way out of this. We could just not annex any more of these guys. We could stop annexing the rebels. We could just take their money and take war operations. But I'm not sure how exactly it would work, because they would still fight amongst themselves, and then probably we would have to fight against even larger rebels. Like, we might have to fight against Ming, but they would also have the lands of Wu and Fang or something like that. So that would actually be very bad for us. So I'm not really sure what to do in this situation. I also did a quick back of the envelope calculation here, and if we keep losing 45 ducats a month for the next 18 years, we would actually run out of money at the end of that 18-year term. There is a possibility of getting maybe another 8,000 ducats from the yuan once our truce with them is over, but I don't know, it's all very iffy. Like, there's a decent chance we will start taking on debt, and even after the 18-year period is over, we will still keep losing money because we will have to wait until we can actually push control. So yeah, it's really bad, and I'm not quite sure how we can get out of this predicament. Well, there's probably not much else we can do, so I guess we are going to fully annex the Wu and later on the Fang as well. And I guess what we could do here is, assuming that we manage to get the Hangzhou location integrated, we might be able to move our capital here and at least get some amount of proximity and control in our lands in China, which would allow us to extract maybe a tiny little bit of taxes just to stave off bankruptcy for a few more years. But again, it's very iffy, and I'm really not sure whether we can make it through. Anyways, while we are dealing with the existential crisis that comes with the Red Turban rebellions, the Guo have also rebelled, and we will have our troops ready to put down their levies as soon as they raise them. The Guo are the second weakest Red Turban state after Yizhao, so it was pretty easy destroying their armies, and we might even annex them because they don't have all that big of a tax base either. Let's see what the control is like. They actually have decent control, so it's just their land is poor, I guess. Time to peace out the Fang, and I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try and leave them with maybe a couple of locations so that they become our vassal, and I'm also going to vassalize them, obviously. And because they're at war with the Great Yuan, we might be able to intervene in that war, resetting the truce timer with Yuan, and also we might be able to get a few more thousand ducats out of them. So let's send this peace deal. And then, of course, I'm going to close down all of the buildings in these areas as usual. Anyways, it's parliament time again, and I guess we'll go for institute feudal levies, mainly because ideally I do not want to fail any of these parliaments. That would lose us more stability, and stability is in critical supply right now. In the meantime, we have to annex the Mao as well, and while our realm is growing, our finances are shrinking day by day. And again, this is just so bad. I'm really hoping that we can avert bankruptcy, and if we manage to clear the next 17 years, if we can make it to the year 1371, all is going to be well. But, you know, that's a big if. And would you look at that, it is our old friend Ming again, and we will have to fight them as usual. Unlike the other Red Turban states, I believe that Ming begins the game with 4,000 regulars, so hopefully by the time that they declare war on us, we will be able to ambush them and destroy them. Otherwise, these guys are definitely going to cause us a lot of trouble. That was pretty close, but we managed to kill them all, and I'm quite surprised that we managed to do this with so few casualties. Like, these guys are regulars after all. I expected, you know, more casualties out of this, maybe even a loss, but it looks like being horse archers, being steppe tribesmen, means you can just shred through anything that the Chinese can throw at you. Also, where are we getting all of this inflation from? Is it like maybe from the gold that we are taking in the peace deals? Because I don't see anything else that gave us inflation. The Xia have also unconditionally surrendered to us, and I don't think I'm actually going to annex them. Should I annex them? I mean, they are technically in China, but they're all the way out west. And even if we were to unify China, we would be hard-pressed to get any sort of control here. So I think we're just going to make them a vassal for now, maybe humiliate them, and then call it a day. Also, because of our huge population, I mean, we do have half of China basically, and 70 prestige, we can now become an empire, but it would cost us nearly 1,800 ducats, so I'm not quite sure about this. You know what, whatever, I'm going to become an empire, and that's going to give us another cabinet seat, so that's always useful. The additional cultures capacity is always useful. I guess it's fine and well. So next up we got the Dongguan loyalists, and even though they are loyalists of the Great Yuan, they will still declare war on us if I'm not mistaken, And this should be a fairly easy war as well, they only have a bit over 6,000 men. Well, there we go. I'm just going to send this stack to occupy their capital, and that should be it. It looks like they don't even have any castles. I'm guessing Yuan has started destroying castles in their outlying territories, because otherwise they're probably about to go bankrupt yet again. So there was a minor issue with the recording software as usual, and we missed out on a few years, but it's quite alright. In the interim, we have made the Li our vassal, but they have rebelled against us very quickly, which is kind of bad. But also it might actually be an opportunity to just let Li and Xie go, and they might be able to declare war on the Great Yuan, which would allow us to intervene and actually use that opportunity to get a much better CB on Yuan than what we could get ourselves. The Kingdom of Kyoke Temur is out there, but he's not doing anything. They're just, standing over there. They're not even declaring any wars properly, and we're still at war with the Kingdom of Dongguan. We should probably peace them out very soon though. More importantly, there is a Wu rebellion, and I guess we'll have to take care of that first. That was easy peasy. Unfortunately for us, they have 2 more stacks of similar size. These guys are actually stronger than the Wu which spawned from the Great Yuan, which literally makes no sense, but whatever floats their boat, I guess. So that's going to be Wu stack number 3, and this should be Wu stack number 4, after which they will probably accept our peace deal. And there we go, that's going to be full annexation plus more than 1,000 ducats, which will keep us going for at least 1 more year. I also did something interesting a bit outside of the box. I just pieced out the Kingdom of Dongguan, and they immediately declared war on the Yuan, so now when our truce with them is over, we will just be able to swipe in, and we will be able to make them our vassal, and through that, we will be able to use the Red Turban Rebellion CB against the Great Yuan, at which point all of China will essentially be ours. And it is the year 1360 and the rise of Timur's situation has begun. Timur the Lame begins his march west, his streak of conquest. But of course, we are the Golden Horde, and as the Golden Horde, we gain a special way of dealing with the Timurids. But before that, we are halfway through the Red Turban Rebellion situation. It's been 10 years, and in 10 more years, we will finally be able to annex the Yuan and end everything. For now, we need money, because we are going to run out of money in 9 months, and for that very reason I'm going to declare another war on the Great Yuan, for the express purpose of shaking them down even more, for money. Of course, we are immediately going to target Hambalak, and presuming that we can make it fall, the Yuan will most likely surrender and give us the peace that we want. And there we go, this is our special way of dealing with Timur. He offers us an alliance, which is what happened historically. We can create an alliance with the Timurids, we gain 100 mutual opinion with them, and all is fine and well. There is no doom or gloom that has anything to do with a potential Timurid conquest. I'm not quite sure whether I'll actually keep the alliance. It might make sense to just break it so that Timur does not drag us into his wars, but at the same time, who cares? I don't think it's going to cause us any issues if we get dragged into a couple wars in the west, as long as our main focus remains in the east. And trust me, Timur does call you into his wars when you're allied with him, and he declares a lot of those, so I guess we'll just have to go to war with the Armenians now. And the Khan Balak has fallen, which is just on time because we were starting to take on some debt, so hopefully by the next month we will be able to peace out Yuan and take a lot of money from them, which will definitely stabilize our economic situation. And I'm only going to demand money from them, I'm not going to demand anything else, in order to keep the truce as short as possible, because we will have to fight them again, and we will have to fight them through a vassal, which is a bit of a hassle to be honest. And in 7.5 years, I believe, the truce should be over, and we will declare one final war upon the Great Yuan in order to fully annex their lands in China and end this wretched conflict once and for all. In the meantime, we have managed to integrate Hangzhou, but I presume we will not be able to move our capital because it would cost us way too much stability and also a decent chunk of money, so that is rather unfortunate. but we'll try and figure something out about it. Maybe if we take a lot of money from these guys who have just revolted, that might get us halfway through to moving our capital. And there we go, that's going to be full re-annexation plus around 1000 ducats, which should be more than enough to keep us alive until the time with Yuan is over. After accepting the Wu culture, the option is here. We can actually move our capital to Hangzhou. It would cost us 20 stability and a lot of money, all depending on our economic base of course, and it is exacerbated by the inflation. Yeah, this is quite bad, but I think we'll have to take it. I mean, even if we take on a few loans, I guess that's quite alright, because eventually we are going to become China, and once that happens, we should easily be able to pay those loans off. Or maybe not, because for some reasons the estates don't have any money. They're not getting any money, even though they should be getting money at least from the lands in China. Yeah, that literally makes no sense. But we are at risk of bankruptcy, and it looks like... oh, we can't even mint. Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. Something is definitely messed up. This is so bad. I guess we're going to have to lose out on the horde unity here, and you know, we might be able to get it back up using the Orthodox Synod, or just let it fall to something like 50 and, you know, hope that our ruler doesn't die, which is a very tall order, let me say. But I guess we'll just have to figure something out, and I guess we have to also close down all of these buildings. They should already be closed down, but I guess the rebellion opened them up again, so we are definitely at risk of bankruptcy here, which is really bad, of course. Well, we have finally managed to move our capital to Hangzhou, which should give us a decent bit of proximity in the most populated and wealthiest regions of China, so hopefully we will be able to start taxing these people very soon. And as soon as we reach, let's say, 60-70% control here, I'm also going to open up the urban industries, and that should increase our tax base significantly. And this might be the single hardest decision of my entire EU5 career. We have instituted canonical law, which gives you plus 5% monthly control, which is just massive in all of these areas that we are trying to get some control in, at the same time as balance the budget, which is just terrible. Why is the game forcing me to choose between these two? And you know what, I think we're going for canonical law here, because it might be a bit difficult to actually pass balance the budget. We still have the assembly parliament type, which is kind of bad, so I'll just do this, and that will allow us to get this through parliament. And using the canonical law plus increased control action, we are able to get a lot of control in our capital already, so I guess I'm going to start opening up some of these urban industries that have remained closed since we first conquered this city. And as unbelievable as it may sound, for the first time since the start of the game, we are actually getting some taxes out of our estate, which is crazy. We can actually earn money through some means other than just stealing it from other people, and that just counts for a lot in my book. And there we go, Dongguan has declared war on us again, and I think this is the opportunity that we've been waiting for to finally get rid of Yuan. Now we will have to wait until March 1370 to actually destroy Dongguan, and at that point we should be able to make them our vassal, intervene in their war against Yuan, and then by using the CB in that war, we should be able to take from Yuan all of their lands in China. I'm also going to hold an Orthodox Synod at this point, in order to discuss internal affairs so we can get 10 horde unity, and let's hope that our ruler does not die within the next 4 or 5 years, because if he does, we will definitely be at risk of the horde succession crisis. It did take a bit of careful maneuvering, but we did manage to destroy the armies of Dongguan, and hopefully we will be able to make them a vassal as soon as our own truce with the Great Yuan has ended, so we will be able to immediately intervene in the war afterwards. At this point we got the good old rebellion bug, where if you have a rebellion where one of the rebels spawns without any locations, and the other rebel does spawn with some locations, what happens is you annex the rebel without any locations, the war is immediately over, and the rebel that has some locations simply breaks free without giving you a chance to fight, which I think is probably the most annoying and the worst bug in the current version of the game, and normally I would just wait for a few years and then go back in the next Ming, but because this is such a frustrating bug right now, and I hate Paradox for leaving it in the game, I'm actually going to say annex, and let's see what the code for these guys are, MNG, in order to get rid of them. Now this does give us a tiny little buff, in that all of their lands come integrated, whereas previously they were just conquered lands. But since we are going to receive cores on all of China within the next couple of years, I think this amount of cheating is more than acceptable. So if you want to cry out, oh, the war room is a cheater, oh, he used the console, be my guest. Paradox should not have allowed such a bug to persist until this point, and I'm really sick and tired of it. Anyways, after that rant and console command, we are back in the game, and something amazing has happened. The Yuan actually declared war on us. Normally, they do not declare war on you with any reliability. In this case, they did, which is very lovely, and that means we do not even have to vassalize Dongguan, we can just fully annex them instead. And of course, we are going to get cores on all of their lands as soon as we are done with Yuan. Now, as for the Yuan, we will have to not quite fully annex them, but we will have to take all of their lands in China, and I'm going to try and take some of their smaller vassals' lands down here in the southwest in Yunnan as well, in order to consolidate the area, and then we will have to truce break them, we will have to go to war with them yet again, in order to actually get the remaining lands in Mongolia. Because you cannot use the Reign in the Rebels CB, you cannot use the Red Turban Rebellion CB to actually take lands outside of China. But in order to win the Red Turban Rebellion, in order to become China once it is over, we need to fully annex Yuan. So we will have to do a final war against them at the end of this episode. And for now, I'm just going to try and occupy some more of their lands, again focusing on the southwest, in order to be able to annex some of their vassals as well. So I'm just going to put maybe a couple of these stacks on carpet sieging duty in southern and northern China, and we're going to focus on the southwest regions with a couple more stacks. And it certainly looks like the carpet siege is doing marvels. We have already occupied most of the middle sections of the Chinese plains, and even now I'm fairly confident that we could get all of China from the Great Yuan. Meanwhile, in the north, the city of Hambalak has finally fallen for the third time, and I believe that means we can actually take it in the peace deal. So everything is going according to plan, with two minor hiccups. Number one, in the two sea states to the southwest of China in the Yunnan highlands, we are suffering because there are so many tiny little statelets here, and we actually have to occupy every single capital before we can fully annex them. And number two, in the northeast, Yizhao is still part of the Red Turban Rebellion situation, and they've managed to occupy some lands which belong to Yuan, so we will have to fight them as well in order to unoccupy those lands so we can demand them in the peace deal. And for that I am building up a spy network on them, so we'll use that one to deal with them. And we have a third problem in that the game is lagging uncontrollably and just pauses randomly at some points. So hopefully I will be able to finish this war without my computer melting down, but it is not a given. In September 1372, our old ruler Bardi Beg has died, and he will forever be remembered as the great conqueror of China, but perhaps not as its unifier, since that honor will fall upon his nephew Nargui Khagan, our new ruler. Of course, I'm immediately going to canonize our old ruler, and we will gain just a tiny bit of horde unity through that, which should hopefully allow us to avoid the horde civil war disaster. Unfortunately, our budget is definitely in no shape to actually keep our cost of the court expenses up, so we are still going to keep bleeding out money, and unfortunately for us, we are going to be losing a lot of money, and if we take any single loan here, we immediately go bankrupt because reasons, I guess. So we'll probably have to close down a lot of these marketplaces and the Xians in order to balance our budget again. After a needlessly drawn out and very frustrating campaign, the entire southwest is under our control and we can now finally annex it. And the peace deal screen actually lags like hell when I open it. I mean, just look at this. This shouldn't be happening, but at the same time it is quite hilarious. Of course, I'm going to take everything that the Great Yuan has within the borders of China. We cannot take their lands in Mongolia, unfortunately. And would you look at that, that is hilarious. The Timurids actually came in as our allies, and because of the Timurid buff, even though they're an ally in the war, they still conquer land automatically. So yeah, that's kind of hilarious that there's a single Timurid location in the middle of Mongolia now, and also a couple more over here and there. But anyways, it is time that we peace out the Great Yuan, and with this peace, we are going to be the undeniable ruler of all of China. So here goes nothing. Oh, look at that, it's taking a while for the game to process everything, but that looks pretty Chinese to me, except for everything out here in the west. And that leaves us with just one final war that we need to conclude before the Great Yuan is dead and gone for good. So I'm going to create a claim mandate of Heaven CB on them, which happens very quickly because it has additional monthly base progress for it, plus 10, there you go. So we will have it in 6 months, and in 6 months we will finally be able to destroy the Great Yuan. On further playtesting, it appears that we also need to get rid of the Xia and the Yizhao, because they still count as a part of the Red Turban Rebels, so we'll have to deal with them as well, and I guess I'm also going to start building spy networks on them, so we can get CBs on them. I also went ahead and embraced meritocracy because it was fairly cheap at only 10 stability, and I guess we're going to queue up some meritocracy advances, especially the efficiency of cabinet, and down here the tax efficiency, power projection, monthly literacy, these are all going to come in handy for sure. We have our CB on the Xia, so let's get rid of them first. I'm going to declare war using the Horde expansion CB, and we will easily be able to occupy their lands because they don't have any fortresses. So that's going to be a full annexation. We might or may not release them later on, it all depends on the status of China once we've got our course, and the next up we're going to wait for 5 more months before declaring war on the minor tribe of Yizhao. And that's going to be our war number 2 against Yizhao, and also a bunch of Jurchen states that are part of the same coalition as them. So we are at war with most of Manchuria, in fact almost all of Manchuria, but we don't care about the rest of these guys. We only want to take Zhizhao out of the war so that they stop being part of the Red Turban Rebellion situation. There we go, that's a major victory for us, so I presume most of their troops are dead or even all of theirs. Well, they do have another 10,000 men, but those are all out here in eastern Manchuria, I presume, so we can take care of them later on. And finally, it is time to end this once and for all by declaring war on the Great Yuan using the claim mandate of Heaven CB. We are going to suffer from it, we are going to suffer a stab hit of 50 stability, but that's quite alright. We would have to wait for, I believe, another 10 years otherwise, and ideally I do not want to wait for another 10 years. We shall order our 2 great northern armies to cross the border and start sieging down Mongolia. In the meantime, I'm going to send these guys to deal with Shenyang, which is a steadfast ally of the Great Yuan. Mongolia has shown barely any resistance to us, and our troops are on their way to the Great Yuan capital of Karakorum, the rightful capital of Mongolia, and also our ancestral homelands. Karakorum has finally fallen before the advancing Jochid armies, and we shall go further west into Choros County and even the Horde of Ögedei, because all of these areas are part of the Mongol Empire, so we ideally want to capture them from the Great Yuan while we're at war with them. It is time to annex Yizhao, and with their annexation, I believe that there are no longer any Red Turban rebels left, which are independent. There is the Fang and the Lu, but both of them are our vassals, so they're not going to count for ending the Red Turban Rebellion situation. I'm also going to peace out Shenyang in exchange for war reparations. their time will come, they will definitely be vassalized or even fully annexed to the Great Mongol Ulus, but it is not yet come. And finally, it is time to peace out the Great Yuan. All of their lands shall be annexed, and their vassals will relinquish all of their possessions in the region of Mongolia, our homelands. And with this, the Red Turban Rebellion is going to end as soon as we unpause the game, or maybe not. There we go, the end of the mandate is here. Nobody has seen this coming. Truly, nobody could have seen it, that the elderly line of Jochi could take over all of China in the span of only 30 years, end the Great Yuan, and proclaim a new dynasty for themselves. And by taking this proclamation of accession, not only do we get the rise of a new dynasty modifier for 50 whole years, which gives a lot of bonuses as you can see, but also we have, for all intents and purposes, become China. Now unfortunately for us, this does switch us away from being a steppe horde, but we are China. I mean, look at that, look at all the cores that we have gained from the Great Yuan, isn't that marvelous? And we also have cores on the entire kingdom of Köketemür, so we will even be able to annex them and also annex all of these smaller vassals that we have remaining in China. And eventually we are even going to be able to get some modicum of control across this entire super region. We are even the new leader of the Middle Kingdom, and our ruler Nergui Börjegin has been proclaimed as the Huangdi of China, in addition to being the great Khagan of all Mongols. And soon enough we will consolidate our rule over our Mongolian homelands, and once the Chagatai horde and the remnants of the Ilkhanate have been dealt with, we shall be the one true uncontested ruler of the Yekya Mongol Ulus. And we did all of this while remaining Orthodox, so now China is governed entirely by Christian Mongols, and that is just something marvelous. But of course, even though in theory we own China, or at least we are going to own China very soon, in practice we basically have no proximity and no control in any parts of the area, and I believe that I severely overestimated the amount of maritime presence that we could have in the early game. So it is going to be a bumpy ride just consolidating all of our gains. But consolidate them we will, and eventually we are going to reunite not just the Great Horde and the Great Yuan, but we are also going to form the Mongol Empire, for which we would actually need to own all of Central Asia and all of Persia, along with, for some reason, all of Russia, even including areas like the Great Novgorod Republic, which historically the Mongols did not directly control. So it's going to be a bumpy ride, it's a long ride, but on the flip side, we are already 2/3 of the way there, because of course we maintained all of our initial holdings as the Great Horde, and we added all of China to the mix. So now we have 2,500 locations, and 2,279 of these are locations which count towards reforming the Mongol Empire. So reform it we shall, and the legacy of Chinggis Khan shall finally be satisfied, but first we have to take care of our internal affairs. We have to complete the conquest of China by dismantling the kingdom of Köketemür, and after that we need to start working on balancing our budget again, because obviously we have a wealth of 3,500 ducats compared to a tax base of only 200. So we will have to balance our budget first and then try to get some semblance of control in the areas of China that we actually hold ourselves. Now let's get started, and first we are going to build some bailiffs, and also we are going to deal with our newly earned vassals. Because for some reason, and I'm not quite sure what exactly the idea is here, because we stopped being a steppe horde, all of these countries, which used to be our tributaries, are now our vassals. And of course all of them are super duper disloyal, so we'll have to do something to take care of them, and I think adding a possible government reform here might be the way to go. So possibly something like feudal nobility, and later on we'll definitely want the vassal obligations one. On the other hand, we do need to take the 3 departments, because it's a free government reform anyways, and some of the content in the Middle Kingdom is gated behind having the 3 departments government reform. And speaking of the Middle Kingdom, we are the leader here of course, and we even begin with 90 celestial authority, which should give us a bit of breathing room before everything goes sideways. And we will eventually want to strengthen the ministry and proclaim a decree here, but of course these all cost stability, and as you can see right now, our stability situation is far from stellar, mainly because we did a truce break on the Great Yuan in order to finish our conquest of China earlier. And also we have so many Chinese rebels, like so many, but these guys should all go away very soon, because as the leader of the Middle Kingdom, we also get plus 50 cultures capacity, so we can accept basically every single Chinese culture, which is in turn modified by the Kipchak Khanate advance, so we have nearly 80 cultural capacity. Just imagine that, 80 cultural capacity. And in fact, we already begin by accepting quite a few cultures, and I'm going to add all of the other cultures in China that are right now tolerated to being accepted cultures. I don't think that we can actually get all of these. Some of these simply don't have enough people living in our borders for us to be able to accept them, but most of these should be acceptable. And well, even after accepting every single culture that I could accept, and furthermore tolerating every single culture that I could tolerate but not accept, it still leaves me with something like 15, 16 cultural capacity, so that's just how broken the Great Horde into China route is. And I guess we are going to keep most of our cores, if not all of them, and even if we did not accept these cultures, I'm not quite sure, but I believe we would keep the cores because they were granted to us by an event, but of course we'll see about that. And I'm going to let the game progress a little to see how the rebels end up. I'm also going to start promoting Chinese bureaucracy for the additional cabinet efficiency and Sinicized push. It does cost us a bit of money, and money is in tight supply, and let's see if we can actually get any celestial laws changed. Well, we probably shouldn't, because 25 legitimacy, and that's also a decent bit of money, and we really need to get more legitimacy right now, so let's see what we can do about that. It turns out we can't really do much, because of course our economy is in the gutter right now. I guess I'm going to destroy most of these fortresses, because we really don't need them inside China, and then they also cost us a lot of money. In the meantime, we are going to gather up whatever remains of our previous armed forces, and we are going to declare war on the Kingdom of Köke so we can finally complete the conquest of China. Well, 1 month has passed and things are still looking bad. The economy is still in shambles, we can't tax anyone, we can't pay tribute, so of course our celestial authority is just going to go down, but it's still going to take a good while before it reaches 0, so we can probably use some of these other actions eventually, and in general, things are bad. But at least most of the rebels don't seem all that rebellious anymore, so I guess that's a plus. We'll still have to deal with some of the Buddhist zealots, but they do not really have a lot of locations, so they should be pretty easy to handle, and the cultural rebels just seem to have dissipated, so that's fine. And I guess we are just going to try and survive now, so we can also add these guys as an accepted culture. I'll definitely do that, and we can probably add a few more actually. So I guess we can't really do much right now, at least until we manage to unlock the banking institution, which has already spread to the area around our capital, so it's going to spread to the rest of China from here, and we will eventually be able to embrace it, but that's going to take some time. And once we have unlocked banking, we will be able to build docks, finally get a navy, and finally get some amount of maritime presence, which will allow us to actually have control at least along the shoreline, and until then, we are basically going to try and survive. I also need to revoke the banal lordship privilege eventually because of the minus 5% max control, but of course it takes nearly 90 stability, so it's going to be a while before we can actually get there. I'm also going to prioritize the successors of Chinggis Khan advance, because we have basically supplanted the yuan, so we can actually research this for an additional 0.10 monthly legitimacy, and it only costs us 1 research progress because it is a unique national idea. So next month we should be getting some positive legitimacy, which will in turn allow us to pass some of the Middle Kingdom laws. Also, we are getting tiny minuscule amounts of control in our rural areas, but the maximum control is still at 5% because of the average satisfaction and banal lordship. So it's going to be a while until the satisfaction of these people have recovered and until we can extract any sort of meaningful value from the rural areas of China. And to be fair, we are kneecapping ourselves significantly by refusing to convert to Sanjiao, even though nearly 80% of our population is Sanjiao. But you know, being Orthodox Horde China just has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Even though we literally can't go on a pilgrimage ever again because, yeah, 18,000 ducats just to go there. And I think the journey itself would take like 20 years or something. So we are nearly at minus 50 stability and we're going to lose a bit more. So before we lose that stability, I'm going to declare wars on the Kingdom of Köke with the Unified China CB so we can finally destroy them. And maybe also on Yunnan, I'm not quite sure. I think we should declare war on Yunnan while we have the Unified China CB, because again, we will not be able to declare any wars for a while. So the 3 departments government reform has been fully implemented, and we have another reform available to us, and I guess I'm going for the feudal nobility here, mainly for the additional loyalty of subjects, because we are going to need a lot of loyalty of subjects. As you can see, all of our subjects are in various levels of this loyalty right now, but this will hopefully recover over time. Anyways, we have a couple fairly sizable armies in the south, so I'm going to send one of them to Kaifeng to try and capture the Köke capital, and we'll use the rest in the north to deal with some of their outlying forts. But of course it turns out they had a lot more men in their capital than we expected, so I guess we will just have to send the entire army to Kaifeng to destroy the forces of Köke. In the meantime, we can also codify additional laws. I did not do these immediately because I was not sure whether the budget would stabilize itself. It looks like it hasn't, but you know, we're still getting okay amount of legitimacy, so I'll call that a win. So we'll codify these laws. I'll go for a traditional law here for the additional estate satisfaction, and for our levies, I think we're going ahead with noble levies for noble levy size, which honestly the choice here doesn't really matter. I don't want to go peasant levies for the combat efficiency malice, so we'll just pick whatever. Well, despite outnumbering them 4-1, we still managed to lose, and our troops are retreating all the way over here. This war is going to take a lot longer than I anticipated. At least we managed to win against Yunnan, and looks like they're accepting full annexation. The CB itself is fairly nice, so I'll have to make use of it while I can, and I'm going to send our troops back up north so they can help us in dealing with Köke. And that's a victory, although the price was quite steep, and at this rate, no matter how many victories we get, we are still going to lose. But it looks like most of their mercenaries are dead, so we should only be facing their remaining levies now, and the levies should be pretty easy to win against. Or maybe not, because they're still scoring victories over us. I have no idea what the combat calculations are like here. Oh, because we only have feudal levies, and it's the year 1383. Yeah, I specifically did not research peasant levies, because if you research peasant levies, while you're a steppe horde, all of your steppe horde militia becomes peasant levies, and that's useless, so we'll just have to research those, and that should give us a fairly significant combat boost later on. And I guess hiring some mercenaries of our own might also help. I'm not recruiting any regulars because we are not going to be fighting any significant forces after Köke, so I guess we'll go for these guys. And adding them to our levies, we should be able to score even more victories against them. But the loss numbers are still out of this world. I mean, at this rate, we would consume 200,000 levies to kill all of these guys, and we do not have 200,000 levies, trust me on that. So I guess we're just going to try and siege down Kaifeng, and hope that Köke does not hire any more mercenaries. I don't think that he can, but of course, we'll see about it. Now that our economy has more or less stabilized, we are getting 0.40 legitimacy nearly, and I think it's time that we pass some celestial laws here, because the Middle Kingdom has been reformed from the ground up. There are no celestial laws, so we will have to pass all 6 of these ourselves. And since each law that we pass costs us 25 legitimacy and a decent chunk of money, I guess we're going to start by focusing on the classics, so we start getting additional monthly legitimacy, and that's going to be an additional boost to our cost of court expenses and also our legitimacy recovery. And luckily for us, Kaifang has actually fallen, so we are now going to try and hunt down the remaining armies of Köke Temür, and I'm not sure whether we'll make it or whether we can win against them, but if we manage to win against them, that should allow us to just fully annex these guys. But of course the AI played into our trap as usual, and they just got stack wiped because they were on low morale. I have never been so relieved in my life. I guess we can just carpet siege their lands now, and soon enough we should be able to fully annex them. So we have a small problem. Because we cannot actually afford to pay into the tribute system, our celestial authority is just going to go down until it reaches 0 eventually, and the other way of getting your celestial authority up is to have friendly tributaries, which in this case means members of the Middle Kingdom with positive opinion of you, so we'll probably have to increase the opinion of most of these members. But it's very interesting because these do not actually count for some reason, like all of these have positive opinion. Maybe it just accounts for those with very high positive opinion, like plus 100 or something like that. So I'll tinker around a bit, but usually sending diplomats to most of our vassals, our current vassals, should do the trick. And I guess I'm also going to invite a few more countries to the Middle Kingdom. The Kingdom of Goryeo will definitely accept very easily, and we should be able to get some additional relations improved with them, and the rest we'll try to see about, but usually improving relations with everyone that you can is a sound idea. And improving relations with all of those tributaries will consume a lot of diplomats, so I'm also going to queue up a royal garden, which we were not able to build until now because of course we weren't a monarchy, we were a steppe horde, and I guess I'll also build up the royal court, which will cost us a bit in maintenance, but of course it's additional crown power and cabinet efficiency, which almost always is a good thing. Also, the jewelers and tailors guilds are just money makers now, they're pure profit, so I'm definitely going to queue up a few of those in our capital as well, just to try and get an urban economy going, just to get a bit of additional taxation, because we are not going to get any taxes out of the majority of the Chinese countryside. And luckily for us, Köke Temür has actually unconditionally surrendered, so hopefully we can annex them now. Let's try and see, because normally they cost more, they still cost more than 100% to take. So I guess we'll just leave them with, I don't know, a couple unfortified provinces in the middle of nowhere, and that should be it. And then we can just come back in 15 years and then continue fully annexing them. Or alternatively, that's a lot of money that we're leaving on the table. So let's try, but it costs us so little to take land anyway, so I'll just leave them these two provinces, and it's going to be not quite but almost a full annexation. And of course all the land that we took was our cores because it's in China, so it's not even going to be an issue integrating it. But I will have to destroy a lot of fortresses in the lands that we've just taken, because for some reason Köke Temür decided to fortress up, and they had multiple provinces with multiple forts, so we'll just have to destroy them, otherwise they will tank our economy. Well, after some adjustments, it looks like our economy is booming right now, although part of that is probably coming from this area, and we are going to lose some of the control that we have, but we'll still have 5 to 20% control in all of this. So I think it's time that we start thinking about not just stabilizing our economy, but growing it, mostly by building up our road network. I'm also going to start annexing Yanzhou County, because we just released them to deal with the Chinese warlords, and now that those have been dealt with, we could definitely use the tea and the gems manufactories, as well as all of these sweet urban buildings here. They have a lot of wealthy locations right next door to our capital, so actually annexing them is going to be a big boost to our tax base, and will also eventually annex Shaoxing County as well. The other vassals will probably take a while to be dealt with. I'm also going to build up some bridges around here, It makes no sense building bridges before building roads, but at the same time these locations do have roads. They just do not have roads which lead directly to our capital, so we can actually build bridges here. And by building these bridges, we might even be able to get some additional proximity going on in the northern delta here, and hopefully once we have built up either our navy or built up a road between our capital and, let's say, this location, we will be able to get a decent amount of proximity through the river and lake network in south central China. I also made the very tough decision to actually open up some of the urban locations in the area around our capital, and as you can see, we are actually getting okay amounts of taxes out of these. They're also contributing a lot to the overall wealth and economic base of our country, but you know, the overall wealth is just off the charts anyways, so opening up a few urban locations is not going to make much of a difference. And once we have a road network and bridges and maritime presence, we will actually be able to make a lot of money from our core lands in the Wu areas of China. And getting 10 legitimacy for just renaming a city? Oh, count me in. Let's say Xi'an, why not? It does sound rather nice. I can't find the actual location though, but I'm sure that it's a nice location, especially since it gave us 10 legitimacy. Also, seriously? After the Korea run, they changed scholar officials to be not minus 100%, but only minus 5% maximum tax, and the amount of money that I left on the table while I was playing as Korea, just so I could get the scholar officials privilege for the additional 10% research, this is unbelievable. Tamerlane died in 1389, aged only 52, and as usual, he hasn't managed to accomplish anything of note. The Timurid horde is just a regional power at best in western Transoxiana, and he has managed to capture 2 locations around Azerbaijan, but other than that, they stagnated. Which is good for us because eventually we will be able to jump in ourselves and destroy them as the beginning stages of our invasion of Iran. But of course, that's going to take some time, as for now, we still need to consolidate our power back in the east. It is also time to hold another Orthodox Synod, and I'm going for the local administration synod, where we will give spiritual examination and exchange for +1 tolerance of heathen beliefs, which is definitely going to come in handy because, yeah, minus 4.20 tolerance of heathens is just really bad, and eventually we're going to get a lot of zealot rebels because of it. We actually have an option to move our capital to Nanjing, and I'm not quite sure. I think this might actually make sense. I really overestimated the amount of maritime presence that we could get in the early game because we apparently can't build a regular navy. On the other hand, we are going to get banking really soon, so we will be able to build docks and get that navy anyways. And once we do, this location here, Hangzhou, is definitely a better capital than Nanjing, because not only is it directly on the coast, but the natural harbor here is also better than the one that we could get from Shangyuan. So I think in this case, we are actually going to keep our capital in Hangzhou, and we'll just say that the historical capital role of Nanjing must be recognized. Let's see if I can actually change... No, I can't change any celestial laws. That's rather unfortunate, because we're going to have a tiny bit of legitimacy overflow, which is bad, but we could simply grant another privilege to our burghers in order to make use of the overflowing privilege, of the overflowing legitimacy. So I think what we're going to get here is guild investments, which will push us even further towards innovative, which we definitely want. And there we go, that's an additional 10 legitimacy for us. We have finally saved up enough money to enact another celestial law, and I think we'll go for the Zongdu for the additional proximity speed, which is modulated by the amount of silver produced in our country, so this amount here is going to go up over time, and even now a plus 13% is a decent amount. The other options, this seems rather weak considering we only have a couple zealots left. This again seems rather weak considering that it wouldn't be as big of an impact. compared to getting more proximity speed, which would immediately increase our wealth and tax base. And this here doesn't really do much, except if you are annexing your vassals. In that case, it has one of the best policies in the game. So for now, we'll go for this for the additional proximity speed. And that is hilarious. Our tribes are building a scriptorium for some reason. I guess they got sick and tired of just riding horses all day and decided to read manga or something like that. We can finally embrace the banking institution, but it would cost us a lot of stability, and stability is a bit of an issue right now, especially considering all the patriots and the zealots that we will have to deal with. So I guess I'm going to hold off on that for just a bit longer, at least until we manage to get our nobility satisfaction back up, at which point we should be able to change away from appeasing estates. And of course, by waiting for a few more years, the institutions are also going to spread to our other markets in China, which will probably reduce the cost of embracing them even further. In the meantime, it's time for war against Hachiyun and some of their allies, which will finally allow us to complete the conquest of Mongolia. So let's go for a religious war here, and that will allow us to annex not one but 4 nations in Mongolia, and a couple more wars over here should make us the rightful ruler of the steppes. Our levies have gathered up in the north, and I'm going to send one of them to deal with Hachun and Belgute, and the other one to deal in the west with Western Gobi and Valley of the Lakes. And this is so strange because it appears that they don't even have any horsemen, despite being Mongol and tribes people. I don't know, this is just weird. But looks like we managed to destroy their armies, and now let's do the same with their ally Belgute. Well, while we were busy trying to deal with the steppes, the Tibetan Buddhist zealots have actually risen up. Luckily for us, they do not have a lot of land, but unluckily for us, all of our disloyal subjects decided to back them up. So now we are facing a fairly significant rebellion against us. I guess it's interesting that Dai Viet is not part of the rebellion, so they'll probably help us put down Champa. And I guess most of the disloyal subjects are clustered in the west, so we should probably be fine here. Luckily for us, Hambelik fell fairly quickly, so now we'll just occupy their capital and their other areas, and then that should allow us to make peace with the rebels. While we are busy dealing with both the rebels and our Mongol brethren, I'm also going to build up our road network. We're going to get a road from Jiangxia to our capital Hangzhou, with the idea of putting a local governor here, because this location sits at the confluence of multiple river networks, and also there's a decent bit of wealth here. There are a couple of horses, that kind of stuff, so it's probably one of the best areas that we can get a local governor in. And for our second local governor, I'm probably considering building it in Kaifeng, if I can figure out where Kaifeng is, but probably it's going to be slightly further north. Oh, there we go. Over here in Kaifeng, most likely. The Belgute have also lost their entire armies, and now their lands are going to be occupied as soon as winter is over, which should allow us to fully annex them along with the other Mongol states that we are fighting. So Western Gobi is going to be the first one to fall, followed by Valley of the Lakes, very creative names here. And then let's see if we can actually take the lands of Belgute through Hachun. We cannot, so I guess we'll have... oh wait. That's because, of course, we declared on Belgute, not on Hachun, or rather, Belgute for some reason became the war leader, so we're going to get Hachun this way. And then we are going to fully annex Belgute, thus ending this war for the fate of Mongolia. And then I'm going to call our troops in Mongolia back down south, because of course we still have some rebels that we need to deal with. And I presume if we manage to destroy the armies of Li, the rebels will probably surrender, or at least allow us to annex them. There we go, that's a major defeat that even inflicted on the Lu. And they still do not accept annexation, but that's going to change very soon. See, now they accept annexation. In theory, we could also use this opportunity to take more land from our vassals without having to go through the regular vassal annexation route. So do I actually want to do that? Do I actually want to annex these guys? I mean, as far as I know, we do have cores on all of these lands, so I think we're going to drag the war out a bit longer here and try to actually annex all of these smaller disloyal vassals that we are saddled with in China. And in fact, we can even get separate pieces on most of our vassals for whatever reason. It literally makes no sense. But of course, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, and we're going to use these separate pieces to annex most of the disloyal vassals in China. And then we're going to come back and annex the actual revolter tag. And with that, the rebellion is over. Our vassals are back to being somewhat disloyal, but most of them are loyal at this point because we literally annexed the disloyal ones. And we don't even have any rebellions that are slated to happen in the near future, so I think we have successfully managed to stabilize the situation for the most part. In the meantime, I'll build another spy network in the steppes, hopefully to annex some of these smaller remaining states in Western Mongolia, and after that we will have to deal with Kocho, Chagatai, Fergana, and whoever these guys are, and that should complete our annexation of the steppes. Also, we can finally get itinerant court for the additional proximity speed through land, which is definitely going to be useful considering this. But hopefully a proximity is going to go up very soon once we have built up our local governor in Jiangxia, and in fact I can queue it immediately, and we will also try and get another road going between Kaifeng and our capital, so hopefully that will allow us to get our second local governor up north in Kaifeng. We do have to be really careful about our money, budget and spending though, because for some reason our estates still don't have enough money for us to borrow. So essentially, if we have to take a loan, we immediately go bankrupt, which is really bad. So we're on a very much sudden death scenario here, and hopefully that is not going to happen, but you know, it's still a possibility. Well, Yanzhou has finally been annexed, and thank God it was annexed, because we have earned 3 very wealthy locations out of it. And of course, we're going to keep building these up. We're going to have pretty amazing control in this location. And of course, we are going to continue by annexing Shaoxing County as soon as the relations have improved enough. Meanwhile, I think I'm going to do something which is slightly goofy and force Daiviet to convert to the Orthodox religion. I mean, they are our vassal after all. And it's going to create a lot of disloyalty, but we can get around that. And eventually they're going to convert their entire population to Orthodox, which is just going to be hilarious. Seeing a bunch of Orthodox people in Southeastern Asia is going to be hilarious. And since the road connection has officially been established, our second local governor is going to be placed in Kaifeng. Let's see how much proximity that we're getting from the first, but of course it hasn't been built up yet. So I guess it'll be just a tiny bit longer before this is built up and we start getting proximity in central China and both in north central China thanks to Kaifeng as well. In the meantime, we are actually getting a decent number of sailors each month now, so I'll actually start building up even more Mediterranean galleys, and we should get okay amounts of maritime presence along the coast, which should in turn translate into getting more and more proximity through the naval route rather than just going through the land routes. And I'll also enforce culture on, let's say, Volhynia or Halych. Let's go for Halych. It's going to be equally funny seeing a bunch of Mongolians in Halych all the way out here on the border of Poland, but it's going to take a while before they can assimilate their population anyways, so I guess the Ruthenians are safe for now. The local governors have been completed, and we also got pretty lucky with the plus 10% monthly control issue in parliament. So now we're actually getting a decent bit of proximity and control even in central China, and that means I can actually start reopening some of the buildings in the Jiangxia and Kaifeng markets, and through that both increase our tax base as compared to our wealth and also increase the amount of money that is in circulation and the amount of goods that are being catered to our pops. Also, we actually have an acceptable bit of crown power right now, and that means we can actually open up all of our marketplaces across the entire country, and we're going to start seeing a huge amount of trade profits flowing into our coffers very soon, because trade is extremely lucrative in Eastern Asia. And in the span of just 3 months, our trade income shot up from 0 to nearly 250 ducats a month, and in comparison we're paying 200 ducats in maintenance for all of our buildings. So the marketplaces alone probably cost less than 100 ducats, so that's a tidy bit of additional profit that we're getting. And do keep in mind that this trade income does not increase our wealth, so it does not even affect our slider expenses all that much. And at this point we have finally embraced the banking institution. It did put us at minus 30 stability, and I guess we're going to actually have to face the Sanjio zealots instead of just ignoring them, but it will also allow us to build up the docks once we research the relevant advance, and the docks in turn are going to allow us to have a navy which will allow us to push proximity not just inland but also throughout the entire eastern China coast, and that should increase our average control significantly across all the coastal areas of China. And it is time for war again, this time in the central steppes. So first we are going to declare war on the horde of Chagatai. We can luckily threaten war for Karamergan and they will not give it to us. So that's going to be it for the Chagatai. And for the Kocho, we can't actually threaten war, so we'll just have to declare war the old-fashioned way using the religious war CB that I've fabricated on them. And finally, for our third time, we have the minor tribe of Torgut, and we are going to not threaten war against them again. We're going to declare war so we can co-belligerent some of the other smaller Mongolian tribes here and annex all of their lands as well in the upcoming war. And that should allow us to reclaim most of the steppes from these errant Mongol tribes. Of course, this simple act of raising our levies just causes the game to nearly crash, considering how many we have both in the west and especially in the east of our country. I mean, just look at that. 64,000 levies from a single area is just insane. We're getting so many men under arms in China, but of course it's going to take a while for all of them to march into the steppes. Luckily for us, it doesn't appear that they have a lot of fortresses, so we should probably be able to just steamroll them, occupy their capitals, and just declare peace. So I guess Hoid is going to be the first to fall, because I'm going to send these guys and will occupy their provincial capitals. Unfortunately for them, they decided to go on the offensive and their troops got wiped, and hopefully soon afterwards people like Torgut, Batud and Southern Gobi are going to follow their faith, and then we can focus entirely on the Great Chagatai Horde and on Kocho. Meanwhile, our levies from the western steppes have started gathering up near the lands of Chagatai, and of course we're going to cross the border, start occupying some of their provincial capitals, and force them to make peace with us in short order. This is so hilarious, but it looks like we are on the receiving side of the steppe horde horsemen now. And there we go. Wait, what? Oh my god, these guys are strong. Yeah, that's basically poetic justice for all the times that we stack white people with like 1/10 of their numbers, but it definitely looks like Chagatai is doing the same to us right now. So here's how we're going to deal with them. We're going to ignore their armies, and we're just going to focus on capturing their provincial capitals until they get sick and tired of the war, declare peace, and then we can just fully annex them. Meanwhile, in the east, it appears that we can fully annex Hoid now, and they are going to be a fine addition to our empire, and soon enough their other allies are also going to go down with them. And as unbelievable as it may sound, Chagatai is actually willing to accept full annexation, despite not meeting us once in the field of battle. This is just absurd, but you know what, I'll take it. And it's not even going to create all that much antagonism anyways, because there isn't a lot of countries around that it can create antagonism on, and the one that it does create antagonism on we're going to annex immediately. So there we go. But of course, because Chagatai is a horde, they're an army-based country, so if I'm not mistaken, they will continue existing, and they're not actually dead yet. They'll just hang around in our territory, not really doing anything, not really being able to do anything, because of course, funnily enough, their units are right now exiled. And that should be it for the eastern tribes as well, so that's full annexation, leaving us only Kocho that we have to deal with. And by deal with, I mean we'll pull another Chagatai on them. We're just going to occupy their lands while ignoring their armies to the best of our ability. Which hilariously actually worked, and now they're also going to accept full annexation. So there we go, those steppes look much better now that the banner of the Great Jochid dynasty flies over the entirety of them. While our campaign to reclaim the steppes has been coming along splendidly, if you look at the region's map mode, in Mongolia the only remaining power is this, in Barkul. They have just 2 locations and they're going to get annexed very soon, and we have even managed to conquer most of Xinjiang, which is mostly inhabited by the Uyghurs along with the Khwarezmians and some Mongols. But we have to go further west. The Mongol Empire is not just composed of Mongolia and Xinjiang, but the steppes also encompass large parts of Khorasan, and if we go west to Khorasan, we will run into the Timurid horde. So, our old allies are now going to be our new enemies, and we shall declare war on the Timurids very soon, but first, we are not going to be fighting this war using levies. No, that would be a suicide basically. Instead, I'm going to hire a bunch of mercenaries out here in the west, and we will use them to deal with the remnants of the Timurid horde. So let's hire 4,000 horsemen and camp followers, and that should be plenty to deal with the Timurids. And of course, we are going to keep using them in our further campaigns and further incursions into Persia, assuming they survive, of course. In the meantime, we can hold our parliament again, and I'd say it's time that we switch away from assembly now that our legitimacy troubles have mostly been dealt with. So you should probably go for a state parliament, but unfortunately the requirements are not met. The burghers need to have at least 20% estate power, which is not the case here, so we will just have to make do with the council and eat up the 50 legitimacy hit. And then I'm going to actually call the parliament, and we are going for sponsor irrigation projects this time around because of the monthly prosperity bonus, which if we manage to pass it is going to be 0.30%, and that's just going to be an amazing prosperity boost to our entire country. Containing professional armies basically is meaningless, so I'll grab that. And then do we want to change this? Probably not, so we'll just sponsor irrigation projects and not ask for anything else here. Also, we have finally unlocked the docks. Yes, it took us more than 60 years to get here, but we are here, and I'm going to build a couple of these, especially in our capital, so we can start building up our navy properly this time around. Our troops are in place, and it is time that we declare war on the Timurids. Unfortunately, if we were to try to threaten war, they would simply accept it, so we will just have to do this the old-fashioned way. And we shall immediately cross the border, both besieging their castle here and trying to capture the provincial capital of Kut. Luckily, the Timurids are almost fully offensive, and that makes their fort defense fairly terrible, so we should easily be able to capture their fort and then move further, perhaps even managing to take their capital Samarkand in short order. But first, it appears that we will actually have to defeat them in the field of battle, and let's see how this goes. We do have mercenaries compared to their levies, and we did lose a decent chunk of men, but we also managed to nearly stack wipe them, and in fact we stack wiped them, so that should be fine and well for us. I'll send our army further into Timurid territory, trying to occupy some of their outlying provinces, and again the main goal here is to take Samarkand, which should allow us to get a decent amount of land to the north of their empire. We even managed to defeat them again, although at this point we have so few men left that it could be considered a Pyrrhic victory, but we are still occupying their lands, and especially the big cities of Bukhara and hopefully soon enough Samarkand too. Seeing how many men that we've lost, I've also reinforced our mercenaries with another 6,500 men that we hired from Persia, and that should come in handy because of course Samarkand is not going to be the end of it. we will also have to go northeast and deal with Fargana County, which is a big ally of the Timurids. In the meantime, we are going to declare a few more wars. We are going to declare war on the Duglat Duchy, and it will have to be a good old religious war as usual. We are also going to declare war on Barkul, and we can actually threaten war for them, but not that it matters. And finally, we are going to declare war on the Kingdom of Köke Temur, so we can finally unify China. And I'm going to call up our levies selectively this time around, because the last time that we simply raised all levies, basically half of them died to attrition, so probably we're going to hire them in northern China to deal with Köke Temur, and maybe a few levies in Mongolia to deal with Barkul, and then we'll try to deal with our western enemies through the force of mercenaries. Well, Samarkand has fallen, the great city of the Mongol Empire, because we actually have to own it ourselves to reform the Mongol Empire, but I do not think that we're actually going to take it. I think our peace deal that we sent to the Timurids is going to be something like this, where we will leave them with Samarkand, while trying to cut it off from the rest of their country, so that they lose the local governor in Balkh, and also they lose all of the control that they have in the other parts of their country, and in the next war we should easily be able to come around, threaten war for Samarkand and fully annex them. Our mercenaries also did quick work of the armies of Fergana in the Battle of Sutkent, and now we just need to occupy their capital or maybe some of their outlying forts in order to force them to come to the peace table. But of course, as is customary, Köke Temur is managing to beat us in the field, so I'll probably have to recruit some more levies in our locations in China, and then we will just have to use the overwhelming force that our levies gives us in order to destroy their armies. Meanwhile, in the steppes, we have finished our occupation of Barkul, and with this, all of Mongolia once again belongs to the Great Jochid dynasty. Well, we've gathered up more than 100,000 men, so if Köke Temur manages to beat this army... Oh, there we go. They literally got stack wiped because of the 10-to-1 numerical superiority, so I guess that's the way of dealing with them. Not that we will have to deal with them anymore, because at the conclusion of this war, all of their lands are going to be annexed, and we just need to occupy this particular fort to be able to demand full annexation. In the meanwhile, the Timurids actually surrendered unconditionally, which was kind of unexpected, so we will peace them out, but first let's deal with their ally, the County of Fargana. Köke Temur has also unconditionally surrendered, which means we can annex them, and with that, all of China is now officially under Jochid rule. I'm also going to peace out Fargana, taking these lands, and this puts us within striking distance of their capital for the next war, but hopefully they will remain allied with the Timurids so we can annex both of them together when the time comes. And in June 1404, the Duglat Duchy also unconditionally surrendered to us, so of course they are going to be annexed along with their vassal over here in the southwest, and that should complete our conquest of Xinjiang. And finally, it is time for the Timurid horde to fall. It is time for all the Mongols to accept the supremacy of the Great Jochid dynasty, and for the descendants of Tamerlane to realize that they're nothing but ants compared to our great Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, we could not fully annex them, but in the next war we are going to take their isolated capital Samarkand, and we are going to take all of their remaining locations. And with that, we have managed to create a great empire. It does not quite match the extent of the old Mongol Empire, but I'd say that it's pretty close, and soon enough we are going to get the additional locations that we need to reform the Mongol Empire. Already, thanks to our conquests throughout this episode, we need only 500 or so locations, and as you can see, it is normally expected that you reform the Mongol Empire in the 4th age, not in the 2nd age, so I guess we are definitely on track to do something great as usual. And I guess that's going to be the subject of our new episode. So we have come far, we have reclaimed the entirety of the steppes, and now all of Mongolia, Xinjiang, and most of Khorasan, let us say, belong to the Great Jochid dynasty. Soon enough, we shall continue our conquests in the lands of Persia and Russia, and then we will finally be able to reform the Great Mongol Empire. And we shall attempt to reform the Great Mongol Empire before the year 1437, within 100 years of the start of the game. And we have already conquered most of the lands that you need to form the Mongol Empire. As you can see, you need to own a lot of land all across Eurasia. We have all of China, we have all of Mongolia, we have all of the Pontic Steppe, and right now there are two main regions which we lack. One of them is Russia, and the other one is of course Persia, and because it's going to be infinitely easier for us to get CBs on Persia thanks to the religious war mechanic, we are going to go for Persia, of course. Now, first we're going to declare war on Western Khorasan, and for that I'm going to use the religious war CB, so as soon as our mercenaries are in place, it's time for war. Our troops are in place, and of course that means it is time for war. We are going ahead with the religious war CB, and this will also bring in their ally Tegent, and of course there's only one way that this war can end, that is with full annexation. I'll send my troops over the border and immediately occupy the Tegent capital of Tegent, and then we'll just try to occupy all the lands of Western Khorasan. It's not like they actually have any fortresses, so this should be over pretty quickly. In the meantime, I'm going to grant the staple port privilege to my capital, so we get some additional proximity push all the way through the coast because of the additional harbor capacity and maritime presence. And our fleet is actually growing day by day, so now we already have decent amounts of maritime presence in our home sea zone, and this is going to expand further south and north across the entire eastern China coast, at which point we should be able to get acceptable amounts of proximity across the entire coastline. Most of the Khorasani armies were destroyed in the Battle of Konjikala, and I presume that as soon as we occupy their capital, they will accept being fully annexed. But of course, we will have to wait and see. Well, there we go, that's going to be a double annexation, lovely. And of course, we are going to move on further southwest until all of Persia is ours. And we have a new emperor, Emperor Nergi Borjigin, who has slightly better stats compared to his father, but neither of them has anything to be writing home about. And he doesn't have any children, he's 21 years old, so I say let's marry him off to this 17-year-old gal. Oh, we did lose 10 legitimacy because of that though. That is kind of bad. But anyways, we'll have to make do, I guess. Of course, we are going to immediately canonize our old ruler. And in fact, we have two old rulers. That is very interesting. So did they like die within very few days of each other? Well, I have no idea what's going on here, but I guess we can do a double canonization. And immediately go back to 95 legitimacy, which is going to be lovely. And hopefully we won't need to canonize anyone for the foreseeable future, because of course the Orthodox Synod is coming up in 4 years, and we will need more religious influence for that. And I have literally no idea what's going on, but the Byzantines for some reason converted to Catholicism, which immediately disbanded the Ecumenical Patriarchate. So now we will have to build up our own Autocephalous Patriarchate from the get-go, and let me tell you, this is going to take a while. Because of course, each time that we start a law debate, it costs us 5 legitimacy, and also, I believe, 50 religious influence to actually get the debates that we want. There we go, it did not cost us any influence, so I guess that's a plus, but it's still probably going to take a while before we manage to get all of our tenets and all of the laws here back. It seems it's 50 religious influence for the religious laws and 5 legitimacy for the administrative laws, so we can actually go for both of them at the same time. And I guess we'll choose a religious law next, which is going to be the dual nature of Christ, so we get the stability investment, and that's definitely going to come in handy given how much stability expenses we're going to get in the near future, because we have to embrace both of these institutions, and also at some point we have to remove the banal lordship privilege from the nobility, because minus 5% max control and a plus 5% join rebel threshold, of course. Also, I have no idea what happened here, but we somehow managed to inherit Astara. Like, how? And why? This literally makes no sense. But it doesn't actually matter because from what I can see, we can actually create a historical subject here who should create claims on the Timurids for us, and we should be able to use the CB that the subject generates in order to attack the Timurid horde later down the line. We also have another reform available to us thanks to a unique advance that we get as, I believe, China, so the Zhongshu Sheng. Yeah, playing as Yuan, and you also have to be part of the Mongol group, which is very interesting. And honestly, none of these really make sense, so we'll just go with Privy Council for the additional 3% tax efficiency. Next up on the chopping block is the Kartids, who hold a lot of land in the area straddling the regions of Khorasan and Persia, and of course, they shall be destroyed pretty quickly. They don't even have any allies, so this is going to be a very short war for us. And of course, we destroyed their armies, and as soon as their capital Herat has fallen, they are going to be fully annexed. Well, this is utterly unbelievable. Our old ruler died and he was only 23 years old, so now we have been thrust into a regency which will last for 16 years. Led by this gal, our regent. Yeah, this is so bad, and we lose another 5 legitimacy because of it too. Herat has fallen, and you know what that means. It's going to be full annexation against the Kartids, and then we are going to immediately move our troops to the northwest because we are going to deal with Nishapur and their allies next. As usual, it's going to be a religious war targeting both Nishapur and their allies Mazandaran and the nation of the Sarbadars. These guys are actually really interesting. They are a merchant republic for what I know, and they exist from the start of the game as far as I'm aware, so they could make for a really interesting campaign if you want to play in Persia. But for now, they are just going to get annexed to the Great Mongol Ulus. I'll send out 2 stacks, one of them to take the Sarbadar capital and the other to take Nishapur itself, and it doesn't appear that Mazandaran actually has any fortresses, so we should easily be able to occupy their provinces after we have dealt with these 2 capital forts. Also, this is quite ridiculous. We do not have a single road going off the river and the Grand Canal here in the region of Jiansha. So of course, we are going to build up a bunch of roads because there are some really wealthy locations here. So let's build up one over here, and we'll try to generally get more proximity going on in the region around the local governorate in Jiangxia. The Sarbadar capital has fallen, and that means we're going to fully annex them very soon. But for now, let's move on to Mazandaran, because they will also have to be fully annexed before the end of this war. Also, lovely little stack wipe that we got here against the forces of Nishapur. The cavalry mercs are really strong right now, and I feel like we can just beat all of Persia simply by using them. It is time to fully annex Mazandaran and the Sarbadars, and Nishapur is going to follow very soon. In the meantime, I've relocated this 91st Tumen to the area around Gurgan, and of course we are going to declare war on Gurgan as soon as we have the additional diplomat, which is going to be on the 9th of July 1408, so there we go, it is time for war against Gurgan, and this is going to be very easy. We'll just occupy their capital and then fully annex them. Nishapur has also fallen, and that's going to be full annexation on the eponymous country. And I guess once we have conquered Gurgan, that's going to be the Jalaids in the west and these smaller states left in the south. There we go, that's going to be full annexation on Gurgan as well. And if I'm not mistaken, that means we have managed to conquer all of Khorasan, except for the areas which are owned by the Timurids, their vassals and their allies. And of course, with the next war, they will all be annexed as well. So that leaves most of Persia before we can reform the Mongol Empire. Our next target is going to be Kuhistan, and we are going to declare war on them, making the Mihrabanis a co-belligerent. And I don't think we can get anybody else, but we can definitely get Khalad and Khuzdar, and that should be a fairly decent amount of land that we can take in this war. And hopefully, by the time that we are done with Kuhistan and the Mihrabanids, our spy network on Haran will be done, and we will also be able to pass through their lands to reach southeastern Baluchistan. So let's go for this, and of course I'm making everyone co-belligerents because they're all going to get annexed. Funnily enough, Kyrgyzstan does not even have a fort in their capital, so they're going to get fully occupied before we move on to the Mihrabanets, who do in fact have a fort in their capital Zaranj, so it's probably going to take a while before we can actually take that city. And that's a stack wipe on Kyrgyzstan as usual, so we're going to occupy the remaining provincial capitals while also moving on Zaranj in the southeast. Also, it appears that we will not be able to prevent the Sanjeo zealots from actually rising. Alas, we did everything we could. They're probably going to take a lot of land with them, but it should be quite alright. I'm just going to raise all of our levies and we will gather them up in the relevant provincial capitals, and since they will not have any forts in the land that they take, that should be an easy victory for us, and the rebels will be put down as soon as they've risen up. Also, we're already seeing some conversion to orthodoxy in all of China. It's very minuscule amounts except for a few hotbeds for some reason, and I'm guessing in these areas it's mostly about migration from Mongolians, but we are converting the people. It's just taking very long because China is, of course, a very big country. I would say that at this point the Renaissance has spread to enough of China that we can embrace it without any major hiccups, and of course I'm going to go for that. We still have a positive stability, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem, and after the current batch of research is done, I'm going to queue up a bunch of advances from the Renaissance tree. We do not have a lot of really good unique advances, unlike what we got in the other tree over here. So we got additional monthly prosperity, additional stuff that we had here, and also the possible government reform, loyalty of subjects, all of these. But the Renaissance tree is still really nice, and the Perso-Mongol administration could definitely come in handy for the additional speed of integration. Mainly though, we are looking for the additional government reform, the additional cabinet seat, additional crown power, and, crucially, rights of the nobility, which will allow us to get an additional 10% max tax on the nobles, and we could definitely use the additional money from there. And here we are. The Great Chinese Rebellion is here, and they have broken away with so many locations. It's probably going to take a while before we can actually occupy all of their lands, but they have very few forts, if any, so I can just safely set most of our armies to just carpet siege, and that should be more than enough to deal with the rebels. We pretty much dealt with the rebels on auto mode. I did not even do a single mission myself. I just put all of my armies into carpet siege mode and they took care of them for me. So now we're going to fully annex the rebels, and we'll even get nearly 8,500 ducats out of this, so I'm guessing this was actually a good thing for us, because that is indeed a lot of money. And the only downside that I can hear is basically we are going to have to close down every single building again in the areas that the rebels controlled, and also I'm guessing we lost our local governors, so we probably kept the one in Kaifeng, and I'll have to rebuild the one in Jiangxia, because the city actually fell to the rebels. But soon enough, all of this will be over, and soon enough, it will be as if the rebellion never happened at all. While in the east we were busy putting down the rebellion, in the west the Kyrgyzstan war has officially come to an end, although it is... oh wait, we can actually annex even the Baluchis. That is awesome. I guess what we can also do here is we can fully annex the Mihrabanets in a separate peace deal, and then we can go back and annex the Baluchistanis in the peace deal with Kyrgyzstan. So that's going to be the peace with the Mihrabanets, and this over here is going to be the peace with Kyrgyzstan. As you can see, we are also taking all the locations that belong to their allies, and even their entire treasury. Not that it's going to matter compared to our great Chinese treasury, but still. And yep, that is basically all of Khorasan under our control. So now we are going to keep annexing these smaller states here until we hit the Great Wall, that is the Jalayirid Horde, and also their Jalayirid rival warlord. The next war is going to be against Baluchistan, who ironically don't really hold any lands in Baluchistan. I mean, they're actually Afghan, they aren't even Baluchi, but anyways, but our forces have been decimated by attrition, So I guess before declaring war we're going to hire some more mercenaries here. Well, that looks like a fairly sizable army to me, so of course it's going to be time for war. First against Balochistan and their ally Besut, and again it's going to be religious war. Getting the CV is so easy, we can just attack anyone that we want in Persia, so let's declare war. And in around 2 or 3 months, once we have the additional diplomats, we're also going to declare another war on the tribe of Neguderi, who are Mongolians. So I guess it's going to be easy for us to actually hold and core this land anyways. For now, let's march into Balochistan, but of course this is not actually Balochistan, this is Sistan, and let us take over the lands of the Baluch. The castle here fell so quickly that for a second I thought it was a stockade, but alas it was not, and we also won the Battle of Quetta. The Baluchi have lost their entire armies, and soon enough they will also lose their capital. Well, there we go. We could annex them right now if we wanted to, but I'm going to hold off and siege down the capital of Besud as well, so we can annex both of them at the same time. Instead, I'm going to send this stack down south, because our next war is going to be against the minor tribe of Haran, and at the same time we're also going to declare war on Negudere. Now if I declare war on Haran and make Makran a co-belligerent, that could call in the Inuits. So instead I'm not going to make Makran a co-belligerent, we will still try to fully annex them, and we will try to deal with the Inuits later because they are the largest power in all of Persia, with the exception of the Jalirids who have their own internal problems. So hopefully they are going to be one of the last powers that we eat up, and that's going to take a dedicated war to destroy them, that's for sure. For now, a war on Haran is going to be more than sufficient, and that brings in Makran and their vassal Kolwa as well, and we are also going to declare a simultaneous war on Neguderi, and we will try to destroy them too. After a really quick occupation in Mastung, we are going to destroy their armies, and then we are going to start sieging their capital Haran. Also, hell yeah, we've unlocked the Pound Lock Canal, and these are amazing for getting additional proximity, especially in your capital. It does suck that you can only build them in cities, but as long as we build them in more critical cities, especially the ones which hold our local governors, they're definitely going to come in handy for increasing our proximity across the heartlands in China. Speaking of which, we still are struggling with that. I mean, just look at that, we don't have any proximity at all in basically 80% of our empire, but we're getting there, we're on the right track, let us say. And of course, China has so many proximity cost modifiers, like there's supposed to be the Grand Canal somewhere here, unless it may have been destroyed. I don't know, but you get a lot of, there we go, Grand Canal of China. You get a lot of these really nice modifiers for additional proximity speed, and they will basically help you build up your land all the way up from Hambalak, all the way down here to our new capital. The Besut capital has fallen, and that means it's going to be full annexation time for the Baluch. And I'm going to send this stack over here to the lands of Neguderi to occupy their provincial capitals as well. Despite all of the negativity surrounding the Chinese countryside and the low control that we have across most of our lands, we also have a fairly respectable wealth to tax base ratio, with a tax base of more than 2,200 compared to a wealth of around 6,500, because of course we are keeping all of the urban buildings in the areas outside of our core locations closed, in order to artificially lower the wealth that is being produced, and therefore to lower our cost of the court and other slider expenses. Haran has fallen, and that means we're going to move our troops onwards to south in order to deal with Makran and their vassal, who also have a fort in their capital, so we will have to take both of these forts before we can fully annex them. Luckily for us, we managed to conquer parts of Balochistan in the last war, so we are easily able to pull supplies in from Bela, and that means we are not going to starve to death in the near future. Meanwhile, in the north, in the Battle of Ghazni, the Neguderi armies were completely wiped, so now we're going to occupy their capital, the great city of Ghazni, and then they will be fully annexed. And this is going to be the end of the great Mongol tribe of Neguderi. So with that, our northeastern border is mostly secure. We still have to deal with the Timmis and Fergana, but of course that's going to happen in a few more years in 1419 when our truce with them is officially over. Instead, I'm going to send our armies down south to assist in the occupation of Makran, and we will try to capture some provincial capitals in the area so we can pull in supply, and then we will simply siege down the city of Kalmat. It is time to peace out Makran, and we can take most of their lands. We can't take the area around their capital, but we should be able to come back when we are fighting the Injuids and complete their annexation. And you might be wondering why I'm not getting any coalitions here. I'm actually wondering the same. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that our capital is in China, and probably the Persians can't see China, so they're not actually getting antagonism against us. Or maybe we are beyond their diplomatic range and something like that. I have no idea, but for some reason nobody is actually joining the coalition, even though they should be able to join the coalition given the amount of antagonism that we are creating in Persia. After taking their lands from Makran, we also went back and annexed Haran, and that's a decent chunk of Persia that we already have, although it is the most uninhabited chunk. The areas in Afghanistan that we took are actually quite well inhabited, including the great city of Ghazni, but for the most part we are interested in the western reaches of Persia, especially the area around here, rather than taking lands in the east. So I'm going to send the smaller army that we have up north to deal with Tabaristan, and I guess we can actually send everyone, because our next wars are going to be against Tabaristan, followed by the Jalayirate Horde. We have CBs on both of them, and we do not have CBs on any of the southern Iranian states yet. I am working on getting a religious war on the Injuids, and will also get religious war on Kerman and Ormuz eventually. But for now, our focus is going to be on the north. I'll go ahead and hire some elephant cavalry from Punjab just for funsies, and will definitely use them in the upcoming campaign. And let's see, the Jalayirites actually don't have a lot of men. I guess the civil wars just kinda destroyed their strength for the most part, so I think we should easily be able to steamroll them, conquer their lands, and hopefully do the same with Tabaristan, and then we will get a CB on the Baduspanids, and of course all of the southern Persian states. Our troops are in place, and it is time for war against the Jalayirate Horde. We're going to use the Religious War CB, but unfortunately the game backed out, and it's giving us this location as the target of the CB, so of course that's going to be a bit of an issue, but we do not care about their lands in Mesopotamia. We just want to take their lands in Persia, and hopefully some of their vassals' lands as well, and so it is time for war. I'm going to send half of our forces across the border to start occupying their lands. They do not seem to have any fortresses in their Persian territories, so it should be clear sailing until we reach Khalkhal, and then we will see about it. And I'm going to leave the other half of the army up north to deal with Tabaristan once we have an additional diplomat to declare war on them next month, and after dealing with Tabaristan they will also join our forces in the center of Persia. And I'm going to declare war on Tabaristan, which will bring in the Khorshidi, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. We'll probably just leave them be for now and not take any lands from them. And I'll send the northern force all the way to Amol, which is the Tabaristani capital, and after it has fallen, we will simply fully annex them. Technically speaking, the Jalayirids are still a horde, so our main goal in this war is actually not to take land, but rather to destroy their armies. And once you manage to destroy the entire armies of a steppe horde, they simply implode, they lose all of their vassals, and by doing that, we should be able to deal with their northwestern vassals separately, and get separate peace deals on all of them in order to complete our conquest of Persia. And so far so good, that should be about half of the Jalayirate forces, and we even managed to capture some of their auxiliaries. So let's see, they have 100 more auxiliaries left, as well as a little over 1,500 men in levies. Another 1,000 Jalayirites were killed, and I think that should be the entirety of their regular armies. So now they only have 900 or so levies, and once we kill those and make peace with the Jalayirites, I believe they should dissolve, and if I am not mistaken, that should be the remaining Jalayirate forces that we just managed to kill. Ah no, they still have 360 men hiding somewhere, so we'll have to destroy those too. And it appears that the Geliard vassals decided that two can play this game, so they hired mercenaries of their own, which means we will have to hire even more mercenaries ourselves. And it is kind of a bummer that the Tabaristani capital refuses to fall, even though it is only a stockade, it's not even a castle. So there's probably going to be a lot of fighting going on over here in the central plain of Persia, but I am 100% confident that we will prevail in the end. So I hired some 17,000 men to deal with the Geliard vassals, and this should be more than enough. As you can see, our budget is pretty well balanced right now. We are paying a decent bit for cost of the court expenses, because of course we are in a regency, but other than that, we can definitely afford a few more additional mercenaries. And gosh, the Geliards keep losing their men. At the same time, they keep recruiting new men, so unless we manage to figure out where these last 125 guys are and destroy them, the Geliards are simply not going to implode, which is kind of bad for us, let's say. Well, so far so good. Looks like we managed to defeat all the Geliard and vassal armies in this area, and we managed to push them further west. So now, assuming that we managed to figure out where they are and destroy their remaining armies, the Geliarids should simply dissolve, and we will be able to separate peace their other vassals in the northwest in the coming wars. You know what, their forces are probably centered somewhere around here. I'm willing to bet that their auxiliaries are near their capital, so I'll send half of our troops to occupy their capital Baghdad, and I'm going to keep the other half in the northeast and will try to use them to destroy their vassals' armies. Alright, Amol has finally fallen after a siege of nearly 1 year, and that means it is time that we fully annex Tabaristan. Do we want to take the Khorshidi out as well? I mean, it would be kind of difficult just occupying their capital, but it does look like we have military access through these guys, probably because they're all part of the Ilkhanate. So I think I'm actually going to do that. I think we'll actually annex the Khorshidi as well in this war, and that means we will not have to bother with them in the coming wars. There we go, that should be... Nope, they still have 50 auxiliaries somewhere. I have no idea where they're hiding their troops, but let me tell you, we will find them and we will kill them all. I mean, at least Baghdad has fallen before our mighty Mongol hordes, and that means we can try to occupy the other Geliard provincial capitals as well. Quite luckily for us, they lost all of the fortresses around here. All of the forts belong to the minor tribe of Iraq al-Arabi, and they are not part of the Persia region, so we do not even have to deal with them. In the meantime, this is quite hilarious because our vassals in the Ruthenian steppes have actually marched out to assist us, so kudos to them, I guess. I guess they'll just help us, wrap up the northern flank here, while we can focus on figuring out where the Geliard forces are and destroying them. Which also means I can probably send these guys back east, because we are going to start declaring war in the southwestern region soon, and we will probably declare war on the Injuits, and we will want to fully annex Makran before moving west to deal with the other Persian states. While our valiant forces are busy pillaging and plundering the lands of the Gelirids, it is time for our next parliament, and of course for this parliament we are going to go for fund farming estates, mainly because it will give us additional base support in parliament. So we might be able to, give a couple agendas to the nobility. Let's say request additional taxes, and that will allow us to actually tax their estates a bit more, so we can spend more on diplomacy, so we can finally start dealing with our complacency, which has grown way too high and it is about to push us into disaster-worthy territory. Also, I'm going to use the fact that because our parliament is in session, we can actually get additional satisfaction recovery on our estates, and we are finally going to do something that we should have done a long time ago. We are going to revoke the banal lordship estate privilege from the nobility, which gives us minus 5% max control across our entire country. And yes, the nobility have a piss poor satisfaction because of that, but fear not, it will recover. It's recovering at an astonishing speed, and I'm even going to send this cabinet member to appease the nobility estate, so we get additional satisfaction recovery. I'm also going to switch away from censorship to no censorship for the additional innovative and humanist push, and the tolerance of heretical and heathen beliefs here are definitely going to come in handy, because of course most of our country is made up of heathens, so the more that we tolerate them, the better it's going to be for us. And that means we can also use the grant privilege action to grant the royal marriage rights to the nobility, which is something that I wanted to give them earlier, but unfortunately for us, we could not give that to them because it would cost us legitimacy. So this is basically a workaround which allows you to grant a privilege without having to spend legitimacy on it. At the same time, you also don't get any additional estate satisfaction, but I'd say that's quite alright. And we might even want to give another privilege here, but I think that's going to come in later. I think for now we are good with what we have over here. The siege of Khurramabad has been won, and that means we can actually peace out Tabaristan and their ally the Khorshidi, and of course it's going to be a full annexation for both countries. So now that this army has been freed up from their other duties, I believe we can actually use them in the war against the Injuits. But first, let's deal with Kerman. I'm going to relocate this army to the border with Kerman, and we will probably use the Ilkhanate military access to cross this area and directly hit the Muzaffarids. So let's declare war on Kerman now, and I'll use the religious war CB as usual, and we're not threatening war because we want to be able to co-belligerent some of their other allies so we can destroy them in the war as well. So first I'm going to use this stack to deal with Hamadan and Qom, and we'll use this stack to just enter the lands of Kerman. As far as I can see, they don't seem to have any fortresses, so it's just going to be the city of Yazd that we actually need to siege down so that we can fully annex their allies, the Muzaffarids. Right, looks like we have hired another mercenary army and we are marching on the city of Qom, and we will try to capture it along with the city of Kashan over here, so we can fully annex Qom and their vassal Kashan. And in the meantime, I'm going to use this army to siege down Hamadan, so we get full annexation on Hamadan, Qom and their vassal, and then with our eastern army we'll just focus on Karman, Al-Larestan and the Muzaffarids. Also looks like that's another Jalayirid army, so they're always going to get destroyed. It's kind of a bummer that we can't figure out where their remaining forces are, because ideally I want to piece them out as quickly as possible, but I guess they're just hanging out somewhere out here in the fog of war. In the east, our glorious troops have destroyed the Muzaffarid armies in the Battle of Baft, and that means that the road to the Muzaffarid capital lies right open. So first we are going to carpet siege whatever remains of Kerman, and then we are just going to move northwest to the Muzaffarid capital, while we'll probably send a smaller expeditionary force to occupy the county of Larestan. The sieges of Qom and Kashan were successful, and of course you know what that means, it is time for a full annexation, and hopefully the annexations of Hamadan, the Muzaffarids, Kerman, and even Larestan will come soon afterwards. Looks like Larestan is going to be next, so of course that's a full annexation as usual, and we just need the cities of Yazd and Hamadan to fall, and after that it's going to be full annexation for all of the participants involved in this war. Yazd has also fallen, and that means a full annexation on the Muzaffarids. I'm going to make sure that they don't have any vassals, and it doesn't look like they do, so let's wait for the siege of Hamadan to be over as well, and we can finally end this war. I think I know where the remaining Jalayirid armies are, because they only have a single location that we haven't occupied yet, and of course it's this one. And in order to get through there, we have to go through the lands of Iraq al-Arabi, and that is not possible because they unfortunately are not part of the Ilkhanate. So what we're going to do here is a very big brain time of 5D chess. We are going to declare war on the county of Ormus, and because they're allied with Iraq al-Arabi, we will be able to pass through their lands and reach the final Jalayirid location. So I'll just threaten war, and we'll actually use the threaten war CB to annex both Ormus and hopefully their Hazaraspid allies as well. And of course they refuse if we ask for Bandar al-Angah. So I'm going to make a beeline here for the Hormuz capital of Hormuz, and we are essentially trying to get to their capital before their navies can block us off, but hopefully that's not going to happen and the city will fall fairly quickly. In the meantime, in the west, I'm going to take these troops and we will have to start sieging down Al-Basra, because otherwise we can't actually pass through here. And in fact, it looks like we will have to siege not just one but two fortresses which belong to Iraq al-Arabi, so this is definitely going to take a while. And there we go, we have successfully made it to the city of Hormuz. We even managed to ambush and destroy their regulars, so I'm going to leave, let's say, 2,000 men and then move the remaining troops back to the mainland, where we will keep sieging down the Hormuz capitals and their fortresses. And there we go, Hamadan has finally fallen, which means it's going to be full annexation on Hamadan itself. And now that Kerman does not have any allies, we are of course going to full annex them too, which will bring an end to this very long campaign for the fate of Persia. And already the Great Jochid dynasty owns probably the majority of Persia at this point, and it's really the Injuids that remain between us and complete domination, along with the numerous Jalayirid vassals in the northwest. The Hazaraspids have also gathered their armies in Shush, and of course I'm going to march south and destroy them, and then their capital is going to be occupied, which shouldn't take long. They don't even have a castle here, so we should easily be able to full annex them. Well, of course, their levies were no match for our mercenaries, so I'll let this army siege down Shush. Maybe we'll take half of them and try to siege down Abadan as well, and also first we have to destroy the Iraq al-Arabi regulars, there's that, and we're going to use this army to carpet siege the lands of the Hazaraspids. Also, it's technically time for a new government reform, but none of these are actually good, so I think I'm just going to leave it be for now. And hopefully we might get one of the value locked reforms at some point, or maybe we'll just have to wait for another 20 years or so and then pick our next government reform at the start of the Age of Discovery. There we go, that should be the majority if not the entirety of the Iraq al-Arabi forces, so we'll just siege down their two fortresses, and as expected the Jalayirid armies are here in Kazima, so as soon as we're done with the sieges here, we will destroy them, and that's going to be the end of the Jalayirids. Also at this point, we might as well embrace professional armies. I have been slacking off on embracing it because we don't really need it. There aren't any really particularly good advances in this tree that we can make use of, so it was just additional research progress for us basically. And we are probably going to ignore the entire branch of the tree and not research anything here until after our campaign is concluded. Al-Basra has fallen, and this is going to be the end of the Jalayirids. We have oh, please, are you serious? Where are their armies? Oh jeez, I have to destroy this stack as well before I can declare the end of the Jalayirids. But luckily for us, they did unconditionally surrender, so at least they will not be able to actually raise any more men after we have dealt with their final stack. And Hormuz has also fallen, so apparently we can't use these guys. Can I order a full retreat? Nope. They're just stuck in the island, which is kind of hilarious. But we should be able to rescue them once Bandar Hamir has been occupied, and I guess it's going to be occupied very soon because we are getting occupation progress towards the other locations, so why not this one? There we go, our forces are back on the mainland, so first we're going to destroy the remaining armies of Hormuz, and then we will occupy the town of Siraf, which is the capital of their vassal. It appears that our vassals managed to destroy the remaining Jalayirid forces before we could make it to their lands, so hopefully, once I send this peace deal, they are going to be dead and the Jalayirids will be a thing of the past. Let's see, I can take this location too, so why not, we'll take it. And fingers crossed that this is the final war that we have to do against the Jalayirids. If we wait for one day, the fall of the Jalayirid horde happens, they lose all of their vassals, and in 15 years exactly we will be able to come back and deal with these vassals one by one once our truce with them is over. Hormuz has also unconditionally surrendered to us, so first we are going to fully annex their allies the Khazaraspids, and then it's going to be time that we deal with the Hormuzians. And let's see, I don't think we want to specifically take anything from Raqqa al-Arabi, so probably we'll just let them live. I am half tempted to take Basra, but I think we'll ignore it. I'll just let them live, and maybe we might be able to use them to truce break some of the newly released former Jalayirid vassals in this area. And of course, we are going to go ahead and fully annex Ormuz and take their vassal as well. We do not care about their territories in Arabia, that's not part of the Mongol Empire. We only care about fully annexing everything that they have in Persia, and that's going to be it. And that is lovely. So now the only major country that remains in Persia is the Malikdom of Injuids, and they are of course going to be our next target. We have two armies in the west. We have one smaller army here waiting to jump on the Injuid ally Shabankara, and we have nearly 1,500 men just waiting to ambush the armies of Makran, and it is going to be war. And you know what the best part here is? We will even be able to fully annex Ardalan, because they still have some small amount of land left over in the Persia region, because apparently they allied Shabankara, and by co-belligerenting them, we can also drag in Ardalan to the war. There we go, that's a decent victory against the Injuids, and I guess we're going to see an even bigger one. There we go. So that should be, well, they only have 2,000 men left, and we can easily mop them up. I'm going to kill off their former soldiers, of course. So we are sieging down 4 crucial capitals, and as soon as the sieges are done, we are going to start annexing people. At this point, I think I'm going to reduce our stability expenses quite a bit, because we already have decent stability and we're getting a decent amount from everything that we've managed to stack up, especially canonical law. And I guess we're going to increase diplomatic spending instead, in order to stave off the complacency gain, which has become quite a bit of a nuisance right now. And also, lucky me, we are the target of a coalition, which reduces our complacency gain even further, so hopefully we'll be able to keep this under 75, and through that avoid the complacent decline disaster altogether. I'll also send half of our armies here to siege down the capital of Ardalan, and as soon as that siege is complete, they will of course be fully annexed. The capital of Makran has fallen, and you know what that means. We are going to first destroy their armies, then we are going to occupy their remaining locations, and then finally they will be fully annexed. Also, as a side note, our maritime presence in the China coast is pretty decent right now, and that means we're getting proximity push all the way from this area in the south to this area in the north. And I think I'll actually try to get more maritime presence over here in the Gulf and even down here in the South China Sea, in order to get some amount of control in areas ranging from Guangzhou in the south all the way to Hanbalik in the north if we are lucky. So I guess we'll station another 50 or so ships in the south, another 50 or so ships in the Gulf here, and that should cover all of our maritime presence needs, and then some more. Makran is going to be fully annexed, and with that, all of Eastern Persia is under our direct control, and I'll relocate some of the mercenaries from here over to the northwest, where we will soon move against the Batuspanids. Finally, the Injuids have unconditionally surrendered to us, so I guess it is time that we start annexing their allies, and then of course we will annex them too. Shabankara has already fallen, and we are also going to fully annex Ardalan to finish what we started in the Jalayirid War, and finally it's going to be a full annexation on the Injuids as well. But interestingly enough, it appears that they have some new allies who are part of the war, so I guess we'll hit them first and we'll fully annex them. I don't think we're going to take anything from the Jalayirids because they don't have any lands left in the Persia region, but we should definitely consider full annexing the minor tribe of Kalali. In the meantime, our war making spree is going to continue, and I'm going to declare war on the minor tribe of Fars, which will also bring in Kerman and the Jurmanids, and we will finally be able to annex this area. and along with the Injuids, this will mean that all of Eastern and Central Persia will be under our direct rule, and all that remains of the region will be with the rump states in the northwest. So, it is time for war as usual. Luckily for us, none of these small tribes actually have fortifications on their homelands, so by just waiting a single month, we are able to fully annex all three of our war enemies, and that is going to be the end of the war against Fars. So as soon as the capital fortress of Nehavand of the tribe of Kaladi has fallen, we are going to piece them out and take out the Injuids with them, and in the meantime I will relocate all of our armies to the northwest because we are going to deal with the Baduspanids next. In fact, I'm going to declare war on the county of Baduspanids immediately, and this will also allow us to annex their ally Rasht, and then that will leave just a couple more tribes in the northwest, and then whatever remains of these states that were freed from the Gelarids until our entire conquest of Persia is over. Just like Fars, the Baduspanids did not have any forts either, so it was a matter of simply walking in and occupying their lands, but unfortunately for us, their allies Rasht do have a fortress in their capital, so we do have to wait for that one to fall, which might take a bit of time. In the meantime, I'm going to start relocating our troops from the west to the lands of the Timurids in the east, because our truce with them has, I believe, run out. And you know what that means, it is time for war against the Timurids and the Emirate of Fergana. Rasht has fallen, allowing us to fully annex the Baduspanids and Rasht, and I guess we'll try to occupy maybe a little bit of Jalarid territory before we piece them out, so our truce with them doesn't last for long and they end up joining the coalition again, because we could really use the additional complacency decay from having that coalition formed against us. In the meantime, our troops are in place, and that means it is time for war against the Timurid horde. Funnily enough, they are allied with the Gelarids, so I guess there is simply no escaping the Gelarid threat against us. And I'll make Fergana a co-belligerent, because we intend to annex both of them in this war, and thankfully we have a really decent CB, giving us minus 25% war score cost as well. So the war plan is simple: we occupy Samarkand, we occupy Kuwa, the Ferganan capital, and then they will try to send their soldiers against us, we kill them, and that should be the end of the war more or less. In the meantime, the Gelarids are willing to accept peace in exchange for annulling treaties with the Timurids, so of course that's going to be it for them. And I'll just keep these two stacks out here in the west in case we have any opportunities to strike against some of the leftover Gelarid vassals. Since our stability has recovered quite a bit and we are paying a decent amount to keep it up, I will also strengthen the ministry here, which costs 20 stability, and normally I would go for the Ministry of Personnel. The additional cabinet seat and efficiency of cabinet is definitely something to behold, but for now, we are going to choose the Ministry of Revenue for the additional maximum tax, minting threshold, and income from minting, because we could definitely use the money since we have to spend a lot to keep our diplomatic spending at maximum. And I'll also grant the Noble Patronage of the Arts and the Noble Navy privileges to our nobility, because these don't really impact us in a lot of negative ways, and they also give us innovative push and additional nobility satisfaction equilibrium, while not empowering the nobility overly much. So the additional satisfaction equilibrium will effectively allow us to levy higher taxes on the nobles, and as you can see, we are getting a really hefty amount of money out of them that we can then use to increase our stability and our diplomatic spending. The capital of Fergana has already fallen, and the rest of their country shall follow suit very soon, and I'm guessing as soon as the 1 year is over in this war, we will simply be able to fully annex them. The Timurid capital of Samarkand has fallen, and also their second fortress down here in Kelif has fallen as well, so now we'll focus on Balkh, and we'll send this army to simply siege down their countryside, and hopefully take over the location of Garm, which is the capital of the county of Karategin, which is the only remaining Timurid vassal. 1 year into the war, the county of Fergana has basically surrendered, and that means we will annex them, and this opens us a rival slot, which of course I'm going to declare as the Injuids, and I did not piece out the Injuids because we could not piece them out, their lands simply cost too much. So now I guess we can take a bit more land compared to before, and I guess that will allow us to take 100% war score worth, so we'll have to come back in another 15 years and finish them up really quickly, but it shouldn't be all that much of a problem. Also, by nearly fully annexing the Injuids, our Farsi population has risen quite a bit, so of course I'm going to make them a tolerated culture, and hopefully once we have managed to fully annex the Injuids, we will be able to make them an accepted culture too. And similarly, by annexing Fergana, we have gained more than 1 million Khwarezmians in our country, so of course they will also be accepted. I don't think that we will ever integrate these areas, but in case that we manage to, we will be able to get cores on all of this territory that is Khwarezmian and on all of this territory that is Farsi. And the Timmis have also sued for peace. I'm actually going to let them keep their lands in the region of Hindustan, because we do not necessarily need them to reform the Mongol Empire, but of course they will be forced to relinquish all of their possessions in the regions of Khorasan and Persia, and I'll even add in some war reparations on top. Just to rub salt on the wound, it's not like we actually need the money or anything like that. And with that, our borders in Central Asia look really pretty. We could potentially fully annex Tibet, but other than that, I think that definitely looks like a proper Trans-Eurasian empire. And for the first time in a long while, we are at peace, and although the moment of peace is going to be rather brief, I will make use of it to start annexing some of our vassals, because of course they do not count towards the amount of provinces that we need to have to reform the Mongol Empire. You need to hold all of the land directly, so I guess the small unique location miners that we have in China are all going to be annexed. It looks like we have something like 5 of them, and other than that, I don't think that we have any vassals in the lands which are required to reform the Mongol Empire. Finally, our 15-year-long regency is at an end, and we have a new Empress Tsatspal Borjigin Huangdi. And it's kind of ironic that in all likelihood the great empire of Chinggis Khan will be restored by a woman of the Mongol race, but you know, history does enjoy its ironies sometimes. As Empress, her first act is of course going to be declaring war on the county of Lahijan using the religious war CB, and we shall try to annex them along with their ally Fumat. So let us declare war. And the war went just as well as expected. Lahijan even unconditionally surrendered to make things easier for us, so of course they're going to be fully annexed, and our conquest of Gilan and also the entire region of Mazandaran is going to be complete with this war. And would you look at that, throughout our conquests of Persia and Khorasan, by destroying the Timurids and the Injuids and the Jelirids, we have actually managed to conquer more land than we need to reform the Great Mongol Empire, and that leaves just one war, but that is going to be the most painful war of all of them. Because it's not enough for you to own all of these locations, you also need to own directly a few specific locations ranging from Karakorum to Sarai to, of course, the city of Kaffa. And in order to take Kaffa, we need to declare war on Genoa, and unfortunately for us, they are our fellow Christians, so we can't actually get any sort of CB on them, and that means we will have to do this the old-fashioned way, through a good old no CB war. I guess we will simply have to eat up the stability cost here, declare war, and it will only bring us to -15 or something like that, so it's not nearly as bad as you would expect. And our war goal is literally going to be taking Kaffa, holding Kaffa, and waiting for the Genoese to surrender to us. And Genoa does not seem to be interested in this war in the slightest, because they... oh, there we go. There they are. So they've brought their armies, and they have even brought a lot of mercenaries with them, which means we will have to hire more mercenaries of our own to counter their advances. And that should be more than enough, considering that they forgot to bring food, so now all of their soldiers are starving. We will just figure out where they're headed, and we will stack wipe them. In fact, I might even be able to stack wipe them right over here. There we go. and that's going to be plus 25% war score for us. And the great city of Kaffa fell after a siege which lasted a bit under a year, so it is time that we made peace with Genoa. Of course, I'm going to send them the peace offer, and this will relinquish them of all of their possessions in the Black Sea, and that they will also have to pay us tribute. And with that, finally, we have reunited the entire Mongol Empire. But of course, as usual, Paradox has one final card that they wanted to play. The Mongol Empire is a tier 4 country, and would you look at that, we are also a tier 4 country, which literally makes no sense. And the reason here is we became China. China itself is considered to be tier 4, so if you start the play as the Great Yuan, you would also be unable to form the Mongol Empire, despite being pure-blooded Mongols, despite having conquered all of the lands of the Great Mongol Empire and even more. So of course, if Paradox does this, we will have to tamper with the game files just a little, and I'm going to close the game. I'm going to change the Mongol Empire from a tier 4 to a tier 5 formable, which I guess makes more sense, and then we are going to form the Mongol Empire. Now, if you're a purist, unlike me, if you believe that the game should stay unmodded, that I should not use little tricks like this to figure ways around the stupid stuff that Paradox Interactive has put in the game, in that case, do not do this. In that case, do not try to become China through the Red Turban Rebellion, because while it does give you cores on all of China, it will also lock you out of being able to form the Mongol Empire. And again, this is just stupid. This makes literally no sense. But if you want to form the Mongol Empire through the usual means, without modding your game, do not become China, because it locks you out. Of course, I don't care about that, and so we're going to tamper with the game files, and then we will form the Mongol Empire. And with that simple fix, by changing the Mongol Empire from a tier 4 to a tier 5 formable, we can actually form it. Now technically, you're supposed to be a steppe horde, and we are no longer a steppe horde, but we're also at the same time something of a steppe horde. So again, the game is just broken, and I'm not feeling bad at all for actually tampering with the files in this case. The legacy of Chinggis Khan has finally been accomplished. Our imperial ambitions are finally at an end, and we are no longer the Great Jochid dynasty, we are now the Great Mongol Empire. And let me tell you, the map color just looks amazing. The flag is something to behold. And we even get a bunch of really nice bonuses out of this. For example, we get the Restorer of the Mongol Empire for 50 years, which literally does nothing. It's just minus 5% separatism. Oh, that is just hilarious. Well done. It appears that we have accomplished our initial goal for this campaign. The 4 branches of the Mongol Empire, the Great Horde, the Great Yuan, the Chagatai Khanate, and the Il Khanate have been reunited into the Great Mongol Empire, and the entire empire of our illustrious ancestor Chinggis Khan has been restored and reunified. And it only took us 88 years to get to this point. But this is not going to be the end for the Great Mongol Dynasty, because historically the Mongols did further invasions. Not only do we need to consolidate our rule over Russia, but we must also make Poland and Hungary bend the knee to us, and we must even march into Anatolia to destroy the upstart Turkish Beyliks once and for all. And after all of that is said and done, we might even consider pursuing some eastern conquests in the area of Japan, which historically the Mongols did try to do, but unfortunately, a divine wind destroyed them all. But to do that, first we must consolidate our rule, and as you can see, we have a pretty terrible proximity and control even in our Chinese homelands, and so it's probably going to be a while before we can actually do anything meaningful with our newly conquered vast empire. So for a few years we are going to slow down the pace of conquest and attempt to consolidate our rule and during that period we will just build up the Great Mongol Dynasty to be the one and true ruler of the world. Now, with that being said, let us first focus on Persia, because it is of course our newest conquest. Although large parts of Persia are basically deserts with no wealth being created at all, there are some locations with silver and saffron being produced in them, which create quite a bit of wealth. And unfortunately, we will have to raise all of the RGOs here in order to reduce our wealth, which is grown quite a lot compared to our tax base. And ideally, I want to bring it under 6,000 if that is at all possible, in order to not lose any more money on slider expenses. Because right now we are spending a lot of money on diplomatic spending for the simple reason that our complacency gain is through the roof, because of course the average control is so low, and that means that we would make use of any sort of reduction in our economic base, because that would reduce the diplomatic spending that we must do compared to all of our other spending. So unfortunately all of these RGOs are going to get destroyed, and I guess we're going to close down every single building that we can find in our newly conquered territories. And well, I suppose there is some thematic accuracy to being a Mongol horde who pillages Persia and destroys all of the wealth that is being created in the region, but more importantly, that single move reduced our wealth base by more than 500, so that's going to come to us as a direct decrease for diplomatic and stability spending. And another positive thing about simply destroying all of the wealth that is being created in a region is, of course, the rebel groups always receive some support from the wealth that you lose due to lack of control, and because we have zero control here, of course they're going to get a lot of support. So by cutting off their monetary support, by simply raising everything to the ground, we're also going to prevent any of these rebels from actually rising up against us. Except of course for the Sanjao zealots, against whom we are going to deploy a different strategy. We are going to start tolerating them like the proper citizens of the Mongol Empire that they are, or rather like the proper slaves of the great Khatun that they are. And I'm going to start encouraging humanists with my cabinet, so hopefully we'll reach a decent bit of humanist push, and that will give us both directly increase to our tolerance of heretics and heathens, and also it will unlock very nice government reforms that we can implement, such as religious tolerance, which will give us even further tolerance of heathen beliefs. We have finally unlocked the university advance, and of course we are going to build a bunch of universities across our lands, prioritizing especially the market centers, and I'm also going to build up a lot of paper mills alongside these universities for the simple reason that we want all of our market centers to have a university and to be producing a lot of paper, so that we are all eligible for the printing press institution and we can embrace it in a timely manner. I'm also building a bunch of bailiffs, and normally you guys know how I feel about them from an economic standpoint, but because they give a plus 20% local control, they indirectly contribute to increasing your average control, which in this patch impacts pretty much everything in your empire. So of course bailiffs have received a significant buff, and I will be building a lot of them, especially in locations where there is a lot of wealth. And I guess we might as well colonize Taiwan, because it basically costs us nothing, and we can get at least a couple colonial charters going, with more to be added eventually. Since we've managed to unlock the local councils, I'm also going to build up a bunch of these for the additional max local control, but of course they are quite pricey, so it's probably going to be a while before we can build up our entire country with them. And I guess in order to make them cheaper, it might be prudent to build up our glass and masonry production first, but of course we'll have to see about that. Since our stability has recovered quite a bit, I would say that it's time to change our liturgical language away from Arabic for a change, and I guess all of the church services are now going to be held in the Great Mongolian tongue. Throat singing is also mandatory, of course. At this point, the Sanjao zealots are probably going to rise again, so there is something that we have to do. I'm going to declare a war against the county of Halkhal, and this will allow me to raise all of our levies, which in turn, once the zealots actually rise up, will make it so that they cannot actually raise any levies, because they will not have any levies left in the regions in which they rise up from. And there we go, as expected, they did rise up, and they only have 3 levies available to them. That is 3 men singular, not even 3,000. So of course I'm going to set some of our armies to simply carpet siege the rebel locations, and then we will deal with them in short order. And of course the rebel strongholds fall one by one, because there is no way that they can handle our massive armies just carpet sieging their lands, and I presume that soon enough they will simply accept annexation. Well, there we go, that's going to be full annexation plus nearly 4,000 ducats in war reparations. And with that, the second Great Chinese Rebellion is also over. Also, rather unfortunately, our local governor in Kaifeng was destroyed by the rebellion, so now we basically have no sort of control left in these areas, and I guess we will have to rebuild another governor here. But anyways, we have managed to destroy the armies of the country of Khalkhal, and I guess we are going to send all of our troops to occupy their lands now. It is the dawn of a new era, it is the Age of Discovery, and in the Age of Discovery we shall go for the administrative focus. The additional base conversion speed from missionary schools especially is going to come in handy, and I guess we will also hope that we spawn the printing press institution in our lands. Already most of our locations are eligible for it, so it's probably going to spread like wildfire once it is actually spawned. Of course, a new era brings with it a new range of government reforms, and I think we'll actually go for the tailored urban rights here. Normally you want to go full naval for the additional naval governors, but being such a huge sprawling land empire, we don't actually have anywhere that we can place the naval governors in anyways. We might be able to place one down here in South China, but to be honest, this area is already going to get acceptable amounts of proximity very soon, so I guess we want to focus more on going land and getting additional monthly development in all of our urban locations, which will definitely come in handy. Also, seriously? We are eligible for the Crisis of the Chinese Dynasty? This literally makes no sense, but I guess we'll have to ensure that our stability remains positive from now on. And just as we had expected, the printing press has appeared in Nanjing, which is very nice. Meanwhile, the New World Institution has appeared in Sevilla, and there is still no word on Python shot. Printing press is probably going to spread far and wide throughout our country, considering that most of our urban centers were eligible to spawn it, and within a couple of years we should be able to embrace it. And because Khalkhal has unconditionally surrendered, I guess it is time to end this war. Unfortunately, we were unable to actually take the city of Kermanshah, but that's quite alright, because there will be other wars in which we will be able to annex the tribe of Rankali. For now, let's focus on the north, and of course all of their allies, including Shirvan, which joined the war later on, are going to get fully annexed. And then we are just going to plunder and raze all of their lands, so that it does not increase our slider expenses. We managed to hit the Expand Gravel Road Network Parliament agenda, so of course I'm going to go for that. And we probably don't want to change this policy, so we are not going to pass this, and we will just take the stability hit instead. But I am going to change the education of the masses law from religious teachings to devout education, because this one actually gives you less of a spiritualist push compared to this one, and therefore it is going to allow us to push humanism even further, hopefully getting the 50% humanist, and at that point we will be able to change a lot of our government reforms. In the meantime, I guess it is time that we expanded our road network now that we have the Expand Gravel Road Network agenda. So I'm going to queue up a bunch of roads heading outwards from our local governors in Kaifeng, and also the local governor in Jiangxia, and also we are going to queue up more roads heading from the coast further inland, which will allow us to push proximity even further in the south and even in the north of China. Since we have 20 stability now, we are going to strengthen a ministry, and this time around I'm not going for the Ministry of Revenue because our budget is already well balanced. Instead, I think we're going for the Ministry of Personnel, for the additional cabinet seat and a 20% cabinet efficiency, both of which are going to be quite helpful to us. We also managed to get enough Uzbek pops in our empire to actually be able to accept the culture, and of course that means we get a lot more cores in Central Asia, and already most of the former lands of the Golden Horde are cored, and hopefully that's going to increase the average control that we have over our country, because all of these locations are going to go up to 15% control now. And well, it appears that Muscovy is getting beyond their station again, and they have declared war on Veliki Novgorod in order to probably annex them and unite the lands of the Rus, which of course we cannot allow, so we will intervene against them, and we will send out our armies to destroy them and their vassals both. We will send our levies in forces of around 10,000 men to start sieging down the lands of Muscovy, and we are working against the clock here because they have already managed to penetrate deep into Novgorod territory, and they are defeating the Novgorodian armies as we speak. At this point, the requirement of having a proper regular army is readily apparent, so I'm going to queue up a bunch of horse archers. Even though they are a leftover from the Age of Traditions, they are still going to act admirably, and they do have 600 men, and they do have a lot of combat bonuses, so they should be able to fight and win against the units of the current age, and especially against the levies that Muscovy and Georgia can throw against us. We have gathered 6,000 horse archers, and it is time to put them to the test. Let's see how they fare against the mercenaries that the Georgians have hired. Well, they fared pretty well, if I'd say so myself. I was expecting them to receive more casualties actually, but this was just an insane stack wipe in the same manner that we got in the initial wars against the Europeans, so it appears that horse archers are still the meta, despite us being in the Age of Discovery. So I'll send them north to deal with the remaining Muscovite armies, and after those have been killed, we will probably siege down the city of Moscow itself. Another crushing victory for the Great Mongol Horde, and I believe that the Russians do not have any troops left, so now we shall just siege down their capital, and that should make them surrender. Unfortunately for us, Novgorod just accepted a white peace before we could fully destroy the Muscovites, but it is quite alright, we shall come back, and when we do, they are going to be destroyed. For now, I'm going to send our regulars down south to the Caucasus, because our next war is going to be against the Gelirids, and hopefully we will mop them up along with the remnants of the Injuids and a great many more nations out here on the western fringes of Persia. In the meantime, I think I'm actually going to enforce culture on the Viet, so not only are they going to be Orthodox, but they're also going to be Mongolian. And if you know anything at all about Vietnamese culture, you will realize how utterly ridiculous and at the same time how utterly hilarious this state of affairs is. It is 1451, we are 14 years into the Age of Discovery, and the printing press has finally spread to enough of our locations that we can now embrace it. Of course, we shall embrace it immediately, and again, immediately I'm going to queue up the Shared Knowledge Advance, because this will allow us to promote institutions, so we will be able to get the Pike and Shot institution as well, which is very crucial because it unlocks both the additional local governor slot for this age, there we go, and the additional possible government reform. I was most certainly expecting to declare war on the Gelirids sooner, but I guess it's better late than never, and unfortunately we will not be able to co-belligerent anyone here because they're all part of the coalition, and ideally I want to keep some out of this in order to not get bogged down in northwestern India. So this is just going to be your good old standard religious war. We will declare war and we will full annex everyone that we can. I'll send this half stack here to siege down the capital of the Injuids, this half stack to siege down Al-Basra, and of course in the north we are going to deal with the capital of the Gelirids, as well as their two fortresses in the regions of Azerbaijan. The Gelirid capital of Ganja has fallen, and we are going to move out and destroy the Gelirid armies as well, and then we will siege down their last remaining fortress in the Caucasus. The siege of Salyan in Azerbaijan is over, so I'm going to move this stack down here to deal with the fortresses of Mercia 1, and hopefully we will be able to fully annex them at the end of this war. Well, that was quite unexpected. These guys have managed to raise quite an army here, including a lot of mercenaries, of course. So we will probably have to gather our troops and deal with them the last, after we have dealt with the remaining Jalayirate forces, the Injuids and even Iraq al-Arabi, which we have dealt with in a single battle, the Battle of Sibak, and the kill-death ratio here is just amazing. Horse archers definitely do keep their edge well into the Age of Discovery, so let's see, I guess we can try to siege down Kasra Shirin, and again we are just going to siege down everything else before focusing entirely on the tribe of Mercia 1. Now that we've unlocked the Promote Institutions action, I'm going to start doing exactly that in Hangzhou. We already have a bit of growth towards the Pike and Shot Institution, thanks to the fleet basing rights that we have with certain European powers, but more growth could never hurt, and over time we are going to move this cabinet member between the major market centers, where hopefully he will start promoting the institutions in every single one of them. Also, we can start annexing people now, and I guess the Injuids will be the first one to fall, thus completing our conquest of Persia, and we only have the mountainous reaches of western Persia, mostly inhabited by the Kurdish people and the Lurs, before our conquest of the entire region is complete, instead of simply Persia proper. We have 6,000 men now, so I guess we're going to try to destroy the Markovan armies again, and of course this time around we were very much successful, and I believe that should be the entirety of their forces. So let's head on to their capital and we will try to siege it down, and then hopefully it's going to be full annexation for them. Well, that's marvelous, we actually managed to loot a lot of works of art from Kasra Shirin, and I guess it's going to be full annexation on the minor tribe of Qurani as well. And we shall also take the entirety of Basra province, thus bringing an end to the nation of Iraq al-Arabi. And while we can't quite annex the tribe of Mercia 1, we can leave them with a single location, and hopefully in the next war against their other allies we will be able to come around and simply annex the remaining location that they have. And finally the Jalayirids are going to be fully annexed, thus bringing an end to the final remaining Mongol state that is not part of the Great Mongol Dynasty. And now that we have captured Baghdad, we are going to follow on the footsteps of our ancestors, and of course we are going to raze the entire city to the ground, and the waters of the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers will run black with ink and red with blood as we slaughter the entire population, destroying every single building and our geo level that we can find. And with this, the once great city of Baghdad has been reduced to little more than a hovel, and we have achieved revenge on the Arabs for all the wrongs that they have done upon the great Mongol Ulus. To be fair, I definitely did not need to raze the entire city to the ground, but for roleplay purposes this was so satisfying, so I'm not complaining here. And we're going to simply close down all the buildings in the remainder of the Baghdad market, and I'll probably destroy all of these RGOs as well, so that they do not contribute negatively to our economic base. At this point I'm going to create a couple subjects. One of them is the county of Shaki, who do have a single core on this location which is owned by Georgia, and the other is going to be Ryazan, who again have some cores on lands which are owned by Muscovy. Because the game has bugged out, it believes that we are in fact still an army-based country, and for that reason we can't actually get CBs through parliament, so it is literally impossible for us to get CBs on any Christian countries. And because it does not really make a lot of sense to simply keep declaring no CB wars, I believe that we will have to make extensive use of vassals in creating CBs for us, especially against nations such as Muscovy and Georgia, who are not only Christian but in fact Orthodox, and therefore it's basically impossible for us to get anything against them through the normal means. And you know, there is something just oddly satisfying about this style of gameplay, about simply razing everything to the ground, the whole crush your enemies, see them driven before you, hear the lamentations of their women kind of gameplay. And I'm fairly sure that Paradox did not expect us to do this when they messed up with the wealth and slider expense calculations, but I'm having so much fun right now that I don't even care if this strategy gets nerfed to oblivion with the next patch. Anyways, it's time for our next war of conquest, and it does appear that we will have to fight Samma in the end, and there is nothing we can do, but I guess we can at least take some lands in the west and maybe cut them down to size in the east. So I'll just threaten war instead of actually declaring war this time around. And now we're at war with Al-Bataih, a couple of their coalition allies, and also the great Indian country of Samma. I'm actually going to fight defensively against them. We will wait for them to come to us, and let's send these soldiers to, I don't know, somewhere around here. And in the west, we are just going to siege down Elam, fully annex them, and then we'll probably siege down the remaining lands of Al-Bataih. Elam fell without a fight, so I'm going to annex them, and then we will focus on destroying the armies of Al-Bataih. And then of course we are going to siege down their capital. Meanwhile, the armies of Samma are here, and boy, they are quite numerous. I guess we will be able to catch them off guard in separate stacks and destroy them just like this, because they do not seem to be coming in full force, probably because they would get simply killed by attrition and the lack of food if they tried to cross the Baluchistani desert with their entire army. It is time to peace out of this war, and I'm going to send a separate piece to Samma so that they rejoin the coalition sooner. And out here in the west, of course, it's going to be full annexation against Al-Bataih and Markawan. But before that, I believe that it is time we declare another war. This time against the tribe of Kartavi. And of course it's going to be the religious war as usual, and by making Chapakchur a co-belligerent, we can actually call in a decently sized coalition which goes all the way to Çemişgezek in eastern Anatolia, and with that we shall declare war. And immediately afterwards we shall make peace with Al-Bataih, fully annexing both of them, and also ending the tribe of Markavi to the north. So for this war I shall send half of our armies here and the other half here, so we deal with Rankali and their vassals, and in the north we are going to do pretty much the same against the tribe of Kartavi that we have declared war against. And of course, after easily destroying their armies, we are going to occupy both their capital and the capital of their vassal, and all of these nations will be fully annexed. Ideally I would have liked to take the territories of Çapakçur and Çemişgezek as well, but it appears that the tribe of Kartavi have unconditionally surrendered, so they will have to wait until the next war, and I'm just going to fully annex their lands in Persia. Well, our conquest of Kurdistan and Mesopotamia is almost complete, and the major power that lies between us and Anatolia and the Levant is the Emirate of Sutides, who have a lot of tributaries and vassals. So of course I'm going to threaten war against one of their vassals, which will put us into war with the Sutides and their entire vassal swarm, and then hopefully we will be able to annex the Sutides, inheriting most of their vassals, and we might even be able to directly annex a lot of these too. We have managed to occupy most of their lands in Mesopotamia, and now we shall move northwards into the highlands of eastern Anatolia, and hopefully we will be able to destroy their armies, thus forcing them to unconditionally surrender to us. Otherwise it's definitely going to take a while for us to siege down every single fort that they have. And there we go, they have officially unconditionally surrendered to us, so now it is up to us to take any and all lands that we deem fit. And I guess something like this sounds reasonable, which will allow us to inherit all of their vassals, and we're also going to take a lot of Kurdish populated lands, so we might even be able to add the Kurds as an accepted culture. So let us send a peace deal, and that's going to be it for the Sutides, and now the great Mongol Empire stretches all the way to the gates of Anatolia. It turns out that we can indeed accept the Kurdish people, and that is exactly what we did. So once we are done integrating this area, we're going to get cores on a lot of their territories, and I believe that we will be able to accept a lot more cultures in the Middle East. It is time for our next war. We are going to declare on the Principality of Pronsk, which will bring in their overlord, the Grand Prince of Muscovy. And of course, the Muscovites have been getting ideas above their station, they have desires of independence and of overthrowing the Tatar yoke, which of course we cannot allow. And by declaring war on Muscovy, this will also drag in Georgia to the war, so we will actually be able to defeat them and end their alliance with Egypt, because we have other plans for Egypt ourselves. And it will cost us a bit of stability because of course they are part of the Tatar yoke, but it is well worth it, and I've been buying up our stability in waiting for this, so let us go ahead and declare war. All of our armies are present down south, mainly because I anticipate that the Georgians will hire a lot of mercenaries, and they also have a rather significant regular army of their own, so the idea here is to destroy the Georgian armies first, knock them out of the war, and then we can start focusing on Muscovy. As expected, the Georgians have marched out, and I believe this is most of their regular army, aided by some of their levies, but hopefully our light cavalry will be more than a match for them, and there we go. That should be the end of the Georgian army. Unfortunately for us, Georgia has been building tall and not getting involved in a lot of wars since the start of the game, so as you can see they have a lot of money banked, and they were able to hire nearly 50,000 mercenaries. So it's definitely going to take us a while before we can destroy every single stack that they have. But destroy them we shall, and destroy them we will, and as you can see, they have no chance of standing up against our glorious horse archers. The Muscovites themselves also have some significant forces in the field, and in fact they have managed to occupy large swathes of our Russian territories, so I had to reroute 1 2-man up north to deal with them and their vassals, and while our 4 2-mans down south are still sieging down the Georgian fortresses, we will not be able to focus on the Russian front all that extensively. Luckily for us, 1 2-man is all that we need in order to destroy the Muscovites, and even though it is an under-strength 2-man, it is faring quite well against the Muscovite forces that are being thrown against us. And there we go, isn't that victory quite marvelous? Of course, this is going to be the first of many such victories that we will win against the Muscovites. Even though they have hired mercenaries of their own, they have no chance at all of standing tall against our glorious horse archers. Georgia is finally willing to accept peace, and we are going to get them to annul their treaties with Muscovy and Egypt, and we shall take this single location so we can release the nation of Armenia, because unfortunately our vassals Shalki have lost their course here due to demographic changes, so now we are going to need a new vassal who will keep creating CBs for us, and I guess this is going to be it for Georgia, at least for the next 7 years. And with Georgia out of the war, Muscovy suddenly found themselves quite unwilling to keep fighting on, so we're going to make peace with them. Ryazan will receive all of their cores back, essentially fully annexing the Muscovite vassal of Bronsk, and the vassals of Nizhny Novgorod and Galichmersky are going to be transferred over to Mongol suzerainty, and we're going to take some lands along the borders, in which we are going to release some new vassals who will be able to create more CBs for us. Also, by taking the area around Kolomna, we are actually going to be within striking distance of Moscow in the next war, and of course we will easily be able to destroy the Muscovites when the time comes. And this of course is going to be the first step in restoring Mongol rule to Russia. Next up, we are going to have a quick and dirty war against the Beylik of Artukids in order to fully annex them, and this shouldn't really take all that long, considering that we outnumber them 5-1 and their troops are levies while ours are horse archers. As expected, their forces were utterly wiped quite quickly, and now we're just going to occupy their lands before fully annexing them. And there we go, that's going to be a full annexation against the Artukids. And with that, we basically have 2 or 3 remaining states between us and the Ottomans and the Mamluks. We have the Ayyubids here who have 2 locations, and we have Chemishkezek and their vassal Chapakchur, and finally we have the Trapezuntine Empire. And even though we can't actually get any CBs on the Trapezuntines just yet, we can most certainly get a CB on Chemishkezek, and of course we are going to use that to fully annex them. Our truce with Chemishkezek is over, so it is time that we declare war, and they're going to be annexed along with their vassal Chapakchur. So there we go, that's going to be a full annexation. which finally gives us a land border with the Ottomans, and you know what that means. It is time to restore Mongol rule to Anatolia. It is time to destroy the upstart Ottoman Beylik, and it is time to crush any and all imperial ambitions that they might have. I'm going to not threaten war because they would accept it. I'm going to declare war using the religious war CB, and then we shall be at war with the Ottomans. Unfortunately for them, they decided that destroying most of their forts in Anatolia would be a good idea. Of course it wasn't, so now all of their lands are going to get occupied, and there's even a Chekhov's gun moment here for our longtime viewers, because the areas of Bulgaria that we conquered all the way back in episode 1 have actually allowed us to march our troops through the Balkans and hit the Ottomans in their capital Edirne, all the way behind their backs. So that's going to be really lovely, and we will attack them from two fronts, and hopefully we will destroy them. Their armies were wiped and their capital fell within a week of us declaring war, so isn't that marvelous? I'm just going to use this stack to hunt down any remaining Ottoman armies in the Balkans, and this stack is going to keep sieging down Vize. And we even managed to destroy the Bulgarian armies as an added bonus, and I guess we're going to march south to destroy more Ottoman troops now. Also, hooray, because we can finally embrace pike and shot. It took us long enough. 32 years is a very long time if you ask me, and this will finally allow us to get that coveted third local governor, and using that we will actually be able to get a decent amount of proximity and control in the northern regions of China. And this should be the remainder of the Bulgarian forces, so of course we're going to siege down their capital Plovdiv, and most likely they will be forced into vassalage to the Great Khatun. Meanwhile in Anatolia we are destroying stack after stack of Ottoman forces. Already they're down to half of their pre-war numbers, and they're just going to get wiped again and again by our horse archers. Bulgaria has essentially surrendered, and they shall become our fiefdom. To be honest, this is going to piss off a lot of people very heavily, but what are they going to do, form a coalition against us? It's not as if their opinions matter, so I'm going to make them a fiefdom. And with that, all of Bulgaria has been subjugated, and from the Ottomans we are going to take a decent chunk of territory in the east. I'm actually prioritizing the areas with Armenian people living in them, so we might be able to accept Armenian culture. They have a bit over 1 million people in the entire world, so if we manage to take over some of their heartlands from Georgia as well, we might actually have enough of them for them to become an accepted culture. And I guess that's going to be 100% war score worth of land for us. While we wait for the truce with Georgia to end, again we have a minor war, this time against the Ayyubids, and as usual we intend to fully annex them. Well, long story short, we easily managed to occupy all of their lands, and now they're fully annexed. Also, I'm going to use this opportunity to finally embrace the New World Institution, and luckily for us we had 20 stability, so we had some stability banked up that we could afford to lose. Unfortunately for us, our old empress died today, and his successor definitely leaves much to be desired. Not only is he not of the house of Borjigin, but he also has terrible stats, so I hope he dies very soon. Also, a minor downside of the itinerant court policy is the fact that if you decide to keep your capital the same, you have to pay 5 legitimacy, which is kind of bad, but I guess we'll pay it anyways, because we have enough of a financial cushion that should allow us to buy it back up in no time. It is time for war against Georgia, and we shall use the following true on threat CB that our vassal Armenia has created. Let's make Alania co-belligerent as well, we might as well annex them, and hopefully Georgia will not be able to summon as many mercenaries as they did the last time around, and we will destroy them. I already have 7 Tumens waiting to strike through the border, and of course they're going to do exactly that. So we shall send 3 Tumens here to Armenia, and then maybe a couple over here to Hereti, and maybe a couple to Shaki, just until we see exactly how many mercenaries that Georgia can call up this time around. And if they do not call up 50,000 like they did the last time around, then we can probably disperse our troops even further and occupy even more Georgian fortresses simultaneously. Looks like they did indeed manage to hire nearly 40,000 mercenaries, and that comes on top of their regulars and their levies, of course, but their armies are still quite dispersed, so we should be able to destroy some of their forces. And I'm not going to separate our armies just yet, but eventually we will definitely destroy their armies and then start carpet sieging Georgia. There we go, that's the second Georgian army that we have managed to destroy so far, so that should be about half of their mercenaries. They probably have a couple more stacks of mercenaries out there, but if these two are the only ones that they have, we should easily be able to destroy them and then focus on the sieges. And I believe that was the entirety of their levies that we destroyed in Erevani, so that's going to be very nice. And I guess right now they have just their regulars and about 10,000 more mercenaries left. It appears that we are killing them, and that's increasing their numbers. These guys are literally like a zombie horde. But you know, there's no way that they can stand against the Mongol horse archers, so eventually they will be destroyed and eventually they will have to give up. I mean, where are they getting the money? Where are they getting the manpower to hire so many regulars? This makes no sense. But no matter how many men they throw at us, they just keep losing. So I don't think they're going to actually be able to win anything here. And we defeated the Georgians again in the third battle of Erevani, but of course it doesn't matter, or maybe it does matter, because they're down to just around 7,000 men. But just look at all of those fortresses. I mean, we literally need them to unconditionally surrender if we want to have any sort of land in this war. Otherwise, it's just going to cost us through the roof, taking all of those unsieged fortresses. And luckily for us, Georgia did actually unconditionally surrender. So let's wait for the monthly tick so that everything is in order, and then let us take as much land as we can from the Kingdom of Georgia. And as it turns out, as much land as we can is a rather large amount. So of course I'm going to take 100% here, and that should include all of the Armenian majority areas in Georgia. So hopefully after this peace deal, we will be able to accept the Armenian culture, and we will also be able to annex Georgia come the next war. So let us make peace, and with that, most of the Caucasus have returned to Mongol administration. It certainly appears that we can finally accept the Armenian culture, which should both prevent any rebellions from happening in this general area, and also we will get cores on all of these areas once we have actually managed to integrate them. But I'm fairly confident that we will never be able to integrate them. I mean, the integration map mode is so patchy because I've been trying to core areas with the highest populations first, but to be honest, it's going to take us centuries to just integrate all the lands that we've taken so far, not to mention any possible further conquests in the Middle East, or God forbid, in Eastern Europe. And isn't that hilarious? You can actually see the border between the Mongol administration and Georgia, just looking at the wealth map mode, because we have destroyed literally every single source of wealth in all of these locations. We really are horde maxing in this run. Our next war is going to be against the Trebizondine Empire. Historically, the Mongols were content with simply receiving tribute from Trebizond, but of course, we are not going to be as merciful. Instead, we shall annex the entire Trebizondine Empire, along with their Caucasian allies Kopa and Temirgoy. And unfortunately, because we are co-religionists with them, this will have to be a no-CB war, but luckily for us, it doesn't cost us all that much in terms of stability. We have sent our armies to Trapezus, and of course they were victorious, but it appears that the Trebizondines have a lot of forces remaining, so we're going to leave behind maybe 1-2 men and take the rest of the troops over here to Kotyora, where they're most likely retreating towards. Turns out they weren't headed to Kotyora, and in fact I have no idea where they went, literally no idea. I'm guessing they might be in Koralla or maybe in Ini, but in any case, we are going to simply siege down their fortresses, and eventually their armies will appear. And just as expected, they appeared in Satala, and their entire army was wiped out, so now the Trapezontines only have 187 men in their northern Black Sea territories, and of course we are going to annex those along with their Caucasian allies. The Trapezontines have unconditionally surrendered, but we are not ready to peace them out yet, because first we need to occupy the capital of their Caucasian allies so we can fully annex them as well. So I'm just going to wait until the siege of Kopa is over, and then it's going to be full annexation for the Trapezontines and their allies. Since we have unlocked paved roads, we might as well construct a bunch of them, and I'm going to mass upgrade some of our roads to paved roads. Of course, it costs us quite a lot, and in fact, I'm guessing it would cost us maybe 1,000,000 ducats to upgrade our entire road network to paved roads, but I guess it would be well worth it once it is done. For now, we are just going to slowly build them up, and it's going to be a long-term investment project for us. It is time to peace out Trebizond and their allies, and of course, Kopa and Temirgoy are going to be fully annexed, and hopefully so will Trebizond. Despite declaring a no CB war here, we are barely able to take all of their lands, and as you can see it costs us a 99% war score, so this was quite a lucky coincidence. And we were technically at war with Byzantium as well, but I basically decided to ignore them for now. Trust me, their time will come, but it is not yet. And with that, Georgia alone remains in the eastern Black Sea, free of Mongol control. And we have researched our third local governor, which is definitely going to come in handy, seeing that, yeah, we basically have no control, even in China proper. I guess we're going to place this next governor down here south, because of this huge river system that should allow us to get a decent control across the entire South China region, and probably somewhere around here would be nice, but of course we don't have any cities here, so I will have to reconsider. You know what? If we don't have a city, it means we're going to build that city ourselves, and I guess Tianjin here makes the most sense, being at the confluence of multiple river systems. I was planning to go to war against Muscovy, but something really weird is happening here. Our vassals are creating religious war CBs, even though they're Orthodox and so is Muscovy. So instead of creating claims CBs because they all have a lot of lands which they claim from Muscovy, they're creating religious war. I have no idea how this is happening, but as an unfortunate side effect, the CBs just disappear, which means we can never get a CB to declare war on Muscovy. Yes, our plans of going to war with them are going to have to wait for a while. I'm just going to intervene against them for now, and hopefully we will at least be able to prevent them from destroying Novgorod. Also, time for a new government reform, and I will go for the transportation code, which is going to save us thousands, if not tens of thousands of ducats in road building costs. Moscow has fallen, and I suspect that it would be best if we peace out Muscovy very soon, because otherwise Novgorod will probably peace them out, and we will not actually get anything in the peace ourselves. And we can actually take a decent bit of land, including Moscow itself, so of course we are going to go for peace here, and hopefully by the time that our truce is up, our vassals will realize that they cannot actually declare religious wars on their co-religionists. But of course that does not appear to be the case here. Anyways, we shall send the entire Mongol armies back south to the Middle East, because in our next war we are going to face the greatest threat to our rule, the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. And we shall take revenge upon them for the shameful defeat that they inflicted upon us in the Battle of Ain Jalut nearly 2 centuries ago. Our troops are in place. We have 3 Tumans in the west and 4 Tumans in the east, and the war plan is rather simple. We're going to threaten war for Antakya, which of course they are going to refuse, and then we shall attempt to take first Al-Iskandarun and then Antakya in quick succession, and by using these 4 Tumans in the east, we will attempt to destroy any armies that the Mamluks can actually raise. Unfortunately for us, their regulars nearly outnumber ours, and we will also have to deal with their levies, and any mercenaries that they might end up raising, but I have every confidence that we shall prevail in this war. And our horse archers are vindicated in the Battle of Urfa, where we managed to destroy a Mamluk army that was 10 times our size and killed off a quarter of their numbers. Of course, we shall need to rest and recuperate, but it appears that if the Mamluks keep coming at us with forces like this, and if they do not hire a significant number of mercenaries, we might actually be able to win this war. Al-Iskandarun has fallen, and that means that the road to Antakya lies wide open between our troops, so of course we're going to march south, and we will attempt to take this city, which is the war goal for this war. And the second Battle of Urfa was basically a rerun of the first. They came at us with large numbers of men, and including very significant heavy cavalry forces, and we just destroyed them with our horse archers. But of course our troops are badly bruised, so we will have to retreat back to our homelands, regroup and reinforce before coming back to hunt down the Mamluks. In the east we have won our first siege, the siege of Ar-Raqqa, and that means we have 10,000 men who are free to hunt down the Mamluk troops. Of course we are going to begin with this stack over here, and then we will meet up with the remnants of the army of Urfa, and then hopefully all together we will be able to destroy this very large Mamluk army. Our numbers are dwindling rather quickly, so it appears that we will have to do a tactical retreat from Antakya and try to destroy the Mamluk armies behind our battle lines. So after a couple of quick victories, we are going to retreat back to Kilikia, where we will resupply, reinforce, and then we shall go back to the fight. In the meantime, here is what happens when 20,000 Mongols meet 40,000 Mamluks. They're all dead, and we have suffered barely any casualties. A feat which we repeated in the Battle of Suruç, this time against 46,000 Egyptians, and we managed to kill every single one of them. And then for the third time we destroyed them in the Battle of Dabik, and I guess for the fourth time we are going to destroy them in Kilis. Well, apparently not, because they actually went for Ar-Raqqa, and of course it didn't save them, they still got destroyed. Why are horse archers so OP? I mean, it's the year 1485, and these guys are wielding arquebusiers. Like, horse archers are defeating arquebusiers, gunpowder troops, while suffering minimal casualties of their own. This is literally unbelievable. These bad boys that you see here are quite literally the single most overpowered unit in the entire game, and there is no comparison to it. Anyways, we'll go back to sieging down Antakya, and I guess in the east we can spread out a bit more, maybe send one of these Tumans to siege down Urfa, while the 64th Tuman will probably have to recover their losses a bit. And finally, after a long and arduous siege, Antakya has fallen, and soon enough we are going to start getting ticking war score. At which point I believe we can simply peace out the Mamluks and take a decent chunk of their lands in Levant. And finally, in the year 1487, the Mamluks simply capitulated to us. So of course we are going to give them the peace that they deserve. All of their vassals' possessions in Anatolia shall become ours, along with the holy city of Antioch and a large portion of northern Syria. Now unfortunately I forgot to add the Mamluks as a rival before the start of this war. If I had done so, it's very likely that we could have taken a lot more land in the middle Levant, but well, I guess it's going to have to wait for the next war, because of course this is going to be the first of many wars that we fight against the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. And in fact, let's take something like this. So that's going to be 2 additional locations, including a fort in Ar-Raqqa, and I guess this is going to force the Mamluks to move their defensive positions much further south. And with this, we have saved the holy city of Antakya, and we have avenged our fallen forefathers in the Battle of Ain Jalut. Also, apparently I forgot to build the local governor in Tanjin, so let's build that one right now, since we are at peace, because we're not going to stay at peace for much longer, and in 11 months we are going to declare our final war of this episode. 245 years ago, in the year 1243, in the Battle of Köseda, the Anatolian Sultanate of Rum was destroyed, and with it, the Anatolian Turks were forced to swear fealty to the great Mongol Empire. But it appears that these pesky upstarts, the Beylik of Ottomans, does not recognize our suzerainty over the lands of Anatolia, and for that, of course, they might be destroyed. In fact, they must be destroyed. We are going to threaten war, and then we are simply going to occupy all of Anatolia before piecing them out, and in that peace we shall take a huge swathe of land in Anatolia, thus returning the area to Mongol rule, which is its rightful position. All 7 of our 2-men simply moved over the border and started pillaging the Anatolian countryside, and unfortunately for them, the Ottomans only have 3 fortresses covering all of Anatolia, which is a terrible mistake for them, because all of this countryside is going to fall before our troops, and within mere months, Anatolia is going to become Mongol land. I was expecting it to be over quickly, but definitely not this quickly. In the span of only 6 months, we have managed to occupy all of Anatolia, and we have essentially destroyed any and all Ottoman resistance to our invasion. I mean, we were like a swarm of locusts rather than an actual army, and of course, it is time to make peace, and we're going to take a lot of land from the Ottomans. I think something like this would be fitting. It does not quite match the full extent of Mongol occupation in Anatolia, but it comes pretty close, and in one more war we could simply take this area and this area, and that would be basically the entirety of Mongol occupied territories in Anatolia at the height of the Great Mongol Empire. So of course we are going to send this peace, and honestly the Ottomans really are a washover. I expected them to be much stronger. I'm not really sure what the issue is here. It's probably got to do with the fact that they basically have terrible control, and I guess they haven't managed to... Oh, they do not accept Greek culture, of course. So they don't get cores on most of their lands, and yeah, their average control is just terrible. But, you know, I guess it's better for us, so of course we are going to take even more lands in Anatolia. And I'd say that looks pretty okay to me. But of course, there is always room for improvement. So, we have managed to capture Moscow from the upstart Principality of Muscovy. We have managed to crush the Ottomans. We have managed to crush the Mamluks and avenge the Battle of Ain Jalut, and we have even recovered the holy city of Antioch from them. The Georgians have been relegated to a rump state, and the great Mongol dynasty lies ascendant and stronger than ever. But this is not the end of the road for the great Mongol dynasty. The Ottomans must be destroyed, and so must the Mamluks. The Pentarchy must be restored, and the city of the world's desire, Constantinople, must become a Mongol domain. Furthermore, we must avenge another wrong that was done to our forefathers, but this time we must head east. And after all of that, we can rest easy in knowing that the Mongol Empire shall remain the greatest empire the world has ever seen. The Great Mongol Dynasty is stronger than ever. Not only did we finish our conquest of Persia and Mesopotamia, but we went further west than ever before, reclaiming most of Anatolia from the Turks and taking the holy city of Antioch from the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. But of course, taking a single holy city is not enough, because we have been ordained by the Lord our God to reclaim all 5 seats of the Pentarchy. We shall endeavor to take back Constantinople from the Greeks who have fallen back to their Hellenist heresies, and Jerusalem from the Mamluks, and perhaps we might even go further west and reclaim Alexandria, the seat of early Christianity. But I suspect that taking Rome will lie even beyond our great ambitions just for now. And we shall start by declaring ourselves to be the third Rome, because of course the first has fallen and the second has also fallen now. It really is quite hilarious that AI Byzantium can actually become Hellenist. I believe this is actually an oversight on part of Paradox, where they wanted to make the Yemistos Platon event somewhat more accessible to the human player, but ended up making the AI convert in half of all games basically, because that event happens with some regularity, and the AI just chooses randomly, I believe, so they tend to become Hellenist. And that's why we have these kind of pagan splashes in the Balkans, and also Constantinople itself is nearly 100% Hellenist, and the remainder is Catholic. But anyways, if the second Rome has fallen to the pagans, that means that we are going to declare ourselves to be the third Rome, and we are going to get a holy site for our efforts all the way out here in eastern China in our capital, which will at least allow us to embark on a pilgrimage. So it only gives us 10 religious influence. It could have been better, but every little bit of religious influence counts. And because all of the other holy sites are all the way out here in the west, it costs us nearly 20,000 ducats to go on a pilgrimage otherwise, so I'm definitely not complaining here. In the meantime, I'm also going to build up some more RGOs in eastern China, because we have a pretty decent control in all of these locations. The RGOs that we build here are going to give us a lot of tax as compared to the amount of increase that they cost to our slider expenses, and that is very interesting. 34 levels of sugar in this single location is just amazing, by the way. I definitely want to build up this location to the max level, because of course we have 100% maximum control thanks to the bailiff and 80% proximity that we have. And quite conversely, in the west, instead of building RGOs, we are going to destroy them, and as usual I'm going to raze down all the lands that we have taken in Anatolia and the Levant in order to reduce our slider expenses. And as usual, we are going to close down every single building in the Damascus, Sham, Constantinople and Trebizond markets. Also, the great iron and tools crunch is finally hitting us, so for that reason I'm going to queue up a very important research here, the blast furnace, and we're going to prioritize this so that when we finally unlock it we get additional iron output, and that will allow us to build up more tools workshops, and that's just going to generally improve our economy back home in China. We can also add Turkish as an accepted culture, since we have gained more than enough Turkish pops thanks to our conquest of Anatolia, and ideally I would have liked to add a Lower Egyptian here as well, but it does not look like we can actually accept them. We can, however, accept the Yongzhou culture, and of course I'm going to do that now that they have more than 1 million pops living in our country. And I guess we'll be able to accept Lower Egyptian once we have conquered a bit more territory in the Levant, or maybe even in Egypt itself. In the meantime, the area of Tibet just sits right between the two halves of our great empire, and it is creating border gore for us. So of course I'm going to start building a spy network on Tibet, and hopefully we will annex the area very soon. At the same time, we are also going to set up some colonies here in order to conclude our conquest of the area in a thorough manner, and I'm going to colonize both of these uncolonized areas as soon as we have enough money to set up the charters. And we're also going to start annexing all of these tiny little tribes that are left over in the Middle East and the Caucasus, just for the sake of getting prettier borders in the region. And we shall declare the first war of this episode on Shenyang, because of course we fully intended to reclaim all of Manchuria, which broke away during the collapse of the Great Yuan dynasty. But as with all of Asia, it is a rightful Mongol clay, so we are slowly going to reclaim Manchuria and even bring Korea under Mongol rule as well. I brought in two Tumans from the west just for this exact situation, and of course we are going to send them to destroy the armies of Shenyang and then occupy their lands. And looks like Shenyang was a paper tiger, so they got completely wiped, and now their lands are ours for the taking. Our local governor in the south is also operational, and we are getting a bit of proximity push in all four directions here, but of course some of this area does not even have roads, so we will probably have to invest more in infrastructure in the south in order to get the best possible proximity in the southern regions. I'm still going to start unlocking some of these buildings in the Guangzhou market though, and hopefully this will increase our tax base a bit more. Shenyang itself fell after a siege of nearly half a year, but we still have to capture these three fortresses before we can peace out the country of Shenyang. Alternatively, we could just destroy their armies, and I presume that this will cause them to surrender at some point, but who knows when that point is going to be. Do you see this jump in our balance over here from 278 to 392? That is caused by one thing, and that is researching the blast furnace. The additional iron that has been mined in a single month increases our budget by 100, even 140 ducats a month, and that is just amazing. And there we go, Shenyang has unconditionally surrendered to us, so of course that means they're going to get unconditionally annexed. And with that, our influence in the Manchurian area grows significantly. I relocated our two Tumans from the east to Tibet, and now that the winter is over, it is time for us to declare war again. Unfortunately, we can't actually threaten war against them, so this will have to be fought the old-fashioned way, and the two Tumans should be more than enough to deal with the pesky Tibetans. Of course, they have a lot of fortresses here, but none of these are strong enough to hold back the Mongol horde, and I have every confidence that they will all be destroyed in due time. I'm also going to hold another Orthodox Synod here, and this time around we are going for local administration, but we will attempt to intensify our pop conversion efforts, giving us an additional 20% conversion speed. Ironically enough, we are destroying the Tibetans in their home turf, and hopefully soon enough they will run out of men to throw at us, at which point they will probably unconditionally surrender to us anyways, saving us from the trouble of having to deal with their multiple fortresses. We did manage to capture a Tibetan fortress, but our troops were almost out of food, so I had to get them to retreat back home, and they're going to recover and go back into the fight. Luckily for us, once we get through the initial fort, most of Tibet actually is unfortified, and we're able to get a decent amount of war score from occupying their lands, including a ticking war score. So hopefully this war will end in our favor at the end of it all. Unfortunately for us, Tibet does not seem very keen on unconditionally surrendering, and even if they did, they have a lot of vassal armies left, so we will probably have to just settle for taking about half of their country, and in the next war we should be able to come around and claim the other half. Unfortunately for us, we are going to pay through the nose for taking all of these fortresses, but it is a price that we will have to pay for prettier borders at the end of the day. And unfortunately, this creates even more border gore, but trust me, in 15 years we are going to solve all of that. Next up, we have another war against the Grand Principality of Muscovy, because our vassals have finally realized that they can simply use the fabricate claims on province action rather than religious war, and that means we actually have a CB that we can use against them. Now luckily for us, this is not the old Muscovy, they don't even have any regulars, and their economy is in a downward spiral, so we should be able to easily steamroll them with just a couple Tumans. And first we are going to take care of their allies, the Georgians in the south, using 3 Tumans, after which we're going to focus entirely on the Muscovites. So let us declare war, and hopefully this will be the end of the Grand Principality. The 3 Tumans that we had sent south are doing great work, and Tbilisi has fallen, so assuming that we can get a couple more fortresses in this region, we should even be able to fully annex Georgia at the end of this war. And we also managed to destroy a significant Georgian force in the Battle of Tbilisi. It was only their levies, their regulars are still out there in the north kicking butt. Obviously, they are too afraid of our own horse archers to come back down south, so hopefully the remaining occupations here are going to go smoothly. In the meantime, we are going to go back east in order to threaten war on these Tibetan states, and hopefully we will be able to fully annex them, bringing us closer to the actual capital of Tibet. So first I'm going to do a threaten war on the tribe of Amdo, and this will also bring in their ally Golog, and hopefully we will fully annex both of them. I'm going to send 1 Tumen in the north and 1 Tumen in the south to deal with the Tibetans, and again they are probably going to lose this war very quickly and they will be annihilated. Meanwhile, the 2 Tumans that we had stationed in the north have won a great victory against the Muscovites. Their entire army is dead and gone, and they only have around 6,000 mercenaries who are probably down here in the southwest, so of course we are going to go after them and destroy them as well. And in the second Battle of Tbilisi, the Georgian regulars were also destroyed, so of course we are just going to keep occupying their remaining fortresses, and in all likelihood they are going to get fully annexed at the end of this war. And that should be the remainder of the Muscovite forces. They only have about 4,000 men that are hiding over here in the lands of Mstislav, and I guess we can just continue sieging their lands now. And that, I believe, was the last of the Muscovite forces, so I'm guessing they're going to unconditionally surrender any moment now. Unfortunately, our old Khan died, and because his only child is also dead, that leaves the throne to his grandchild, who is 2 years old, so we are going to have a regency for the next 13 or 14 years, and the regent does leave a lot to be desired, specifically he is Muslim, but you know, I guess we will have to just deal with it. In the east, the tribe of Amdo have unconditionally surrendered, so of course they are going to get fully annexed, and we're going to go for this. That does make the border look slightly better, but we definitely need to finish our colonies over here. Next up, we are going to declare war on the tribe of Gyalrong, and hopefully we will be able to annex them and their ally 4 through this war. And I guess we might as well threaten for it. It doesn't even matter all that much, but let's say why not. As usual, we're going to send 2 Tumans, one of them here and one of them here, to occupy the capitals of these nations, and once their capitals have fallen, we should easily be able to fully annex them. In the south, we can finally fully annex Georgia, thus bringing an end to our conquest of the Caucasian area once and for all, and also the Autocephalous Patriarchate seat falls, so I'm just going to get a +10 religious influence here. By relocating the Tumans that we had stationed in Georgia up north, we are able to field a significant force against the Muscovites, and of course we are going to destroy their armies, which they have re-raised in their levies. And we have destroyed the Muscovite armies for who knows how many times now. I'm just going to start basically carpet sieging their lands. They have so many fortresses that we can't actually carpet siege, but we are going to try and siege as many of them in parallel as possible with the 5 Tumans that we have. Gyalrong has unconditionally surrendered in the east, meaning we can fully annex them and their ally, and that leaves just Tibet and their vassal Swarm for taking in Central Asia. And finally, Muscovy has unconditionally surrendered to us, so now we shall dictate them our terms of peace. And the terms will basically amount to the entire eastern half of their country. We will most likely release Tver from here, and we will try to take their lands in the next war, and hopefully in a couple more wars the Muscovites will be gone and all of Russia will belong to the Mongols. And that's going to be our peace deal. As usual, the area was razed to the ground, and I'm going to relocate all of the Tumans in the north down south because our truce with the Mamluks is almost over, and it is time for us to reclaim Jerusalem. We have 3 Tumans in the west, 2 Tumans in the middle, and an overstrength Tuman in Mesopotamia, all ready to jump on the Mamluks, and it is time for war. I'm going to threaten war for Alexandria, and of course they're going to refuse, thus putting us at war with them, and hopefully this war is going to be the war in which Jerusalem returns to Christianity. In the north we shall move south and capture Tartus, and then we shall attempt to siege down Hims, and we are also going to attempt to siege down Kafartab, and in the east, of course our overstrength man is going to siege down Al-Anbar. But none of these sieges will succeed in all likelihood because the Mamluks will probably send their regulars up north, and we will have to remove our troops from the sieges to deal with them. And just as expected, the Mamluks are here and with their regulars to boot, so they did take their sweet time getting here, which means the sieges have progressed quite a bit. We might actually be able to win one of these before we have to reallocate our armies to dealing with the Mamluk field armies. Of course, it is also possible that the Mamluks might do something extremely stupid, like dividing their armies in half, thus allowing us to defeat them in detail. Or maybe we're not going to attack these guys, we'll wait until we have more men in the field. But overall, the Mamluks really messed this one up. Just look at how many prisoners that we actually took from them. All of these arquebusiers and Mamalik, and the supply carts and cavalrymen too. And I guess we're just going to kill them all, but we could have even hired them as mercenaries. In the meantime, the siege of Hims is over, and that means two of our Tumens are actually available in the field, so of course I'm going to reallocate them to the northeast, and we will try to destroy the remainder of the Mamluk regulars. But first, let's stack wipe a minuscule number of their levies. And then maybe we can also defeat a non-minuscule amount of their levies. Unfortunately, it wasn't a stack wipe, but I presume this battle here is going to be won, just as expected. So with that, our positions are secured, and I am going to relocate this two-man back to the north so that they can recover their strength. And with this one, we are probably going to just siege down the Syrian countryside. And that's going to be 1 versus 1, so I'm fairly confident that the Mamluks don't actually stand a chance here. There we go, that's a major victory against the Mamluks, and over here that is another major victory. Unfortunately not quite a stack wipe, but I guess we should be able to pursue them momentarily and destroy them. Or they might just decide to come to us and we will be able to destroy them over here in Maskana. While one of our two men in the west destroys another stack of Mamluk levies in Hims. Well, there we go, that is our third stack wipe against Mamluk regulars, and they're down to just 1,500 regulars. Unfortunately, they did hire a lot of mercenaries, but it's not like they can defeat us using mercenaries when they couldn't defeat us using their regulars. In the meanwhile, our overstrength men in the east has managed to occupy Alambar, and I'm going to relocate them west because there are a lot more Mamluk armies coming our way very soon. And of course, the moment that they come here, they are promptly destroyed, so the Mamluks are down to their 93,000 levies, but their mercenaries are somewhere out there, and I have no idea where they are. Oh, there they are. And unfortunately, the mercenaries were actually able to defeat us, but that is just a momentary defeat. Our troops are marching back north, they will recover their strength and they will return to the field, and the Mamluk armies are going to get wiped as soon as the reinforcements have arrived. Just like that, their mercenaries are dead as well. Also, a big shout out to the defenders in the siege of Kafartab, who have been holding out a 35% chance of falling for the last 6 months or so. Alas, they could not hold out any longer, and the fortress fell, and now we are going to march further south, and hopefully we will be able to take the city of Jerusalem. In the meantime, we also have a CB against the Ottomans, so seeing how the situation in the Levant is under control, I'm going to relocate 3 Tumens to the northwest, and we will attempt to take back Western Anatolia from the Ottomans as well, while our 4 remaining Tumens should be more than a match for the remaining Mamluk forces. In fact, just 2 Tumens should be more than a match for the remaining Mamluk forces, because that is how many it took to actually defeat them in the Battle of the Valley of Baalbek. Anyways, it is time for war against the Ottomans, and of course I'm going to threaten war as usual. If we ask for Bursa, they will refuse, and we can just fight them the same way that we have fought them 2 times so far. I'm just going to order our Tumens to cross the border and take over the undefended towns of Ottoman Anatolia, and hopefully if we manage to occupy enough towns, even if we don't get any of the castles, the Ottomans will either surrender or we will have enough war score to just take everything that we want from them. As usual, they literally have no chance of standing up to our horse archers, and I believe that was a third of their army that we just managed to stack wipe, and hopefully the rest will come to Anatolia so we can destroy them too. Well, they did come to Anatolia and we did destroy them, so already we have a 60% war score against the Ottomans, and I guess they might even accept giving us a 100% war score in this peace deal just right now. Well, apparently not. It looks like we will have to occupy a bit more land for them to give us what we want. And that should be plenty for this war. We could theoretically siege down some of these fortresses to reduce the war score cost, but honestly, there really is no need for that. I'm just going to take what I can, and then we will come back in 15 years to beat them again and hopefully complete our conquest of Anatolia. And finally, on the 17th of May 1506, the holy city of Jerusalem fell before our advancing Mongol forces, and soon enough, it shall become a rightful part of the great Mongol Empire. The Egyptians, seeing the futility of their position, have decided to surrender, ceding all of their possessions in the Levant to us down to a line passing between the cities of Akka and the holy city of Jerusalem. And with this, the seat of Jerusalem has returned to us, and soon enough, the entire Pentarchy shall be restored under Mongol control. After our victory in the Holy Land, I'm going to redirect all of our Tumens in the west, all the way out here to the eastern reaches of Manchuria, because our western campaigns are done for the time being. As you can see, we have a truce with the Ottomans until the year 1520, so for the next 14 years, all we're going to do is expand our influence in the east, and we shall start that by destroying the many Jurchen tribes. In fact, I'm going to declare war on the tribe of Wuyewu immediately, and this is actually going to bring in the entire Haishi Confederacy, thus putting us at war with literally all of Manchuria, including a few tribes such as Lalin and Neyan, which used to be our tributaries, so this is a nice way that I've found of circumventing the tributary restrictions on declaring war, and this will allow us to inherit all of their lands as our directly controlled territories. We only have 2 Tumans in the east, but the Jurchens don't really have a lot of armies, and the ones that they do are mainly levies, so we should easily be able to destroy them and occupy their lands. Just like that, the Wuyewu armies have been destroyed, but they still have their regulars out there somewhere, and I'm going to basically do the same to every single Jurchen levy army that we can see, and then we are going to start occupying their lands. Well, so far so good. They've lost nearly 30,000 men and they have around 53,000 remaining, half of which comes from the tribe of Neyan, which is the greatest Jurchen, and incidentally they're also Orthodox because I did actually enforce religion on them. So that's kind of funny, seeing a bit of purple in the middle of Manchuria. And here they come. The armies of Neyan are laying siege to Shenyang, but of course they are no match for our steppe horse archers, and they were destroyed. Now we shall attempt to destroy the remaining half of their armies, which does include a lot of mercenaries, and with that, basically the entire armies of the Jurchens should be destroyed. Also, our troops are arriving slowly from the west after nearly 1 year of marching through the entire length of Eurasia, and we don't necessarily need them in our conquest of Manchuria, but we do have something else coming up very soon, and they will be needed for that campaign. And that's the remainder of the Neyan armies, so now they're all dead. And there are some more Jurchen armies out here in the reaches of Manchuria, such as the armies of the tribe of Urga, but overall I think we are in a strategic victory here. At this point we have also unlocked the falconets, and I suppose I should probably build a few of these in order to make sieges easier, because we are at that point where the enemy fortifications are becoming quite numerous, and it's taking us a long time just sieging them down. So I've queued up 20 units of falconet to be built, and let's see how well they fare against the Jurchen's fortifications. Here we have 2 sieges, one at minus 21% and one at minus 14%, so let's see how those percentages change when we add 10 units of cannon to each of our armies here. And they're both at plus 28%, so we got, let's see, plus 5 from the artillery bonus here, which is definitely going to come in handy, especially perhaps not in Manchuria, but in some of the better fortified areas of the world, such as wink wink nudge nudge Korea. Unfortunately for us, the tribe of Wuyewu unconditionally surrendered, so now we'll have to wrap up this war very quickly and then move on lest we suffer from the war exhaustion penalties of the call for peace. And we have managed to occupy basically all of Manchuria, with the exception of these two locations, because we can't move into them during winter, so I guess it is time that we start piecing people out. Since we can fully annex Naian in a single peace deal, I'm fairly confident that we can also fully annex everyone else, so I'll just go through these tribes one by one and demand their annexation into the Great Mongol Horde. And finally, with the conquest of Wuyewu, Manchuria is once again a Mongol domain, except of course for the uncolonized outer edges of the area, so of course I've queued up a bunch of colonial charters in Manchuria to ensure that Mongol rule reaches far and wide in the region. Our new conquests have also brought more than 2 million Jurchens under our direct rule, so of course I'm going to accept the Jurchen culture here, and soon enough we will be able to actually core these areas rather than them being newly conquered territories for us. In fact, I've also added the Muscovite, Georgian and Lower Egyptian cultures, which should hopefully reduce the amounts of rebellions that we're about to face in the west. Now after Manchuria, the next logical target is of course the Kingdom of Goryeo, and if you have watched the Korea series that I have on the channel, you will know that Korea is simply overpowered in EU5. As you can see, despite not receiving a single ducat in tribute from China since the start of the game, they still have the second highest tax base and the third highest income of literally any country in the face of the world. So of course they're going to hire hundreds of thousands of mercenaries to counter us, but I have every confidence that that shall be not enough and that we shall win. So with that, we shall threaten war, asking for the great city of Kaesong to be delivered to us, and that is going to be war against Korea. I am actually going to send our soldiers through the border, but I don't expect them to actually capture any forts. This is going to be more of a probing attack to see where exactly their forces are, so we can counter them effectively. But strangely enough, the Koreans actually don't seem to be coming north. It looks like they're just hanging out in the middle of the peninsula, and they don't seem to be very keen on fighting us in any case. So I guess we are just going to keep sieging down their border fortresses unopposed, and hopefully at some point they will realize that they will have to fight us if they want to save their homelands. And there we go, the Koreans are here for a change, and they managed to lose the first battle that we fought against them. There is a small problem here in that we are actually running out of food, so hopefully we will be able to go south, where there's a bit more food for our troops to eat before they actually starve to death. The Koreans are arriving in force, and with each stack that arrives we destroy them, but I'm not quite sure how much longer we can keep this up for, because our troops are very low on morale because of their food situation, so we might have to retreat behind the border for a while and regroup before coming back. I've also cancelled the sieges in the very far northeast of the Korean peninsula, and we will attempt to bring our soldiers back to the west, where they will be more effective in destroying the Korean armies. Also, something pretty amazing and unexpected has happened. We are actually running out of manpower. I had closed some armories because they were costing us too much to maintain, so what we're going to do is we're going to reopen all of those armories, and hopefully the additional manpower will be able to stabilize our losses. Also, in some of these battles the kill-death ratio is definitely not in our favor. I suspect that's because of the Korean regulars and also because of the nearly 100,000 mercenaries that they've hired. In fact, more than 100,000 mercenaries that they've hired, but luckily they're mostly light infantry, whereas of course we are using the glorious horse archers. Well, we are 3 years into this quagmire and the Koreans do not look like they're going to die anytime soon. In fact, they have managed to hire even more mercenaries, so now they have nearly 150,000 men under arms, even if we do not count their already present regulars and levies. In the meantime, we have literally run out of manpower, so things are definitely looking dire for the Great Mongol Horde. And in fact, these guys are more of a horde than we are, because they simply do not die, they keep rehiring more and more men. But I suppose we could just try bleeding them dry by facing them in these mountainous forts, and they will eventually have to come here in order to reclaim their border territories. So hopefully we will be able to use the entire strength of our armies to destroy them when they attack the forts, and that might just give us enough of a war enthusiasm edge to actually get the peace deal that we desire. Well, so far so good. We have managed to stack wipe a few Korean armies and significantly damage others, so I guess if we keep going like this, we might actually be able to destroy them all before we run out of manpower again. Or maybe not, because they simply don't stop coming. The more men that we kill, the more Koreans spawn, and as you can see, they're hiring even more mercenaries. So since North Korea has basically turned into a quagmire, I'm actually going to cut our losses here. We're going to try and take some land along the border, hopefully pushing the border further south, and in the next war, I'm guessing the food situation will not be as bad. We will not start starving as quickly as we did here, and we might even be able to get a better war goal, thus allowing us to rack up some ticking war score. And with that, the First Korean War is officially going to be over. We did not achieve our initial goal of securing full submission of Korea, but we still managed to get 81% war score worth of peace, so I guess this is not totally bad, and with that, the border has moved significantly further south, thus giving us a much better position in our further wars against Korea. And we have a new emperor. Although his stats leave much to be desired, at least he's orthodox, and this finishes our long regency, and that means we can also embark on a pilgrimage to our ecumenical patriarchate. Our colonization efforts in Manchuria have been coming along splendidly, and I've even created another 3 charters inland in order to get as much territory in as quick a time span as possible. We could also consider expanding further north into Siberia at this point, but to be fair, it is not really going to be very much necessary. We won't be able to accept any of these smaller Siberian tribes, and this land will not be very productive at all for us, considering how we will not even be able to control it. While we were busy fighting against Korea in the east, over here our truce with Tibet has also run out, and that means it is time for war again, where we are going to threaten war for their capital in order to get them to refuse. And hopefully, at the end of this war, Tibet will be fully annexed and we will inherit all of their vassals, thus securing our control over the edge of the world and also ending the border gore, which is very prevalent in this region. I shall send 1 2-man to destroy the armies of Tibet, while in the east we are going to use a couple 2-mans which are reinforced with falconets in order to siege down the capitals of their vassals. And out here in the west we will use another 2-man to do the same with their western holdings. And that is all that remains of the Tibetan regular armies. Also, their levies are quite undermanned, so I'm guessing we should easily be able to take all of their lands, and then we should be able to call it a day. There we go, in the Battle of Lhasa, we actually managed to destroy all of their remaining levies, and while they did hire some mercenaries, there is no chance that they can stand up against our horse archers. Our falconets truly are doing God's work, and we have managed to win our first siege only 100 days into the war. Unfortunately, afterwards our soldiers got stuck in the winter mountains, but I'm sure that we will be able to retrieve them when spring comes and use them in further campaigns against the Tibetan vassals. The one thing that I truly hate about Tibet is how severe the winters are. It's almost May, and we're still suffering from severe winter. Hell, it is May, and the snows have yet to clear, and our soldiers are basically stuck here for half of the year. But at least we managed to win the siege of Lhasa, and now we're going to pursue these Tibetan mercenaries. Afterwards, we will probably try to siege down their capital, which is the war goal after all. And the Tibetan capital has fallen, so of course we shall follow up on our victory and attempt to take over their other fortresses in this region as well. But luckily for us, we did not actually have to siege down their remaining fortresses, since Tibet just unconditionally surrendered. In all honesty, we fought less against the Tibetans and more against the Tibetan winter, but it was still a grueling fight, and hopefully we will be able to fully annex them at the end of it all. Well, it appears that fully annexing Tibet literally costs us a 99% war score, so I'm quite glad that we took as much land as we did in the last war, and I'm going to send this hopefully this will complete our conquest of Tibet and allow us to inherit their vassal swarm. And just like that, that is much less border gore that we have to deal with in this particular part of the world, at least until forever. I'll set up a couple colonial charter here to wrap things up in Tibet, and of course we have expanded so much in Manchuria that we can also get 2 more colonial charters in the northeast. And hooray, we actually managed to luck out and hit a prodigy for our heir, so hopefully he is going to be the best ruler that the world has ever seen since his glorious ancestor Chinggis Khan himself. And we have even put him on the Patriarch education, which is the best education in the game, so hopefully he's going to have amazing stats once he grows old enough to rule the world. Well, we have left behind one frozen hellhole, and funnily enough, our next war is going to be against yet another frozen hellhole, this time in Russia, because we are going to declare war on the County of Bui, which is a vassal of Muscovy, and of course that's going to bring us into war with them. We might not be able to fully annex them, but we will be able to reduce them to very much a bite-sized country, and that should be more than enough for Lithuania and Veliki Novgorod to destroy whatever remains. So I shall send forth whatever forces that we have, and hopefully we will be able to easily occupy Bui, and we will get enough ticking war score from that to take as much land as we want from Muscovy. I'm also going to send our artillery to occupy the Muscovite capital of Tver, and hopefully that will sap their war enthusiasm just enough that they will give us an easy victory. Tver has fallen, and it does not appear that the Muscovites are even able to hire any mercenaries. Their armies are basically dead and gone, and this is just going to be us sieging down their lands until they finally give up and do an unconditional surrender on us. The Muscovites, seeing the futility of their position, did surrender to us, so now let's see how much land we can exactly take from them. Well, that looks like a pretty decent chunk, and I presume our next war against Muscovy is going to be our final war, because they are just small enough to be able to fully annexable in a single go right now. So we'll send this, and our rule now stretches far deep into Russia. It is time to complete our conquest of Anatolia, and the end of this war will bring us within striking distance of the holy city of Constantinople too. I'm going to threaten war against the Beylik of Ottomans for Bursa, and let us destroy the puny Ottoman remnants. This time around, thanks to our usage of the cannon, we should even be able to win the siege here and actually take the city rather than just demanding it in the peace treaty. And at the same time, these staunch Ottoman allies, the Serbs, are also part of this war, so of course we are also going to send 3 Tumans in their direction, and we will attempt to destroy Serbia at the conclusion of this war too. The Ottoman capital of Edirne fell within only 2 weeks, and with that we are going to march through the Ottoman territories in the Balkans, pillaging our way to destruction and to victory. Meanwhile, the Ottomans tried to raise their armies in Anatolia, but of course they failed tremendously, and soon enough all of Anatolia shall fall, save the fortress of the city of Bursa. And indeed that is exactly what happened, so now our troops are going to move to the Balkans, where the Serbs have actually managed to score a victory against us through their heavy use of mercenaries. So of course they will have to be punished, and they will have to be put in their place. In the Battle of Edirne, the final troops of the Ottomans were wiped, thus leaving only their allies the Serbs to actually fight us in the field of battle. And fight us they did, but alas, to no avail. They lost handily, and their armies were wiped, so now we shall move north to Niš in order to avenge the first defeat that we suffered at the hands of the Serbs. And the Serbians lost a second time and were destroyed a second time, with all of their remaining forces being destroyed in the Battle of Kočane. Meanwhile, back in Anatolia, the siege of Bursa was finally won, and with this, all of Anatolia now belongs to the Mongols. The Ottomans unconditionally surrendered in 1522, and as soon as we conclude peace with their allies the Serbs, their time will also come. Following the capture of their capital Prizren, the Serbs were more than willing to give us peace, and we took a lot of land from them in the southeastern portions of their empire, including crucially the gold mine at Glubočica and the silver mines at Novo Brdo and Kratovo. With Vardar Macedonia now belonging to the Mongol Empire, we are within striking distance of Byzantine holdings in Epirus, and of course, they too shall become ours in due time. And finally, it is time to peace out the Ottomans. They shall be forced to relinquish all of their possessions in Anatolia, save the islands of the Aegean, and also they shall give us these two locations in the Black Sea coast so that we will have easier access to Constantinople when the time finally comes for us to take it. And with that, Anatolia, all of Anatolia, is now a rightful domain of the Mongol Empire. By taking Anatolia from the Ottomans, we have also managed to bring them under the 100 locations mark, and with this, the rise of the Turks situation is officially over, and this was indeed for the best because now Anatolia is under the glorious rule of the Orthodox Mongols, and it is going to take us a while to convert the people away from their heathen ways, but we will succeed, and eventually all of Anatolia shall belong to Christ. In any case, before we deign to reclaim the great city of Constantinople from the pagans, there is one final war that we must fight against the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt for the patriarchy seat that they control in Alexandria. And of course, I am going to threaten war for Damietta this time, and then the Mongol horde shall march into the waters of the Nile. Our valiant forces are sieging down many Mamluk fortresses, and at this point we are just going to wait for them to come to us, seeing how many mercenaries and levies and also the great regular armies that they have. It would be much better to fight this as a defensive war rather than as an offensive one. The might of our artillery is truly unparalleled, and the siege of Irbid took less than 2 months to achieve success, so now we are going to focus our artillery on these two fortresses which hold the way to the delta of Egypt. But of course the Egyptians are aware of this fact as well, and for that reason they did their best to disrupt the siege of Al-Khalil and destroy our armies here. Thankfully they failed, and now the siege is going to be reinforced, allowing us to retreat our armies back north where they can rest, recuperate, and reinforce, which gave us just the opportunity that we needed to actually win the siege, which took only 3 months. But unfortunately for us, the Mamluks really are arriving in force, and it appears that our strategy of having a wide net of sieges going on is not going to survive the Mamluk assault. So we will have to go back to our previous way of dealing with the Mamluks, where we attempt to separate their armies and destroy them wherever we can find them. And just like that, the Mamluk armies are going to get wiped, and hopefully we will be able to do a few more retreat and re-attack cycles in order to destroy their entire armed forces. And so far so good. The Egyptians try to attack us time and again, but they get repulsed with every attack, and now they're down to their last 100,000 men, with most of their levies being destroyed and even their mercenaries suffering severe casualties. At this point of the game we got a rather funny bug, because if we go for the philosophy leads the souls astray here, there we go. The Platonic movement keeps coming back and back into our country, no matter how many times we send them away, and I'm guessing this is just bugged. I guess the revival movement modifier just gets wiped when there are no more Hellenist pops living in your country, so that's probably going to be an issue in the near future. For now though, here are some more dead Mamluks, and I guess with this we should be able to destroy their final stack as well. Not quite destroyed, but they did suffer severe casualties. I'm going to retreat our troops, and as soon as the siege of Al-Khalil is over, we are going to march into Egypt. And there we go, that is going to be our grand march west, and we shall occupy all of their fortresses in this area, and hopefully the Pentarchy seat of Alexandria shall be returned to Christian rule. Another glorious victory for us out here in the desert, and with this our armies are within striking distance of Cairo, so I'm going to bring over some cannon and we shall attempt to siege down this great city. At this point I've also built up a bunch of paved roads, mostly emanating out from our capital, and really my main concern here is just lag. As you can see, this interface is just lagging like crazy, even when I'm not actually building anything, and when I am building roads, the FPS drop is just remarkable. The great citadel of Cairo fell before our advancing falconets, and of course we are going to push even further west with the eventual goal of taking the city of Alexandria. Hammanud also fell in shorter than 5 months, and this was the final fortress that stood between us and the holy city of Alexandria, so of course our glorious armies shall march, and we shall take that city, and then Christendom shall be reunited with their long-lost brethren in Egypt. And finally, Alexandria has fallen, and now it shall be conquered in the peace deal. The Egyptians have even unconditionally surrendered, making our job much more easy, and of course we are going to sue for peace. In the peace deal, the Sultanate of Egypt shall be forced to relinquish all of their remaining possessions in the Holy Land and all of their locations along the Mediterranean coast, thus returning the Patriarchate suit of Alexandria to Christian control. And with Alexandria also under our thumb, we must conquer the fourth Pentarchy seat in Constantinople and take it away from the pagan heresy which has taken over. Of course, I'm going to threaten war against the Byzantines, asking for Constantinople, and thematically enough, they are going to refuse. I shall send a single 2-man to siege down Constantinople, while 3 more 2-mans deal with the Byzantine allies in the Balkans and with their possessions in Epirus. Also, we are still getting spammed by this event, and it is becoming rather bad at this point. There you go, we get it every 3-4 days. I'm guessing once we actually conquer Constantinople, we will have enough Hellenist pops in our country that it will stop happening, but for now, this is just so bloody annoying. Anyhow, we managed to destroy a significant Wallachian army, but of course they hired mercenaries, so now we'll have to deal with their mercenaries as well, along with any armies that the Serbians may have raised. The war in the Balkans is coming along pretty okay, but we do have a small issue. We are unable to siege Constantinople because of the massive modifier from the Theodosian walls. So I have ordered all of our cannon to be brought over to the Balkans from Egypt, and hopefully, with the assistance of our falconets, we should be able to take the city of the world's desire. Or maybe not, because for some reason, the falconets are considered to be outdated, and they do not affect our siege chances at all. So I guess the only way that we can actually take the city is if the Byzantines unconditionally surrender to us, which might actually happen at the end of the day. That should be all the forces that Wallachia had remaining, and we captured a lot of prisoners, but of course they're all going to be killed, and I'm going to capture their capital before they can hire any more mercenaries. And seeing as how we can't actually use the artillery in the siege of Constantinople, I brought them over to assist in other parts of the Balkans, and they are actually doing a marvelous job at taking these fortresses. Luckily for us, Wallachia has capitulated, and yes, we are still getting spammed by that event, so let's see how much land we can take from them. I'd say that's a fair bit of land, so of course we're going to take it, and next we're going to focus on Serbia. We have also managed to destroy all the remaining armies of Byzantium, so I'm quite hopeful that they will actually unconditionally surrender after that defeat. The Byzantines never did surrender, and Constantinople actually fell after a siege that lasted nearly 3 years. And this means it is soon going to be annexed, but first, let's wait for the Serbs to actually declare surrender as well. With the siege of Brskovo being successful, we made peace with the Serbs, taking all of their lands in Serbia proper and leaving them as a rump state centered around Zeta. And against the pagan Byzantines, only one peace treaty could be conceived of: full annexation. The Byzantine Empire would collapse, and the great city of Constantinople would return to our hands, to Christian and Mongol hands. And with that, the seat of Constantinopolis was also returned to the Pentarchy, leaving only the Pope in Rome. It is the year 1529, and the great Mongol dynasty stretches far and wide. In the Balkans, we have managed to subdue the Romans. In the north, we have almost destroyed the Princedom of Muscovy, and in the south, we have vanquished the Mamluk Sultanate, leaving them as a rump state, and reclaiming the 3 great cities of Christianity from them. Tibet has been returned to Mongol rule, and in the east, so has Manchuria, with Korea, just waiting in line for their turn to be annexed to Mongol rule. Out of the 5 Pentarchy seats, we have managed to reclaim 4, and the 5th lies just outside of our reach in the holy city of Rome, and soon enough the Pentarchy shall be restored. Thanks to our patronage, the Orthodox faith has spread all across Asia, with most of the Pontic steppe either being Orthodox or having a significant Orthodox minority, and even in China we are seeing many locations becoming majority Orthodox even now, and with the remaining locations also having significant Orthodox minorities. The Mongols have also settled across all of Eurasia, and there are nearly 25 million Mongolian pops in the world, making it by far the largest single culture in the entire world. There is some amount of assimilation into the Mongolian culture in China, although of course it is not remarkable, and even in the Pontic steppe, the Crimean and Astrakhani Tatars are becoming closer to their Mongol overlords day by day. I'm also attempting to assimilate certain parts of China directly using the Assimilate Area Cabinet action, because unfortunately we were unable to accept some of these cultures, and when 100 years were passed, we lost all of our cores in these areas of China, so hopefully by assimilating them we will be able to regain our cores. And speaking of cores, well, most of our new conquests remain conquered territories rather than actual cores or even integrated areas, with the main exceptions being the lands that we have colonized rather than taking from someone else. But at this point it's been so long that some of their earlier conquests are actually self-coring, and we have actually managed to gain some cores out here in the steppes through this method. So I presume all of these areas that we have taken so far will become cores with or without our intervention, and in the meantime we are working hard on integrating some of our new conquests both in Mesopotamia and out here in Anatolia, and now even in Egypt. Unfortunately, we remain unable to project proximity and control except for our heartlands in China, but I'm quite hopeful that this will change over time, and if we do manage to play this game all the way to the Age of Absolutism, then using modern roads we should definitely be able to get a decent amount of proximity and control, at least in China proper, and then we'll see about the rest of the world. Truly, there is much work that needs to be done, and truly we shall do it all, but first, let us focus on our internal development. First, we're going to start by queuing up a couple RGOs in our capital, and then of course, we are going to build a road. Already we have a bunch of roads in the eastern parts of China, but ideally I want to get more roads in the south and the north and the west too, in order to propagate our proximity and our control further into the Chinese highlands. Of course, this is easier said than done simply from a performance viewpoint, because as you can see, the game lags like hell when I actually try to build any roads, so this is going to take a while in terms of real life time, and I'm not going to make you suffer through it all. Instead, let me just show you the end result, which is us having built roads in all of the blue locations that you can see, and that's basically most of China covered. So the moment that we get another 100,000 ducats, we're going to keep building roads in the north and in the west, and hopefully soon enough all of East Asia will have a huge road network that all lead to Hangzhou, and we can finally say all roads lead to the Mongol Empire. In the meantime, I'm going to make use of the momentary peace that we have to start annexing all of our remaining subjects in Caucasia, and I believe we have another 4 or 5, after which all of Caucasia will be directly owned by the Great Mongol Dynasty. Our conquests of Western Anatolia and Constantinople have also added a significant Greek element to our population, so of course we are going to accept the Greek culture, and already I am attempting to integrate the province of Byzantium, because we will actually be able to get an acceptable amount of control in Constantinople once we have managed to integrate and core this location. Because the Megalopolis location rank gives a 20% max control, and we can get another 10% by building the Jishan, which should allow us to have around 50% control in this location, even with a zero proximity, and we might even be able to open up the urban manufactories here, making Constantinople a nice little moneymaker for our empire. And I'm also going to start building a spy network on the Kingdom of Goryeo, with the idea of attacking them later down the line once the armies have returned from the west. And just look at our absolute giga chad of a genius prodigy heir, 16583. That is pretty awesome if I say so myself. Unfortunately, we all know what's going to happen. He is going to be the subject of a hunting accident, and then his idiot brother will take the throne instead. Also, we have a tiny bit of a problem because of all of the road constructions that we are funding. Our markets in China are literally running out of masonry, so I'll have to queue up some masons in our inland markets as well in order to ease up the masonry shortage. So I've queued up around 10,000 ducats each worth of masons in these 3 markets and about 3,000 ducats each in these 4 coastal markets, and that should be plenty. It doesn't even cost us all that much considering how we're getting more than 4,000 ducats a month with parliament taxes added on top. And our tax base is nearly half of our wealth, so we have a fairly healthy ratio over there as well. And this is all thanks to the fact that we have literally burned down everything and razed the entire western part of our country to the ground, because that's not creating any significant amount of wealth as compared to our tax base, which is mostly focused in the eastern reaches of our empire. And it appears our military hegemony is being threatened by the Kingdom of France, who have actually managed to raise 78,000 men in regulars, so of course we are going to have to build a couple more Tumans in the east in order to match them in terms of our regular armies. Alternatively, and I guess that's what I'm going to do actually, we could build more falconets in order to assist our already existing Tumans, and that will allow us to siege down the Korean fortresses much faster once we come around to destroying them. And with that, we have easily managed to overtake France as the greatest military nation once again. But unfortunately for us, our manpower situation does appear to be pretty dire, so I'm also going to queue up some more armories around our heartlands in order to increase our monthly manpower gain. Some 85 armories should do the trick now, but ideally we'll want to build at least another 50 in order to increase our manpower gain. Right, we have a CB against Goryeo, and the winter snows have cleared, so it is time to declare war. I am kind of worried that our manpower reserves will not last this war, but we shall do our best and we'll see about the rest. And we are going to declare war, but there is a small catch in that Goryeo is actually part of a rather small coalition. Most of these guys can't really do anything against us, but I have stationed a couple of Tumans near Veliki Novgorod, just in case that they decide to attack us. We are just going to destroy any armies they sent across the border, and then we are going to peace them out for the next 15 years. And with all of that being said, let us threaten war, and I'm going to go for Seogyeong here, because they will refuse, and we will be able to occupy it to get additional ticking war score. I shall send 2 Tumans over here to the city of Seogyeong itself, and we will probably try to send a couple over to Hwaju, but in general we want to keep most of our armies in the reserve, so we will be able to immediately attack any Korean armies that cross the border. And because we have brought so much artillery, the siege chances here begin at -14 and -21% respectively, so that's going to be a fairly easy siege for us, and we might even be able to occupy this entire province before the Koreans manage to react. In fact, I'm probably going to try and take these 2 fortresses as well before the Koreans manage to hire more mercenaries and send their armies north. We might be able to surprise them and take more land, thus giving us even more war score through occupations and blockades. Meanwhile, in the west, apparently we actually managed to get Theodora involved in this war as well, and that is lovely. Since they're Orthodox, we are not able to get any CBs against them, so I will actually try to meet them in the field of battle, and we will actually try and occupy and fully annex them as part of this coalition war. We might even be able to do the same to Yashi, depending on how well our vassals are able to destroy their armies, and whether we can actually occupy their lands. Meanwhile, in the east, the Koreans have finally arrived, and upon arrival, they promptly lost to our troops, but it does appear that they caused significant casualties to us, so maybe it might make sense to move 1 Tuman from over here to this fortress in order to reinforce our soldiers there. And we have our first successful siege in Korea. The siege of Suan lasted 140 days, but we were victorious, and that means we can definitely destroy more Koreans over here and possibly even manage to kill some of their regulars. And Seogyeong itself has also fallen. Because this province is the war goal, we are actually going to start getting ticking war score here, which should allow us to end this war in a timely manner. And there we go, we got our first stack wipe against the Koreans, and it was such a glorious battle. At the same time, Hwaju has also fallen, so we will be able to retreat our troops here just momentarily in order to get them to reinforce, and then we shall be back on track to occupy more Korean lands. And we even managed to get a second stack wipe, which is just lovely, but we're not nearly getting as much war score as I'd hoped for, I guess because it is a coalition war here. Munju has also fallen, and unlike the first war against Korea, we're actually able to get a decent bit of occupation going. I'm not quite sure why they're not hiring more mercenaries. Maybe they actually did run out of money after all of their losses in the first war. Well, would you look at that. Constantinople has been integrated, and we're actually getting a maximum control of 47% here, despite having a pretty low satisfaction. So I guess this is actually going to be a valuable part of our economy, and I'm going to open up most of these urban buildings specifically in the megalopolis of Constantinople and not anywhere else. Another stack wipe against Korea, and we have managed to capture 7,500 men, which is amazing. And there we go, yet another stack wipe here, which did wipe out most of their heavy infantry as well. So I'm guessing that was the regulars that we managed to wipe here. And yet another one bites the dust, giving us another 10% war score. So now we have nearly 50% from battles and around 13% from occupations and blockades. We should be able to piece them out quite soon, but I might want to drag this war out for a bit longer so we can actually annex some of the Western Coalition members as well. Such as, of course, Teodoro, because the siege of Chersonissos has finally completed, and that means we can actually annex Teodoro for once, thus bringing the entire Black Sea under Mongol control, making it an internal sea of our great empire. We have even managed to capture the old Korean capital of Kaesong, and that is most certainly a great defeat for the Koreans, so hopefully they're going to surrender very soon, and we will be able to take a big chunk of land to the north of the peninsula. And it appears after Teodoro we can also annex Yashi, so of course I'll go for that, and as usual we're going to raise their lands, although it's not as if there is much to raise here anyways. The siege of Rutul is also over, so we'll annex them too, thus bringing an end to our conquest of Caucasia, which began many decades ago. And we're finally here, we are sieging down the Korean capital of Hanseong, and if we actually manage to win this siege, we will be able to demand a fairly significant peace deal, which is going to throw the Koreans off their balance for a long while. And we have successfully sieged down the Korean capital. So you know what that means. We're going to take these lands from Korea, and this is actually going to lock their capital in, thus preventing them from exerting any proximity outside of these three locations, and that's going to tank their control, which will make it much easier and much cheaper for us to take their lands in the future wars. But of course, the game decided to bug out for some reason, reducing our war score by 30%, so I guess we will have to fight this war for a bit longer now. We had to fight on for a bit longer, but finally Goryeo unconditionally surrendered to us, thus bringing all of their territories under our control. And after getting separate peace treaties with their allies Veliki Novgorod and Perm, we are finally ready to peace out Goryeo. Not only are we going to isolate Hanseong, but we're also going to get a bit of land in the northeast of their country, and hopefully by the time our truce is over, we will be able to roll back in and take all of their lands, because they're going to go down in control and they're going to have pretty terrible control across the entire peninsula when we come back to fight them again. And that is going to be our peace treaty with Korea. Apologies for the border gore as usual, but trust me, it is well worth it. Of course, thanks to this new influx of Korean people, we are actually able to accept the Korean culture, which will hopefully put an end to their dreams of rebellion here. And while we can't actually exert any proximity in Korea just yet, eventually we will be able to get some proximity through the East China Sea, and at that point Korea will actually be a productive province of our empire rather than being a backwater which produces no value for us. We are at peace again, and we will probably remain at peace for a decent while, at least until our truce with the Mamluks or the Ottomans ran out. So for now I'm going to use this time period to increase our proximity and control even further, and first of all we are going to build even more roads in China. And with that we basically have roads on all of China proper, stretching in the north all the way up to the great city of Hambalak, and we will even connect to the road network in Manchuria and Korea through this extension over here. And in the year 1536 we held another great synod, intensifying our conversion efforts, which are already coming along pretty splendidly. As you can see, basically the entire western steppe is Orthodox, with the exception of this area which is still Sanjiao because of all the slaves that we took, and it is also quite heavily populated, let me remind you of that. And we are also getting a decent bit of Orthodox conversion in China now, and we can see all of these tiny little purple dots that are dotting the landscape. Unfortunately, in some of the more outback areas in the rural regions of China, the majority religion is almost entirely Sanjiao, but in areas where we actually have decent control, Orthodoxy is definitely spreading rather quickly. And it looks like we're cooked. Right now, the average control in our country is so low that despite spending maximum on diplomatic spending, we are still getting some complacency, and this basically means that we can never go to negative stability ever again, or we would be faced with the complacent decline disaster. Yeah, I really guess that the complacency system has its issues, but at the same time it was probably not designed for whatever the hell this is. So I guess we'll just have to fight it out. Anyways, we do have a following through on threat CB on Muscovy, so of course we're going to make use of that. And I'm not quite sure, but hopefully this is going to be our final war against Muscovy, and I believe that we will be able to fully annex them at the conclusion of this war. As usual, we're going to send these two Tumans over to occupy their capital city and destroy any stacks that they might be able to raise, and I'm just going to let my vassal Swarm deal with the Muscovite vassals. While we're busy dealing with the Muscovites, the Age of Reformation is upon us, and there's definitely something to be said about going for the military focus, because we would get an additional 25% cultures capacity for over 100 culture capacity in total, but we're not even making full use of our accepted cultures capacity at this point, and I think I'll actually go for the diplomatic focus, mainly for the additional 20% cabinet efficiency, since we could definitely use more of that. The new age also brings with it a bunch of new government reforms, and I guess we are going to switch away from the legacy of Emperor Kublai Borjigin, mainly because we don't actually need the additional accepted cultures capacity, and instead of this I'm probably going to go with the counter-espionage offices reform for the additional pop assimilation speed. Although the mandatory bureaucrat education reform is also very strong for the additional 5% max literacy bonus that it gives, so probably we're going to switch things around, and eventually I will switch out of one of these other government reforms as well, maybe the Privy Council, in order to get some of the more beneficial conversion speed and max literacy kind of bonuses. We caught up to the Muscovites and wiped their entire armies in the Battle of Wolok, so this is just going to be us sieging down their lands until they decide to unconditionally surrender to us. The siege of Tver lasted 416 days, and then the city belongs to the Mongol Empire. After occupying the location of Brody, we should easily be able to fully annex the Muscovite Principality. And the Muscovites unconditionally surrendered to us, so you guys know what that means. They're going to get fully annexed, along with at least a couple of their vassals. In fact, it appears that I can actually annex Muscovy and all of their vassals except Beloya and Mstislav, which we will inherit anyways, So that's going to be our peace deal with them. Next up, we have another war coming up against the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. As usual, we shall threaten war, putting us into war with them. And the idea here is to reclaim the island of Cyprus from them and also take as much land as we can in the Nile Delta. I shall send half of our armies over the border in order to siege down their capital, and in the east we shall have 1 2-man with artillery and 1 2-man without artillery to deal with any of their possessions that are left in the Levant and in Arabia. Our initial assault actually went quite well, and we managed to destroy one of the Mamluks' regular stacks, even taking more than 2,000 prisoners, so we're just going to keep sieging down Cairo until this battle is over, and then hopefully at some point the Mamluks will unconditionally surrender to us. But first, let's deal with the levies that they have raised, and there we go, that is a massive stack wipe for us. So I'm going to send the artillery over to Cairo, and let's send these guys to the backlines so that they can recover their troops. Our truce with the Ottomans is also over, so it looks like we are going to claim the rest of Macedonia and Thrace from them. As usual, I'm going to threaten war, and we're at war against the Ottomans and Serbia. I'll use 1 stack in the northeast to deal with the Serbian possessions, and we're going to use this stack to immediately capture the Ottoman capital of Edirne and then destroy any Ottoman armies that might spawn in the region. The Serbs fought valiantly, but alas, they lost. And the occupation of Edirne was also successful, so we're going to start sieging down some of the other Ottoman fortresses in the area, and we'll also siege down any Serbian fortresses that remain in the Northwest Balkans. Meanwhile, the Mamluks are on the move, and we managed to score a major victory against them in the Battle of Madaba, but I'm fairly confident that they have other troops in the area, which we will have to destroy if we want to win this war. Also, I just realized that I forgot to put our cabinet on a promoting institutions duty, and it's probably going to take a while. We will get there eventually, but we'll probably be like 5 years later than usual into embracing all 3 institutions of this age. Luckily for us, Cairo fell after a siege which lasted less than 6 months, so we have another army at the ready that we can use to hunt down and destroy the Egyptian stacks in the area. And Madaba also fell after a siege lasting nearly 7 months, so we are going to send our troops back to Jaffa so that they can reinforce, and then we'll go back to hunting the Egyptians with them too. And there we go, that's a major stack wipe against Egypt, and let's see where else they have their troops. In the meanwhile, our armies in the Levant actually managed to score a great victory against the Egyptian vassal Almira, so we're going to hunt down any armies that might have, and we're also going to siege down the remainder of their lands. In the meantime, I'm going to start upgrading and building up our council halls, which at the Age of Discovery give a plus 5% max control and plus 20% local crown power to every single location that we build them in. And they also create a bunch of demand, which is going to be met by our papermakers guilds, of course. So in China, I'm going to start by upgrading the local councils that we had, and as soon as we start getting a bit more money, I'm going to pepper our entire empire with these bad boys for the additional control that they're going to give us. Looks like our Mamluk hunt is going pretty well. We managed to destroy one of their stacks, and hopefully we will be able to destroy this stack as well rather easily, because of course it's mostly levies. Just as expected, they fell before our horse archers, and it appears that the horse archers are still doing some work, despite them being 3 ages outdated at this point. So hopefully we will be able to destroy any more armies that the Mamluks have, and that should cause them to just unconditionally surrender to us. Well, that was certainly unexpected, because apparently the remainder of their armies were in Karak, just right next door to us, and they don't even have any mercenaries at this point, so it's just 600 men that they have left, and once those are gone, this battle, this war will be over basically. Meanwhile, in the Balkans, we have managed to destroy yet another Ottoman army, and they only have about 1000 light infantry levies left at this point. I'm going to keep sieging down their fortresses, and hopefully they will unconditionally surrender at some point, allowing us to take a bunch of land in this area. And in an astonishing turn of events, both the Ottomans and the Egyptians actually surrendered back to back, so I guess we're going to make peace with both of them. I'm going to take a bunch of land from the Ottomans, excluding the area around their capital Edirne, and hopefully we will be able to come around in 15 years and complete our conquest of the Ottoman territories this way, because it would cost us just too much to actually take these 4 locations. So let's send that peace deal, thus bringing most of the Balkans under Mongol rule. And from the Mamluks, we're mostly going to take their possessions in Arabia, because taking any sort of land in the delta itself is hell. I mean, it costs us 15 war score just to take a single location, which is utter madness if you ask me. So I guess it's going to take a few more wars before we can finally fully annex the Mamluks. Anyways, after all of those wars, I believe that we don't really have anything better to do. I mean, we do want to finish our conquest of Russia and also Korea, but both of those are going to take until 1551 for the truces to be over, so I'm just going to relocate our armies in the west over to the border with Korea, and then we're just going to lay low until the truce is over with the Kingdom of Goryeo, which is going to take another 8 years. In the meantime, I've been annexing some of our vassals that we inherited from Tibet, and we're going to keep annexing as many as we can, with hopefully the idea of bringing all of Tibet under our direct control once all of these vassals have been integrated. Since we are the Emperor of China, we can also build up the Jishan buildings in all of our urban locations, and these give you another 10% max control in that location at the cost of a bit of local nobles power, so they're definitely well worth it to build in every single urban location that we have. And they do consume a bit of tools, a bit of weaponry, so I think we'll have to make sure that when we're building them, we reopen the tool workshops just momentarily until they have finished construction. Otherwise, we can't even queue them up in some of these locations because there are simply not enough tools in the local market. And now that we have queued up Jishans in every single location in which can, I'm also going to mass upgrade our local councils to council halls, and when this is finished, I'm going to build up council halls in every single urban location that we have as well, thus giving us a lot more additional control across our entire empire. The vassal annexations in Tibet are coming along splendidly, and we've actually gained more than enough people of the Utsang and Kampa cultures to actually accept them, so I'll add a Kampa as an accepted culture now, and we'll add Utsang whenever we get enough prestige to do it. Our truce with Goryeo is over, and you know what that means, it is time that we threaten them for war. Now, because the average control of Goryeo is so low, because of course we managed to take their capital and most of their other locations do not have any proximity leading back to the capital, we should easily be able to claim a large chunk of the Korean peninsula, perhaps coming down to around here, and in a couple more wars, Goryeo should be fully annexed. For now, I shall send our troops to occupy these 3 fortresses, and another stack is going to go down to the middle of the country and attempt to take the Goryeo capital of Hanseong. And we inflicted a grievous defeat upon them in the Battle of Hanseong. Unfortunately, we do not have any artillery, so the siege here is probably going to take a good long while, but we should be able to get some reinforcements from the north once our 3 sieges going on in the north are complete. And there we go, that is siege number 1, which is complete, which means we are able to relocate our troops to Hanseong, which is very nice because we actually managed to get defeated pretty handily in the battle over here. So it's going to be a while before our horse archers have actually recovered. Before heading to Hanseong though, let's take care of some of the Goryean armies here, because they have quite a few stacks just running around the countryside, and it appears that despite them being significantly weakened by our wars so far, they still have more than enough money in their treasury to be able to afford a bunch of mercenaries, so we will have to destroy all the mercenaries that they hire, along with their sizable levies and irregulars. We also managed to win the siege of Suan, so I'm going to relocate this army down south in order to deal with any forces that the Goryans might throw at us. Such as, of course, these 2 stacks, which I presume are mostly levies, but they still contain a significant number of mercenaries and regulars, so this is not going to be the easy stack wipes that we're used to. Or maybe it will be the easy stack wipes that we're used to because they just got destroyed. Let's see, their levies are dead, they still have nearly 50,000 mercenaries, which is insane, but I'm fairly confident that they're not going to pose much of a threat to us anymore. Well, anyways, it took us a couple of years, we got wiped and had to retreat and regroup a couple of times, but finally, the Korean capital of Hanseong is ours, and the Koreans should declare unconditional surrender any moment now. In the meantime, the first institution of the Age of Reformation, artillery, is available to us, and of course we shall embrace it immediately, and I'm going to start queuing up some advances here. Artillery itself is pretty nice, but I think we're mostly going for cabinet for the additional 20% cabinet efficiency, and I presume that the red cannon unique regiment here is also going to come in handy when we're fighting out in the field. And on the 1st of December 1554, the Kingdom of Goryeo unconditionally surrendered, bringing an end to the Third Mongol-Korean War. It is quite vexing that even with 100% war score, we can only take 4 provinces from the Koreans, but this is kind of the mid-game wars, so we will probably have to declare another 4 or 5 wars in order to fully annex them, and there really is no alternative to this. So anyways, I'm just going to tinker with the peace deal a bit. We'll try to get something worth 100, and then we're just going to send it. And that, I guess, is going to be our peace deal with Korea. I'm going to build bailiffs and zhishans in all the locations that we take from Korea, because of course they are filthy rich, and we can actually exert a bit of proximity and control in this region. So we're actually going to try and integrate Korea into our homelands, and we'll try to make the most out of it economically. In the meantime, I shall send our remaining 2 mans west, because the conquest of Russia awaits us. A new emperor has ascended to the throne, and that calls for a new court, but of course we shall keep Hangzhou as our capital just for now. And our new emperor, Nergui II, actually has really decent stats, so I'm definitely not concerned about our dynasty's future for now. It has been 10 years since we annexed some of our vassals in Tibet and inherited others, so of course I'm going to keep annexing all the vassals that we've got until all of Tibet is in our direct control. Our troops are in place and it is time for war against Veliki Novgorod. Unfortunately, because they are our co-religionists, we can't actually get any sort of CB on them, so our first war will have to be a no CB war, and hopefully we will be able to release some vassals in their lands, thus giving us more CBs for our future conquests of this area. As usual, we are going to try and take over the border forts for now, and as soon as we see some Novgorodian forces coming our way, we are of course going to bring our forces over and just destroy them. We also have enough stability to embrace the global trade institution, so I'll go for that one as well. And maybe we're going to queue up some advances after cabinet is over in the global trade tree. Specifically, getting the additional iron and the silver output tax will probably improve our economy significantly, so we might go for those. And I believe that there are some very important texts under here which are unique to the Mongol Empire as well. Somewhat unexpectedly, our first victory against the Novgorodians was fought out here in the east, in the territory of their vassal Vyatka, and we managed to capture a lot of their horses as prisoners. So now we're actually going to siege down Vyatka, and then we're going to take a look at the Western Front. Because the Russian fortresses are beginning to fall one by one in the west, and we have even managed to open up the way to the city of Novgorod itself, so we're of course going to go there, and let's see how many men that the Novgorodians actually have prepared for us. They have an unexpectedly high number of forces in the east, and I have no idea why this is the case, but this is basically the second Novgorodian army that we've destroyed in the east, rather than in their western heartlands, and I guess we're going to destroy this army next. It's only light infantry, so even though it's mostly mercenaries, we should easily be able to handle them. And there we go, that's a massive stack wipe for us. So of course, we are going to try and capture the city of Novgorod next. In the meantime, I think it is also time that we declared war on the Great Perm, and unfortunately we can't threaten for war, but we can most certainly declare religious war on them, because they remain pagans. And let's do this. And we will probably be able to fully annex them, or at least take a big chunk of their territory in this war. thus consolidating our rule over the Ural Mountains. I'm just going to order this single army to focus siege all of their lands, and we're basically going to forget about the Permian front until our troops are done dealing with Novgorod. Well, Novgorod itself fell after 217 days of siege, and I presume that they're going to surrender very soon. But we're still going to try and destroy their troop here, in case that they are not willing to surrender just yet. And that should be the majority of their armies gone, so now they only have about 3000 men left in a couple distinct regiments, I would say. Meanwhile, in the east, we actually managed to destroy the Permian armies, so their capital is going to fall very soon, and once their capital has fallen, we should easily be able to fully annex them. We can also peace out Novgorod, and I'm going to take these two locations so we can release Oreshek and Pskov, and they will start fabricating claims for us. And other than that, we can only take this land, which does bring us within striking distance of Novgorod, but at the same time it's just not a lot of land compared to the scale of the war here. But anyways, I'm still going to send this peace deal, and we're done with Novgorod for the next 15 years. And Perm is finally willing to accept the full annexation, so that's going to be it, thus reducing our border gore in eastern Russia significantly, and bringing us in control of the Ural Mountains. Luckily for us, Perm has basically zero market access, so I'm not going to have to bother with destroying any of the RGOs or the buildings here, but we will have to destroy some of the buildings in the lands that we've taken from Novgorod, and that's going to decrease our slider expenses just a tiny little bit. I'm also going to release Pskov and Oreshek as historical subjects, so that they start fabricating claims on us, or rather claims on Novgorod for us, and we will be able to use them in our coming wars in order to decrease the war score cost of taking their lands. And we can finally embrace the last institution of this age, confessionalism, which is also the big institution of this age because it gives you access to the additional possible government reform, the additional cabinet seat, and all of the other good stuff that is usually locked behind the institutions. So I'm going to queue up the Prince and Supreme Court, and also the early modern administration advance for that additional cabinet seat, and once we are done with this side of the tree, we will be able to get all the other goodies on the other two institutions. In the meantime, it is time for war against the Sultanate of Egypt, as we have finally gained another religious war CB on them. Although I think it would be better if I were to relocate our armies over here, so we can immediately ambush their troops at the opening stages of the war. And there we go, that means it is time for war as usual. I'm going to immediately send them over to the city of Ramses so that they can destroy the Mamluk troops, and then we will probably try and siege down the megalopolis of Al-Qahira. And that is a perfectly executed ambush for us. We managed to destroy a quarter of the Mamluk regular armies, and the rest are in heavy dismay, so we should easily be able to destroy the Mamluk levies when they rise, and then it's just going to be us versus their castles. And that should be a significant number of their levies, and we are also destroying the forces of Almira in the east in Syria, so hopefully the Mamluk forces will be dead very soon, and Cairo will become ours. Also, in addition to institution locking a bunch of really cool advances, conventionalism itself gives you plus 10 base pop conversion speed, so using it we should easily be able to convert most of the population in the areas in which we have cores, because if we don't have any cores, we don't have any control. But if we do have cores, and we're going to start getting cores on a lot of our new conquests in the Near East, we should be able to start converting the populace, and in fact we are already converting the populace at a fairly rapid pace back home in China. So now, as you can see, there are large swathes of land which are majority or even almost entirely Orthodox, and over time the percentage of Sanjiao believers is just going to collapse, while the percentage of Orthodox believers is going to rise to new and new heights. Cairo fell after only 3 months, allowing us to move further down south in the Nile River Valley, and up here we're going to destroy the remainder of the Mamluk levies in another battle in the city of Ramses. And with that, the remaining Egyptian levies have also been destroyed. They do have some regulars, but their regulars are pitifully under strength, So hopefully we will figure out where they are and destroy them, and that's going to be it for the Egyptian armed forces. And there we go, we have actually managed to achieve 100% war score against the Mamluks without them unconditionally surrendering, which is very interesting. And I'm going to leave them with these two locations and this location taking 100% war score worth of land in the Nile River Valley, and in the next war we are probably going to fully annex them, thus inheriting all of their remaining vassals. So let us send this, and in 15 more years the Mamluks shall be relegated to the dustbin of history. Well then, it is time for our final war of this episode, and this time around we intend to go west, because the Papal States and Serbia have formed a coalition against us, and because Serbia is allied to the Ottomans, by declaring war on the Ottomans we should be able to bring them all into the war, thus reclaiming the great city of Roma and restoring the Pentarchy once and for all. There's a tiny minor issue though, the Papal Navy is quite formidable and they have 32 heavy ships, some galleys and light ships, so we will have to build our own navy in the Mediterranean in order to deal with them on the sea and to make a naval invasion of Italy possible for our glorious armies. So I have queued up 60 carracks and 60 flutes in the Mediterranean, and once this Grand Armada has been built up, we should be able to go toe-to-toe against the Italians on sea, and then we should be able to capture Roma. But of course that's going to take a long time for the navies to be built, so in the meanwhile we're probably going to declare that war anyways, and we will try to deal with the Kingdom of Hungary, which is another major Serbian ally, and after they have been knocked out of the war, we should be able to focus entirely on the Papal States. Actually, this is more of a silly me kind of situation, because it turns out we have a lot more wharfs in the Mediterranean and the Black Seas, and I had just closed these down for whatever reason, probably in order to save on maintenance, so I've opened them back up, and we're going to distribute the naval construction to more cities, thus allowing us to build the Grand Armada in a shorter time span. So by building 3 carracks in each wharf location that we have, this should be complete in a bit under 6 years, and in 6 years we should easily be able to destroy the Papal navies. And while we're waiting for the navy to be constructed, our population has finally surpassed 200 million. 16% is Mongolian, totaling more than 32 million people, and Sanjiao is still the plurality, but the Orthodox population is growing steadily, and hopefully soon enough we will be majority Orthodox. As you can see, there are small stripes of Orthodoxy just appearing in the areas that we have poured so far, and we have also managed to gain a lot of Orthodox believers across the Great Steppes. There is a majority Orthodox area in Tibet, which was caused by us colonizing the area instead of conquering it from someone else, and of course Manchuria is very much up for grabs between Sanjiao, Tungusic shamanism and Orthodoxy. And in China itself, Orthodoxy is continuing its spread. It has spread quite far in this area and in a couple of other outposts, and also in most of Taiwan. And hopefully China will be majority Orthodox very soon. As for the culture map mode, we have a couple major Mongolian areas that were caused by us using the assimilate area action. Unfortunately for us, we do not have accepted cultures over all of these Chinese cultures, because some of them are just too small for us to accept, unfortunately. But overall, Mongolian is spreading throughout China, and especially in areas in which we have a decent control. And also it is quite hilarious that Vietnam has actually managed to convert a lot of people to Orthodoxy, and the same has also happened to Champa, which is our loyal vassal, and right now they're working on assimilating their populace to Mongolian culture. We also have a fairly significant amount of money saved up, so of course we're going to upgrade the remaining local councils to council halls, and then we're going to build up more local councils or council halls in all the locations that we can find. And finally, I'm also going to build the Zhishians in every single urban location that we have, thus giving us an additional 15% max control in all of our urban locations. And then we're going to build up a bunch of bailiffs, especially in China, in order to increase the control that we have, but this time this is going to be in rural locations rather than in urban locations. And also it's time that we built up more bridges, because we have obviously built up a lot of roads, and all of those roads are allowing us to build more bridges in China, thus giving us more and more proximity spread across the super region. And finally, with the remaining money that we have, I'm simply going to build up some more roads, trying to connect us to the road network in Korea, and maybe getting a few more in southern Manchuria. It is the year 1565. Two-thirds of our Grand Armada have been put to sea, but we have a couple of minor issues. Right now, if we declare on Serbia, this would bring in Naples and Poland, because Naples is now part of the coalition and Poland is allied to Lithuania, which is also part of the coalition. So it does appear that this war is going to be much larger scale than we had anticipated. It still does not mean that we are not going to fight it though, so I'm going to declare war against the Ottomans using the Religious War CB, and we will attempt to crush the entire coalition, or we shall perish in doing so. I'm going to use this stack to siege down any forts that the Neapolitans have in the Balkans, while we're going to take these two stacks to destroy the Serbians. And out here in the east, we are going to use a couple more stacks to hunt down any troops that the Wallachians might raise, and we're going to use this stack to siege down the lands of East Montania, which is a vassal of the Kingdom of Hungary. But in all likelihood, we're probably going to have to drop all of our sieges as soon as the enemy troops start approaching, and just focus on hunting them down, because they have of course a huge coalition army with more than 200,000 regulars waiting to strike us down, and that's not even accounting for their mercenaries and their levied troops. The initial engagements have definitely been in our favor. We have managed to destroy the regulars of Wallachia, and we've also managed to kill off a Serbian army, but everything is going to change when the big guns come rolling from Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, and maybe even Naples and the Papal States, depending on whether the Italians can actually ferry their troops over to the Balkans. We have managed to destroy the remaining Wallachian armies in the Battle of Radovan, but it appears that the Hungarians are here, and they're here in force, so we will probably have to remove some of our troops from the sieges in Wallachia and order them to destroy the Hungarian forces. Or alternatively, we could just win the sieges and use the troops that have been freed up to destroy the Hungarians. I'm not quite sure whether we'll actually be able to defeat them, but I'd say that it's worth a try. We were most certainly able to defeat them, and that's going to be a major loss for the Hungarians, because I believe that was something like half of their regular forces there. So we managed to destroy them all, and we even managed to take a bunch of prisoners. It does appear that the Neapolitans have managed to land their armies, made up mostly of levies with some mercenaries also in tow. So we are going to unite these two stacks in the north and try to destroy their armies over here in Albania. But before we could even unite our forces, we managed to hit another Neapolitan stack in the Battle of Cluj, and it looks like they actually lost. So if they're going towards southern Albania, we should be able to catch them and destroy them. And the siege of Kotor is also successful, thus giving us control over the Serbian capital. So I'm going to move our troops over to Podgorica, and we will try to capture that town as well. Or even before that, we should probably destroy the papal armies that have also landed in the Balkans, and after that we can go back to sieging Serbia in peace. Well, there we go. In the Battle of Durish, we managed to destroy the remaining Neapolitan armies, and right now they still have a lot of men under arms, but it's going to be a while before they can bring all of them over to the Balkans and unite them to a force that can threaten us. That's going to be another stack wipe against the Neapolitans, and by marching south just a little, we should be able to wipe them again in the location of Arriero Castro. And that's going to be our fourth stack wipe against the Neapolitans. Their mercenaries are all dead. They do have a fairly significant regular force that they're holding in reserve, but I'm fairly confident that we will be able to destroy those two when the time comes. For now, I'm going to try and siege down the Neapolitan possessions in the Balkans, with the idea of knocking them out of the war early so we do not have to deal with their Grand Armada. In the meantime, our vassals are holding the line in Ruthenia against the Polish, Hungarian and Lithuanian forces, but they're definitely going to start needing some assistance soon, so I'll probably try to relocate these two stacks over to this area as soon as the sieges are finished. In the meantime, another glorious victory for the Mongol Empire as we managed to destroy a fairly significant papal stack, and now we're going to try and siege down the town of Podgorica. The siege of Veleni de Munte is over, and that means I can send this stack over to the Ruthenian heartlands to hunt down and destroy the enemy stacks, starting with a fairly significant Polish army, which nonetheless weren't stack wiped and they did cause us some heavy casualties, but that's quite alright. Our numbers will recover and we are going to go north in order to destroy the remaining Polish forces. Although it looks like our vassals are actually doing pretty okay, like they managed to defeat a couple Hungarian stacks without our assistance, and I'm guessing our assistance is going to be welcome, but not necessarily all that needed. Albania has fallen, and I believe that we will be able to peace out Naples very soon, but I'm still going to try and siege down their lands down here in Morea in the hopes of actually being able to get something out of the peace deal that we make with them. Time for a new government reform, and we'll go for mandatory bureaucrat education this time around. And soon enough, once we have strengthened the ministry again in 1 year, we're going to come back and we're going to replace one of these government reforms with something else that's going to be slightly more useful to us. Meanwhile, in Ruthenia, after suffering a few defeats and even a stack wipe, we have actually managed to regroup, and we are now regularly destroying Polish, Lithuanian and Hungarian stacks, so this is probably going to be a stalemate of sorts in this front of the war, but we should easily be able to piece them out eventually, if not immediately. Another day, another stack wipe on the Hungarians, and with this, the only remaining stack in our own territories is this one, who are soon going to be destroyed by our valiant forces. Meanwhile, the Neapolitans had landed some troops in the Balkans, but we promptly destroyed them too, and now we're going to take back the location of Butroton, after which the Neapolitans will likely accept our peace offer. After a couple more victories against the Hungarians, we have finally managed to destroy or force to retreat all the stacks that the enemy had in Ruthenia, and now we're going to go back on the assault. Or even better, we can actually white peace out Lithuania, and if we can do the same with Poland, that's going to reduce the size of our enemies' territories quite a bit, so now we can focus entirely on Hungary, Serbia, Naples, and eventually the Papal States. Also, I'm going to take a bit of land from Wallachia and piece them out. Unfortunately, we can't get a full annexation, but we should easily be able to fully annex them the next time around. And strangely enough, making the Serbs a co-belligerent actually made them the war leader, so we are actually able to fully annex the Ottomans as well, and of course that is exactly what we're going to do, thus ending the Turkoman threat once and for all after hundreds of years. As usual, the Pope has hired essentially an infinite number of mercenaries, but unfortunately for him, he decided to send them all out into the Balkans. So of course we are going to hunt them down one by one and destroy every stack that the Pope Leo X can send at us, and then we are going to turn right into Italy and destroy the remaining papal armies, thus capturing the holy city of Roma. And just like that, we are wiping out stack after stack of papal mercenaries. Even though their numbers are dwindling, they are still very numerous, so it's going to be a while before we can actually manage to go back on the offensive here. In the meantime, an army that we sent through the northern corridor has actually managed to capture the Hungarian capital of Buda, so I presume that the Hungarians are willing to peace us out now. In theory they are, but we could definitely push for a bigger peace option here, so I'm going to keep fighting them and occupying their lands until we can get 100% war score worth of land. And in the meantime, we can simply kill off more papal mercenaries, of course. And it looks like our Grand Armada is finally going to see some action by destroying these papal ships, and with that, the road to Rome should be clear. I'm going to be totally honest with you, this is getting ridiculous. Like, as you can see, we have just destroyed 50,000 papal troops, And already they have hired another 300,000. It literally makes no sense. Are they simply conjuring the mercenaries out of thin air? I mean, I guess at this point we have to peace out Naples and just try to take Rome in a big, huge final assault. But what is even more ridiculous is that the Papal States actually unconditionally surrendered to us. And we literally have 0 troops in Italy. I'm guessing they probably went bankrupt or something absurd like that, because other than that, there is simply no reason why they would unconditionally surrender to us. So this is going to be literally the most anticlimactic peace deal in the history of this channel. We are going to peace out the Papal States and reclaim the holy city of Roma, which is a patriarchy seat. And with that, the Pentarchy is finally ours. It has been restored, and the church shall be united once more. In the year 1570, the Great Schism, which had plagued Christendom for 500 years, is going to be mended by Emperor Bilguin III of the House of Rurik and Borjigin. And that is going to be the epitome of this campaign as the Christian Mongol Empire. For there is but one Christian church, and that is the great church of the Mongol Khagan. Anyways, we're going to keep sieging down the lands of Hungary, and we'll try to get as much land as we can from them, and also we're going to retake Albania from Naples, and then we will peace them out too. Hungary was peaced out in November 1571, and we took the eastern regions of Muntenia, this location here, so we could release Bosnia just in case, and get them to annul their treaties with Austria, Naples, and Venice. And in the peace with Naples, Albania was finally conquered in its entirety, leaving the Neapolitans with just these 2 locations in northwestern Epirus. And finally, Serbia was annexed, thus bringing nearly the entirety of the Balkans to Mongol administration. And with this, the Great Mongol Dynasty is once again at its peak. Half of Korea is ours, and the other half will fall very soon. Russia has been relegated to a rump state ruled from Novgorod, which is within striking distance of our Tumans, and in the west we have managed to capture not only the majority of Egypt, but also every single seat of the Great Pentarchy, even the coveted city of Rome, which was restored to our rule and taken from the Italian heretics. Of course, much more needs to be done. The Balkans have to be restored to Mongol administration, Russia must be conquered in its entirety, and our ongoing conquests in Egypt and Korea must be brought to their rightful end. But of course, Korea is not our main target. Our main target lies beyond the sea, in this particular island chain, which has caused great discomfort to the Mongol Empire previously. Our Mongol ancestors did attempt to conquer Japan twice, first in 1274 and then in 1281, but unfortunately a divine wind swept over the islands of Tsushima, and as a result the Mongol horsemen simply perished in the open ocean. So hopefully it will not happen again, and in order to ensure that it does not happen again, we will first have to build up a proper navy in order to transport our Tumans over to the islands of Japan. Now, first things first, we have to do a little bit of housekeeping here, because of course we have conquered some lands in the west, and all of these areas still have most of their infrastructure intact, so we will have to destroy everything we can get in order to prevent the wealth from flowing into the coffers of potential rebel factions, especially the Venetian patriots who are preparing to rise up in the island of Euboea. So of course I'm going to destroy every single RGO in this region and close down all the urban buildings so that none of this area produces any more wealth. And I suppose it is time that we move from being a land-based empire to being a naval-based empire, for the simple reason that once we have managed to conquer Japan, it will be quite simple to just put a naval governor here in order to get additional proximity and control in an area which is highly wealthy and we might even be able to get some additional control in southern Korea using a naval governor which is placed in Japan. At the same time, thanks to our position in the Aegean Sea, we will also be able to place a naval governor in one of these small Aegean islands, which will allow us to propagate proximity and control across the entire Balkans and shores of Anatolia, and perhaps even in the coastal regions of Egypt. So I'm going to start encouraging naval with a cabinet member, and in order to complement the work that he is doing, we will also have to switch away from some of these privileges and government reforms, which are pushing us significantly in the direction of land so far. So I'll start by handing out the shipwright contracts privilege to our burghers, which will progress us just a tiny little bit towards naval, allowing us to finally get some progress. And over time, we are going to replace most of these government reforms and also take away quite a few privileges that we have granted to the nobility and clergy and the burghers. We have also saved up quite a bit of money, so of course I'm going to start spending it, and we are going to start by building up all of these lovely little RGOs in the area around our capital. And I'm also going to start building up some of these urban production buildings, especially the guns workshops, which are going to come in handy in reducing the price of firearms, and by reducing the price of firearms, we will also be paying less in our expenses in order to maintain the hundreds of armies that we have scattered all across China. We shall also resume enforcing culture on some of our subjects in Russia, and I guess we can start with the Principality of Bryansk, who are going to become proper Mongols. And finally, we are going to remove our armies from the Kingdom of Hungary, because of course we are at peace with them now, and I'm going to reroute, let's say, 4 or 5 Tumens back to the east, where they're going to continue the conquest of Korea, and we're probably going to keep maybe 2 or 3 Tumens in the west, because we still have some unfinished business in Russia, and especially down here in Egypt. And due to a combination of our new conquests and some natural population growth, we have actually managed to accept a couple cultures here, specifically the Serbian, Khorasani and the Ryazanian cultures, which does give us a huge number of cores, especially in Russia and in Khorasan, so those are definitely going to come in handy as we expand our influence further and further into Russia. Our stability has increased quite a bit because, of course, I'm buying it up, spending a lot of money, and that means we can change one of our government reforms. Even though the tailored urban rights government reform is one of the best in the game, and it gives us a lot of monthly development in urban locations, we will unfortunately have to switch away from it, and we will probably have to replace it with something that actually gives us naval push. So I'm actually going to switch away to the Admiralty regime government reform here, and it will change our succession node to Admiral election, which can actually cause some pretty hilarious issues, but it's going to be definitely worth it for the additional naval push that it gives us. In the meantime, we're also busy researching a bunch of advances that are unique to the Great Mongol Empire, such as Pax Mongolica, which reduces separatism, the Ghostly Horses of the Plain, that is such a metal advanced name by the way, which gives us plus 20% light cavalry power, and I believe we also get another 20% from a Golden Horde unique advance, so that's going to be 40%, 50% maybe even in total, and also reduced army attrition, increased manpower, and antagonism received. Now none of these are particularly strong bonuses, except maybe the light cavalry power, but all of them combined make Mongolia a pretty neat formable overall. In the meantime, the 4 Tumens that we have relocated from our conquests in the west have arrived in Korea, and that means it is time for war against the Kingdom of Goryeo, so as usual I'm going to threaten war for their capital, which they will refuse, and that's going to put us into war with Goryeo, Veliki Novgorod, and the Sheikhdom of Hilla, because of course they're all part of the anti-Mongolian coalition. So against Novgorod, I'm just going to push through the border and use this single Tumen to siege down their capital, and we will probably make a white peace with them so that we can come back in 5 years and take a bunch of land, assuming that our vassals create CBs for us. And down here, we're going to send this Tumen to simply occupy the lands of Hilla, and of course they're going to be annexed. And finally, out here in the east, we're going to use our 4 Tumens in order to siege down the Korean forts, and we're going to fight them on until they declare unconditional surrender. This time around, we started occupying the Korean capital from day one, which means they are unable to actually hire any mercenaries. And that also means we're only going to face their levies and their regulars in battle, and of their regulars we have managed to kill off an insane amount, because we have encountered them twice in the Battle of Seosan, and both victories were pretty significant for us. On the other hand, we did suffer a lot of casualties ourselves, so I'm going to retreat this 2-man over to the northwest. We are going to regroup, and then we are going to use our other 3 2-mans in order to deal with the remaining Korean troops. The Korean capital has fallen, so it is just a matter of time before they surrender to us, and it appears that we have a chance to destroy their remaining levies, thus leaving them with only their regular troops. Although it turns out the Korean regulars were also in the field, so we managed to capture both the levies and the regulars, and we promptly got defeated. I presume we will have to use multiple 2-mans in order to fight them in their capital, but once we manage to do that, it should be a pretty easy victory for us. And there we go, in fact we did not even have to use multiple 2-mans, a single one was more than enough to send them retreating to their backlines, and of course I'm going to pursue their regulars in the hopes of finding out where they're going and destroying them in their eventual destination. And there we go, the Novgorodian capital has fallen after almost 7 months, so we should be able to make a separate peace with them once the year is over, and we will probably try to capture some more lands before that happens. In the east we have managed to capture and destroy the entire remaining Korean levies, so now we just have to deal with their regulars, and would you look at that, their regulars are also quite under strength because of all the casualties that we've inflicted on them. And this might literally be the first time that I've actually fought a battle over a frozen over lake, which you definitely can do, especially in Russia, and it was of course a glorious Mongol victory where we destroyed the entire armies of the Republic of Veliki Novgorod, and they only have their regulars remaining, which are as usual under strength, because probably they suffered from some attrition. Right, this is probably going to be the decisive battle of the war, where we have 2 2-mans coming up from opposite sides, both of them trying to destroy the Korean forces, so let's see how it goes. It was a victory. Unfortunately, it wasn't a stack wipe, but there's nothing preventing us from pursuing the Koreans and destroying them in their destination. Or rather, there's nothing preventing us except for the fact that they have a bunch of forts in this area, so they probably escaped behind their zone of control, and that means we will have to siege down these forts and wait until they appear again, and at that point we should be able to destroy them in full. In the meantime, we actually managed to destroy the regulars of Novgorod as well, so they will probably be very much willing to peace us out. Yes, of course they are, and I'm just going to get a white piece from them because taking any sort of land is probably going to be rather costly. There we go, plus 50% cost for taking anything because we did not declare this war on Novgorod originally. So of course, white piece, and in 5 years we're going to come back and we're going to use our vassal CBs to destroy them for good. In the meantime, I'm going to relocate our 2 2-mans in the north over here to Egypt, and of course, as soon as our truce is over, we're going to deal with Egypt once and for all. And I'm also going to fully annex Hillah, the 3rd member of the coalition, because we have managed to occupy all of their lands, and they do seem kind of odd in the map, especially considering all the land around them is owned by the Great Mongol Empire. So there we go, that makes for much prettier borders if you ask me. And the Kingdom of Goryeo have finally unconditionally surrendered to us, which is lovely because it gives us control over every single fort that they have, and we're going to piece them out very soon. And let me tell you, the war score cost here is just insane, off the roof. Even though the areas that we're taking have like 15 to 40% control in them, because of course we cut off the Korean capital, it still costs us so much to take them simply because of how much wealth there is in this area. I mean, this is just nuts. And I mean, I've stacked a bunch of war score cost efficiency modifiers as well, like we're getting stuff from belligerent, from being the military hegemon, from our rivalry against Goryeo, from the expansionist zealotry privilege, and from low control. and still it is not enough. We are still paying through the nose. Just look at that, 14 war score cost to take a single location. That's just insane. But anyways, we're still going to send a peace deal and take another bite out of Goryeo, and this area is probably close enough to our capital that we can get acceptable amounts of proximity and therefore control here, so it's probably going to be an actually valuable addition to our country and to our economy as compared to all the lands that we control, but we don't actually control. So there goes the peace deal. And with that ends the fourth, fifth, I have no idea how many times we've been at war with them, a war against Goryeo, and hopefully in another 3 to 4 wars, we should be able to fully annex them. So now that Korea has been pacified for the next 15 years, I believe it is time that we start working on our arrangements in order to land in Japan, and for that we are going to build another 40 transport ships in the East China Sea, to complement the ships that we already have in the Mediterranean and the large fleet of Mediterranean galleys that we have out here in the Eastern Ocean. Interestingly enough, neither the Ashikaga Shogunate nor any of their breakaway Japanese states seem to have any regular navies, so we should easily be able to land on the islands of Japan, assuming that a divine wind does not simply swipe us into the shoreline of the Tsushima Islands. In the meantime, our truce with the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt is over, and they even gave us the benefit of doubt by actually joining the coalition against us, so of course we are going to declare war on them before the coalition can grow any further, and as usual we're going to threaten war for their capital, which brings us into war with them and their Arabian and Makurian allies. I'm going to send this 2-man over to Al-Qahira in order to siege down the megalopolis, and over here I'm going to use another 2-man to destroy the Egyptian vassals and then occupy their capital. So that is one Egyptian vassal army down, and their capital is going to be occupied very soon, thus allowing us to prevent them from raising any mercenaries. Cairo fell pretty quickly. It hasn't even been 4 months since the start of the war, and that means we're going to start getting some ticking war score very soon, so I'm going to relocate our 2-man in the north down to the south in order to deal with the Egyptian stacks that have been raised in the area. Meanwhile in Syria we have managed to occupy Irbid, which is the capital of the Mamluk vassal Almira, so of course I'm going to destroy their remaining armies before moving on to occupying their other fortresses. And that should be basically the entire remaining army of Almira. They still have a couple thousand regulars hidden somewhere. Oh, there we go, there they are. And we are going to destroy this stack before moving on to occupying their remaining fortresses. And in the Battle of Buwit, the Mamluks suffered a crushing defeat, even though it was a Pyrrhic victory for us because we also suffered a lot of casualties. Oh, that is excellent. Plus 10% light cavalry power for a horde army is just massive, and it looks like we're going to defeat their Makurian allies next. Or maybe they're going to defeat us because we suffered a tremendous defeat, losing the entirety of a 2-man, and they even managed to capture our remaining auxiliaries. So we'll probably have to wait until our second 2-man from the north arrives in the region, and at that point we should be able to counter the Makurians first and then deal with the Mamluks. There we go, we have a new 2-man which has recently arrived in Egypt, and first I'm going to use them to deal with the Egyptian vassal armies before moving south along the Nile River Valley in order to destroy the Egyptian and Makurian stacks. So that should be the entirety of the Egyptian vassal armies. We managed to kill 35,000 men, which is quite a lot, and I'm going to retreat our 2-men from the west to go south where they can deal with the Makurians and the Egyptians. But it appears that the Makurians have raised a lot of mercenaries, so I'll probably have to call back a second 2-man from Syria, and with 2 2-mans we should easily be able to destroy all the remaining enemy forces. In the meantime, a single 2-man should be more than enough to destroy the Egyptian forces which have gathered at Pentarchy, and then when the second 2-man arrives we will be able to join up with them to destroy the remaining Makurian stacks. And that was an even easier victory than I anticipated. I'm guessing all the bonuses that we have to cavalry really add up together and allowed us to simply destroy the enemy armies all at once, and as soon as our second 2-man has arrived, the same fate is going to befall the Makurians. Or better yet, we don't even have to fight the Makurians because the Mamluks are actually willing to accept a full annexation as they are right now, and by fully annexing them, we will also inherit their entire vassal swarm, including Barca, Cyprus, Almira, Mecca, Medina, and Suakin. So of course we are going to do exactly that. We are going to fully annex the Mamluks, thus completing our conquest of Egypt and bringing the entire eastern Mediterranean under our direct control. Now that the Mamluks are gone, this allows me to pick another rival, and of course I'm going to pick the Ashikaga Shogunate because the invasion of Japan is coming up next. And let's see who our other rivals are actually. Looks like we have Hungary, Veliki Novgorod, and Goryeo. And I don't think we need to rival any of the other smaller Japanese clans, because all of them should be fully annexable in a single war, and simply having the Ashikaga Shogunate as a rival should be more than enough, because it will probably take us multiple wars to actually take all of their land. Well then, our western flank is secure, we still have a short truce with the Russians, and over here Korea has been pacified for the next decade at least, and that means we can focus the entirety of our efforts into the conquest of Japan. So of course we are going to declare war on the Ashikaga Shogunate, which will bring in a lot of their vassals slash daimyo who are basically independent at this point, but at the same time it's not going to bring all of them into the war, and because we have a couple daimyo that are not part of the war since they're at war with Ashikaga themselves, we will be able to declare war on them later down the line and bring in all of Japan into war with us once again. Of course, we have prepared a mighty invasion fleet along with 2 stacks of 2-mans, and we're going to land in the southwest of Japan, and we're slowly going to crawl our way up the island until we have reached the imperial capital. So we shall start over here by laying siege to the city of Mie, and at the same time I'm going to try and occupy the provincial capitals that Ashikaga has in this island, and we're also going to try and siege down the city of Mashiki. In the meantime, we have 2 more 2-mans which are ready to join us in the invasion, so of course we're going to send our navy back home to Korea, and we're going to ferry them over to this island down here, so we can start attacking Japan from multiple fronts. The first location to fall before our advancing armies is Kuwabara, and we are going to keep occupying the remainder of Kyushu until the entire island is under Mongol control. It turns out I was mistaken, and there is a single Japanese domain who have a proper navy, including a couple heavy ships. That is the domain of Aisu. None of the others. Oh wait, these guys also have some heavy ships and galleys. That's just interesting because the first time I took a look in Japan, none of these guys had any navies, so I guess I either missed them, or maybe they just built them in the time period between me looking at them and me declaring the invasion. So of course we are going to have to retreat our navies over here, and we will probably try to march through the island of Kyushu before hopping over to the other islands. And we have won our first siege in Japan. The city of Mie has fallen before our troops, so I'm going to try and occupy the entirety of the domain of Nakatsu. I'm not quite sure if they count as a subject of Ashikaga or whether we can get a separate peace with them if we actually manage to occupy their entire lands. The tooltip says that they're a loyal subject with limited diplomacy, but you know, the tooltips in this game regularly lie to you, so I guess we'll have to figure it out ourselves. In the meantime, we have also acquired more than 20 stability, and in fact I even got us up to 28 stability, so it would act as a buffer in case we get a nasty event. And that means we can replace yet another one of our government reforms which are pushing us towards land. This time around we're actually going to go with the transportation code, which does progress us a little bit towards land, and it also gives us minus 10% building road costs, but at the same time we have managed to build up a lot of roads, so it's not going to be very useful at least until the middle of the Age of Absolutism, so we're going to switch this away, and in its place we are going to adopt the provincial taxation system, which gives us plus 5% maximum tax to all of our estates, and that is going to be a massive boost to our economy once the government reform has been fully implemented. Well, it looks like the Japanese are on the counteroffensive because they have managed to land some troops in the island of Kyushu, so of course they will have to be hunted down and destroyed because our dominance over the island should be secured immediately. And there we go, that is one Japanese stack down, and I'm guessing we're going to destroy another 4 or 5 stacks just in a few moments. There we go, another 40,000 men dead, and we are not getting a lot of war score from the battles that we have won, because I guess they have so many other countries that are on their side, so the war score calculations are probably a bit botched, but you know, it's still Japanese men that we're killing, and I'm not going to complain about that. We have also managed to win the siege of Mashiki, which does sit at a pretty convenient location in the middle of Kyushu, so we are slowly going to move our armies northward and start sieging down some of these northern fortresses as well. And we have more Japanese troops arriving in the island. We have another 45,000 men that we are going to kill off very soon, because basically the entire army of Ashikaga is made up of levies. They aren't even hiring any mercenaries, so I'm not quite sure what the situation here is all about, but we are just able to stack wipe them effortlessly, and of course these men are going to die very soon. And there we go, they're very much dead, and our armies still remain triumphant. We're about 1 year into the war, and the island of Kyushu has basically been fully occupied, so that means it is time to move to the northeast, and we're going to start occupying Ashikaga lands in the main island as well. Or maybe not, because we actually managed to suffer a major defeat. I'm guessing even though Ashikaga does not have a lot of regulars, some of their vassals, these daimyo, do definitely have them, so we probably met up with a bunch of their regulars, and therefore we got wiped. But fortunately for us, we suffered minor losses to two Tumans, so we will be able to send them back to the homelands, get them to recuperate, and then bring them back to the island of Kyushu later down the line. But before sending them back to the mainland, I'm of course going to allow them to take revenge on the Japanese for the casualties that they suffered earlier. And that's going to be 2 Japanese stacks dead, with relatively minor casualties to our own forces. Kyushu is once again almost completely under our control, and that means we are going to cross the straits for good this time. So I'm going to start occupying some of these locations, and in the meantime, let's see if we can actually annex some of the smaller daimyo in this region. Well, apparently not, because they do count as loyal subjects with limited diplomacy because of this, the Yamato Union. Although it appears that we can separate peace Yamato, and if that's the case, we should be able to demand the lands of their vassals in the peace deal. And well, looks like we got defeated again. I guess the Japanese vassals really are murking up at last, so I'm not sure what to do at this point, because the troops that we have in Japan probably won't be enough to win us the war, so we'll probably have to hire a couple more Tumans in the mainland, and that's going to increase our army maintenance significantly, but I guess it's all worth it for the conquest of Japan. Well, at the very least, they are decent enough to cross the straits in smaller stacks, and we are able to simply wipe the stacks that they sent towards us, so it's not like we are going to lose the occupation of Kyushu. It's just simply that we will not be able to gain any more lands in the Japanese mainland. And we are inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese as well, so I'm guessing that stack was mostly composed of mercenaries, and the domain of Shiba did lose a lot of mercenaries in this way. We also managed to unlock the additional Mercury Patio level, so of course I'm going to queue up a bunch of those, and it appears that some of these Mercury Patios are not employing any laborers, which is just nuts. But, well, you know what, we're just going to queue them up anyways. Also, one additional Tuman has been raised in our homelands, and they're ready for transportation to Japan, so of course we're going to send them over, and once the second Tuman here is also done being raised, we will probably have enough of a local superiority to be able to push the Japanese back further east. And with that, we have nearly 40,000 men in the area, so of course we are going to start moving north. Hopefully, we will be able to destroy any resistance to our advance. And so far so good, we are managing to destroy a couple Japanese stacks, including some regulars, and hopefully we will be able to keep marching east until the Japanese shogunate simply collapses and gives us the peace that we want. Well, that was one massive battle, and at the end of it all they outnumbered us 3-1, 4-1 even, but we still managed to win, and out of all of that we got 0.43% war score. So yeah, it's probably going to be a bit difficult for us to get what we want simply by winning battles. And this is just absurd. The domain of Shiba have unconditionally surrendered to us. But we can't actually piece them out because they're a loyal subject with limited diplomacy, because of course they're part of the Hosokawa Union, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I'm guessing we're going to start getting a lot of war exhaustion if we do not piece out everyone and not just Shiba very soon. Luckily for us, two of our two-mans have recovered in our homelands and they're willing to join the fight again, so we should be able to use them to destroy the Japanese stack over here. Unfortunately, they managed to escape us, but as you can see, we are making a lot of progress towards occupying this entire region, and I presume that in a couple more years we should be able to get to the city of Akko, which is the war goal here. So that's going to give us an additional 25 to 50% war score, and then we should hopefully be able to take over the lands of the Ashikaga shogunate. Or maybe not, because the Japanese really are coming at us with everything that they've got, and their armies are simply endless. Although we have managed to destroy 2/3 of their armies, they still have more than 200,000 men, and their men are concentrated in this particular area. So this war is probably going to drag on for a few more years at least. And finally, by occupying the northern forts in Nishi and Mita, we actually have opened up the way to the city of Akko, which is the war goal, so we are going to try and capture it, and if we manage to do so, the tide of the war will certainly turn towards us. That was certainly anticlimactic, because apparently the fort here is not garrisoned because they just decided to mothball the city forts, I guess. So we managed to capture it, and now it's just going to be a waiting period until the ticking war score is erased, and at that point we should be able to dictate terms to the Ashikaga shogunate. Also, it appears that we can start getting some separate pieces with the other daimyo, so from the domain of Noto we are of course going to demand full annexation, and that gives us our first 3 locations in the islands of Japan. But before piecing out everyone else, ideally I would like to occupy the city of Kyoto and the location of Kunai, because both of these locations have buildings which belong to the Yamato court, and we ideally want to get higher war score against them, since they have a lot of subjects in the war, so by getting war score against Yamato, we will be able to take land from their subjects. And I'm not quite sure whether this will actually work. Maybe they changed how building-based countries work in the current version of the game, but assuming that this works, assuming that we can get a 100% war score against them by occupying these 2 locations, in that case we will be able to take a lot more land out of this war. And as it turns out, Kyoto was also basically undefended, so we were able to capture it within 19 days, and that gives us 99% war score against the domain of Yamato. But for some absurd reason, we still can't take any lands from their subjects, or rather union partners, which are part of this war, so I'm going to try something different here. I'm going to try to send them, let's say, a white piece. And then I believe that still leaves their junior partners as part of the war, so now we should be able to request separate peace from them. But alas, it does not work like that. Even though their overlord is not part of the war, these subjects still can't be separate pieced out, and as you have just seen, we can't actually do anything about the overlord either, so this is just a bit of an issue, let us say. Or maybe the Yamato Union dissolved because the Kitabatake Union has taken its place. I'm guessing it's a case of seniority switching between partners. So now we are actually able to separate piece out Kitabatake, and by piecing them out, we should probably be able to piece out their remaining union partners as well. Also, this is pretty hilarious, but the Kingdom of Goryeo has actually joined the war, so I guess that's another enemy that we will have to deal with now. I'm just going to send 1-2 men over to their capital and we will try to piece them out by just occupying their capital, at which point they are probably going to accept a white peace. The Korean capital has fallen and obviously they're willing to peace us out. I'm just going to get them to annul their treaties with Ashikaga because I'm fairly confident that they're not co-belligerent, and as a result it would take a lot of war score costs to take any lands from them, so it's probably going to be more efficient to wait for 5 years and then take their lands later down the line. And we can also piece out the domain of Hosokawa for nearly 100% worth of peace, so of course I'm going to do exactly that, taking a bunch of lands from them. And I suppose that the next target is going to be the domain of Kitabatake. As it turns out, the next target ended up being the domain of Shiba, because for some reason I guess we managed to piece their overlord out or something like that, and they're actually willing to give us some land now. Unfortunately we can't take their heartlands, but there will be further wars of conquest and we will be able to annex them later down the line. For now, their lands in the western reaches of Japan will be more than sufficient. And it certainly appears that we have won the war of attrition, because the Japanese are down to their last 50,000 men, half of which belong to the domain of Kitabatake, so of course we'll have to drop down on them and destroy their armies and take their capital before we piece everyone else out. So I'm going to send 2-2-men's 22,000 men in total over to the domain of Kitabatake, and we will attempt to capture their capital. Strangely enough, their armies are nowhere to be seen, so it looks like we're going to capture their capital without facing any major opposition. And funnily enough, the Ashikaga shogunate has unconditionally surrendered to us. So now we are probably going to have to take over the smaller independent domains very quickly before our war exhaustion reaches unattainable levels, and then we are going to try and piece everyone out of this war. The Kitabatake capital has fallen, but we still need to occupy this fort before we can actually take over their lands, so that's going to be exactly what we'll do. And by occupying their capital, we are able to take over significant portions of the domain, and hopefully we will be able to take the rest of their lands in the next war against Ashikaga. And with that, we have just enough Saigoku Pops living in our country to be able to make them an accepted culture, so of course I'm immediately going to do that, which will significantly reduce the amount of unrest that is being generated in our newly conquered territories in Japan. Well, our war exhaustion is pretty high right now, and I believe it is time that we made peace. I've managed to annex a few smaller domains here and there, but for the most part, we can't get a lot of separate pieces because of this silly union mechanic. We can't even piece out Yamato itself, so this just makes no sense. But anyways, we're going to piece out everyone else that we can, and finally we're going to get all the lands that we demand from the Ashikaga shogunate. And from Ashikaga we're going to get all the lands that they themselves hold in Kyushu, all the lands that they hold in this smaller island, and just this single location in the Japanese mainland, because that is all that we can get for our current war score cost. And with that ends the first Mongol-Japanese war. And trust me, it is going to be the first of many to come. Unfortunately, it appears that we can't actually get any proximity in southwestern Japan just yet, but I'm fairly confident that once we get enough maritime presence in the East China Sea, we will easily be able to propagate proximity to the islands, and thus get just a tiny little bit of control in the island of Kyushu, which should allow us to keep the islands in check and prevent any patriot rebels from rising up. And while we're at it, I'm also going to add the Kyushu culture as an accepted culture, because of course we got a lot of these pops from our recent conquest. And then we're going to declare war again, because for some strange reason the domain of Koto was not part of our first war against the Ashikaga shogunate, and we are able to declare war against them. We're even able to threaten war against them, and strangely enough, as far as I can see, this will not bring in the Ashikaga shogunate, although maybe again the game is lying to me, so let's try it and let's find out. And as you can see, we are at war with a bunch of Japanese tags, but we're not at war with the Ashikaga shogunate, so we will be able to use this war to clean up the borders somewhat in the southwest and maybe even get separate pieces with Hosokawa and Kitabatake as usual in order to expand our domains in the central areas of Japan. It is quite convenient for us that if you are at war with a member of the Japanese shogunate, you basically get military access through the entire shogunate, so of course I'm going to make use of that to travel our armies through all of this area and start sieging down some forts which belong to the Japanese clans that we're at war with. Also at this point I've built a bunch of heavy ships in the East China Sea as well, which of course we're going to use to destroy the Japanese navies to ferry our troops around in the area of Japan. So of course I've sent 1 2-man over to the island here, and we're going to try and destroy the armies of the domain of Hosokawa, and then we are going to try and get a separate peace with them in order to take their remaining lands in the west of Japan. And of course, our first battle against the army was a success, so now we are going to try and take down these 3 fortresses, which includes the Hosokawa capital, the city of Izumi. Also, it turns out that we are in luck because the domain of Hosokawa was at war with the Ashikaga shogunate, and in the peace treaty they managed to take a couple more settlements in the center of Japan, so when we separate piece them out, we will also be able to take all of the lands that they have taken from Ashikaga, and through that we will actually have a lot of lands in the middle of Japan. And we have scored a major victory against the Hosokawa domain, so I believe that should be most of their armies that we have destroyed in the Battle of Nakajima, and we should easily be able to occupy their remaining lands and demand a lot of territory in the peace deal against them. And in the Battle of Izumi, we managed to score another great victory against the domain of Hosokawa, which has wiped out all of their remaining armies, so now we will be able to occupy their remaining lands in peace. Unfortunately, it appears that despite our best efforts, we can't actually fully annex Hosokawa, so I'm going to leave them with these 2 locations plus whatever lands that their vassals hold, and in the next war in Japan we are probably going to fully annex them and possibly even all of their vassals. And there we go. With that, we have actually managed to gain control over the great city of Osaka, which for some reason is a rural settlement. Even though it's supposed to be a city, that's very weird. I guess we're going to have to urbanize it ourselves, because this is going to be the site of our newly minted naval governor as soon as we have more than 50 naval. And our new conquests from the domains of Hosokawa have given us just enough Togoku pops that I can actually make them accepted culture, and soon enough we're also going to do the same with the Tohoku culture, which is native to the very northeastern edges of Japan. We can also get a full annexation on the Kitabatake domain and all of their vassals, and of course that is exactly what we're going to get. So hopefully by doing that we have managed to restore the domain of Shoni to independence, and it does appear that they are the new senior partner of the Union, so we should be able to separate peace them at some point. And indeed, by occupying their capital, I was able to get a full annexation on the domain of Shoni, so that's going to give us control over a large portion of the island of Kyushu, and I guess our borders really are being cleaned up nicely in the southwest of Japan. In the meantime, our truce with the Kingdom of Goryeo has run out, so of course I'm going to declare war on them as usual, and I'm going to use the 2 2-mans that we have in Korea to capture their capital Hanseong. And as the war in Japan rounds down, we are also going to bring in more reinforcements here. For now, it's just going to be us versus them. And I'm going to immediately send our armies to the city of Hanseong. And this is actually quite funny, but by declaring war on Goryeo, we have also dragged in the domain of Hosokawa, so now we will be able to get a 3rd separate peace with them, and we will probably be able to annex them or at least get a bunch of their vassals to give up their lands to us. And it appears that we can take 100% war score worth of land from the war against Koto. I'm going to prioritize this area in the northeast of Japan so that we can get more of the culture here, that is the Tohoku culture, so we can finally accept them, and that's going to be the final Japanese culture that we have to accept. And with that, our domains in the northeast have also expanded significantly. But unfortunately, we still don't have enough Tohoku people living in our country to be able to accept them, so I guess we will have to fight another war against the Ashikaga shogunate before we can accept all 4 Japanese cultures. We also got an expand paved road network parliament agenda, so of course you guys know what we're going to do. We are going to build up a bunch of roads, but luckily for us, our capital has a road network reaching out to basically all of China, so we'll only have to get this area in the northwest, and then we can probably get more roads emanating out of our local governors in Kaifeng and in the 2 southern cities of China. And yes, that is just how much lag is being created when you're trying to build roads in a transcontinental empire. And we won the siege of Hanseong fair and square, so now we are going to pursue the Korean armies wherever they may have hidden from us. Well, turns out they did not hide from us, and they did manage to retake their capital, which is pretty bad, but at the same time we managed to go after them, and I believe that we have actually managed to destroy or capture the majority of their regulars, so now they're down to just 7,500 heavy infantry, plus whatever light infantry and heavy cavalry levies that they may be able to raise. So I suppose that ended pretty well for us. Also, 11,000 prisoners. That is just a mind-boggling number of prisoners. And I'm afraid they're all going to die. Hanseong has fallen a second time, and that means we can disperse our troops and start sieging down some of the other fortresses that the Koreans have, but probably they're going to unconditionally surrender to us without us having to occupy all of Korea. And there we go, that should be the rest of the Goryeo armies. So now their entire country is defenseless, and we can just occupy their lands as we will. Meanwhile in Japan, we have managed to occupy the capitals of all Hosokawa vassals, and you guys know what that means. It is time that we annex them all, and luckily for us, taking all of this land costs exactly 100% war score, so that's going to be it for the domain of Hosokawa. And it does look like we can get a 100% war score worth of peace deal from the Kingdom of Goryeo, so of course we're going to get that, and basically all of South Korea is going to be ours. So hopefully in another 2 or 3 wars we will be able to fully annex them. And it would be quite hilarious if we figured out a way of just fully annexing Japan before we finish the conquest of Korea. Though we're in a pretty advantageous position all things considered, Korea has become a literal rump state with only 4 or 5 provinces. We own basically a third of Japan, and we are going to declare war again in 9 years at the dawn of a new century in order to take more lands and possibly even the imperial and shogunate capital of Kyoto. And I'm basically going to take it easy for the next 9 years, just allow our treasury to accumulate a bit, so maybe we might be able to interact a bit more with the Middle Kingdom, because obviously we have pretty terrible celestial authority since we can't really afford to pay tribute. And then we will see what happens once the truce with Japan is over. At this point we actually have more than 50 naval, so of course I'm going to switch away the Admiralty regime, and in its place I'm going to pick up the Harbor Administration government reform. And as soon as we have recovered our stability, we're also going to slot in the administration of shipyards, so we're going to get a bunch of naval push, and we're going to get 2 naval governors, which we are definitely going to make great use of. And of course, I'm also going to build up a pretty sizable navy of light ships, which are going to keep our maritime presence high, both in the eastern and in the western seas. And we're also going to declare a short and sweet war in order to conquer the islands of Ryukyu, so I'll go for this. And we're just going to jump on them using the 39th 2-man. And there we go, Ryukyu have lost, we have won, and now we're going to siege down their capital. And after the fall of their capital Urasoe, Ryukyu was fully annexed without any issues. If Osaka has been turned into a city, it is going to be the site of our first naval governor, and I'm also going to grant this staple port privilege here for the additional harbor capacity, so we get more maritime proximity propagation all across the Sea of Japan. And we're also going to change the mandatory bureaucrat education government reform because we already have a fairly decent amount of literacy, so we can switch this out, and in the next stage we will easily be able to take it back. In the meantime, we are going to change it for the administration of shipyards government reform, which will give us our second naval governor, which we are going to place in the city of Rhodes, and that's going to allow us to get a bit of proximity all across the eastern Mediterranean, assuming that our maritime presence is able to keep up with the proximity that we get. Of course, I'll grant another staple port privilege to Rhodes, and I believe we are also going to build a bunch of Xixians in our newly conquered territories. And with our new naval governors, we are getting acceptable amounts of proximity in Japan, even though we still have a lot more maritime presence that we need to boost, and also in the eastern Mediterranean, where we have fairly decent amounts of maritime presence all across the Aegean Sea and well into the Egyptian delta. And I suppose the amount of proximity that we have here is going to increase over time as we get more maritime presence in the open sea tiles here and also all along the Aegean coast. But even now, the proximity and control that we are getting in the Constantinople market will allow us to open up all of the buildings that we had closed, and this is going to make Constantinople into another city of the world's desire. Of course, it is always going to be the second city of the empire after our great capital Hangzhou. In fact, with all of the buffs that we have to max control, we can actually get 90% maximum control in Constantinople, making it definitely a very worthwhile investment to build in this city. And similarly, we are able to get 65% effective control in Cairo, although that amount is definitely going to rise as we get more maritime presence over here and as we keep urbanizing the Egyptian delta and building more pound-lock canals and bridges. And we have also annexed the Kingdom of Widin, since they had succeeded in converting and assimilating their populace to the Mongolian culture, and in fact most of Bulgaria is majority Mongolian right now, with the Bulgarians themselves being relegated to the status of a bygone minority. And at this point we have such an immense income that we can actually afford to pay into the tribute system, which is going to boost our celestial authority. Now normally this isn't ideal, you ideally want to get additional celestial authority from the number of friendly tributaries modifier, but we are having some issues with our vassals. I'm guessing it's because these guys are our vassals and they kind of throw off balance the calculations for the vassal loyalty. So for now we will actually have to increase our celestial authority by simply paying a lot of money, and with that we will finally be able to proclaim the remaining celestial laws that we did not manage to get past at the start of our new era. A new century is upon us, and with it, it is time that we declare war on the Ashikaga shogunate. Of course, we're going to threaten war for Kyoto, and that's going to be the third phase of our conquest of Japan. Our forces are immediately going to cross the border and start occupying important Japanese strongholds, and overall our plan here is to simply take Kyoto, force the Ashikaga shogunate to surrender, and take a bunch of their lands in the southwest. And Kyoto, nearly undefended, fell after a siege of only 66 days, and that means we have occupied the war goal, so now we are going to focus on destroying any armies that the Ashikaga shogunate and their vassals have raised, such as this one, which we simply wiped off the face of the map with minimal casualties to our own two-mans. And in the battles of Nomi, we have managed to destroy not only an Ashikaga stack, but also a fairly large stack that belonged to an assorted of their vassals. And we have won a fairly important siege in the island of Kyushu. With the aid of our vassals, soon the entire island will be ours, and after that we are going to demand all of these lands in the peace treaty. Meanwhile, the Japanese vassals are converging on Osaka, so of course we cannot allow that to happen. We're going to relocate one two-man to this area, and we're going to destroy all of their troops. And just like that, the Japanese have lost thousands of men, and now their forces are down to a third of their initial strength. And in the Great Battle of Takashima, the Mongol forces managed to completely wipe an army that was 5 times their size. This is amazing. The fact that our horse archers and artillery are still valid very well into the Age of Reformation is just amazing. And on the 22nd of May 1602, The Ashikaga shogunate have unconditionally surrendered to us, thus ending this phase of our conquest of Japan. And in the peace treaty, we are going to take a bunch of lands all along the Seto Inland Sea, and crucially, the shogunate capital of Kyoto, thus ending any claim to legitimacy that the Ashikaga shogunate might still have. And with that, we are the undeniable master of Japan. Once again, we have succeeded where our ancestors had failed. The Ashikaga shogunate has been thoroughly destroyed, and they are now a mere rump state, relegated to ruling the lands in the northeast of Japan, a position which they shall probably occupy for a few more decades until they are completely, utterly absorbed into the Great Mongol dynasty. And it certainly appears that the end is near for our spree of conquest, because we have achieved basically all of our goals that we have set out for this campaign. Now, the only areas that remain for us to take over are the remnants of Korea and Japan, and of course the Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod, after which the Great Mongol dynasty will stretch all the way from the shores of Rome to the Pacific Ocean, and with it, the promise that we made to our illustrious ancestor Chinggis Khan will be complete. As usual, a quick look to our maps before we end this episode, and as you can see, finally there is some difference to the maps because most of China is now Orthodox, and in fact, most of the steppes are also Orthodox, so overall Orthodoxy is gaining a lot of ground, and the plurality of our country is also Orthodox at this moment, with more than 100 million believing in the one true faith. Over the next century, I am pretty sure that all of China will become majority Orthodox, and we will also start seeing more Orthodoxy in places like Persia, Transoxiana, and Central Anatolia, the Levant, and even Egypt, which have been our rightful domains for quite a while now. Unfortunately, we are not seeing the same kind of movement in the culture map mode, and there are much fewer Mongols in our empire compared to Orthodox believers, but of course we are getting a slow but steady amounts of assimilation all across China, and I am using the assimilate area action quite judiciously, so we've got a bunch of majority Mongol areas along the southeast coast, and also some tiny little outposts of Mongolian culture in the Chinese hinterlands. And for some strange reason, we also have a lot of Mongols over here. I have no idea why this is the case. It's probably the fact that these areas are very sparsely populated, so the natural conversion or assimilation that we've been getting for the past 200 years has been more than enough to make these areas majority Mongol. And other than that, we are getting a bit of assimilation, as we have already covered. Bulgaria is majority Mongol, and it looks like we got a few outposts over here in these areas as well, because of course, I did enforce culture on all of our western vassals, but they're doing a pretty terrible job at actually assimilating their people, mainly because the Ruthenians and the Russians have an enemy opinion of our Mongol culture. As you can see, all of the steppes, and in fact all of Persia too, have actually been cored automatically without me having to use any cabinet actions, and in fact you get a bunch of cores in the Fertile Crescent through this method as well. So overall our core situation is fairly okay. I'm guessing Tibet is going to be cored within the next 50 years, along with our remaining conquests in West Eurasia, and in the meantime I'm going to use our cabinet to core the new lands that we take from Korea and Japan. And then if we were to take a look at the proximity map mode, as you can see, we've got pretty amazing naval proximity all across Eastern Asia, and I guess we don't even need the naval governor in Osaka, because we are getting decent amounts of proximity propagation all the way from our capital Hangzhou. So probably as we keep conquering more and more lands in Japan, I'm going to move the naval governor somewhere over here. And if we look at the west, we also have an acceptable amount of proximity all along the eastern Mediterranean, and hopefully in the age of absolutism, with the advent of modern roads, we will be able to spread proximity to the inner reaches of Anatolia as well. and I'm probably going to build up a couple more navies in the Black Sea, because already, despite not having basically any maritime presence at all along these coasts, we are getting a decent amount of proximity push in this area, and I believe we might be able to get proximity as far as Georgia and Trebizond if we play our cards right in the Black Sea. As for our development map mode, it is not as well developed as you would expect from China, mainly because we haven't really spent a lot of effort in developing our lands, and to be honest, we don't have a lot of development modifiers either, except for the huge amount of prosperity that we're getting in a few specific locations. So overall, vast parts of India and even most of Germany and northern Italy have much higher development levels compared to our empire, and of course in the steppes, it's the steppes. I'm not even going to bother with them. And after wrapping things up in the east for the last episode, we are going to go back west, and this time around we are going back to the Balkans because I fully intend to complete the annexation of the Duchy of Athens, and for that we will have to declare war on their overlord, the Kingdom of Sicily. Now normally Sicily is allied with Spain, but as you can see, Spain is embroiled in a huge civil war, so if we were to declare war on Athens, they would not be called in. Unfortunately, Athens is our co-religionist, so we are not able to get any sort of CBs on them, which means this will have to be a good old-fashioned no CB war, and we're going to declare war immediately. And then I will attempt to move some of our two-mans in the north down south to the Balkans so we can deal with the Athenians. In the meantime, we are going to go east, and I'm going to leave two-mans in order to deal with Korea and Japan later down the line, and we're going to move all the remaining soldiers over here in the east to the western sections of our empire in anticipation of the wars that we're going to declare on the Christian states to our west. Our two-mans have arrived in the Balkans, coming all the way north from Russia, and it is time that we start hunting down the Athenian armies. Because we have declared a no-CB war, the war goal is show superiority, which means if we win more battles than our enemy, we are going to start getting ticking war score, which should allow us to fully annex Athens. Although I'm fairly confident that we are never going to get ticking war score in this war, because as you can see, winning a single battle gave us a whopping 0.29 war score, so we would need to win another 33 battles just like this, just so we can start getting some ticking war score. So that's one more battle that we won, and that leaves 31 battles that we need to win in order to get ticking war score, and again, that's just never going to happen if you ask me. So instead we're just going to focus on sieging down the provinces of the Duchy of Athens, and hopefully we will be able to get some amount of war score, thus allowing us to annex them further down the line. But of course I forgot something pretty crucial, which is the fact that we have restored the Pentarchy, so we hold 3 locations in the region around Rome, which means the Papal States is trying to take these back from us, which means we will have to transport some troops to the area in order to destroy their armies. And our armies engage the Papal forces, and we are severely outnumbered, but we do have the quality advantage, so it's very interesting to see that they still melt before our forces, and we have managed to win, getting us more than 21% war score. At the same time, out of the 25,000 men that we brought into the field of battle, only 16,000 remain, so hopefully we win this siege very quickly, and then we can take our soldiers back over here so that they can recuperate and reinforce. And there we go, we have managed to capture back the location of Terracina, so I'm going to bring our forces over to the Balkans, and we will go back to sieging down the lands of Athens. Verily, these sieges were successful, but this is hilarious in that it costs us 100% war score to simply take all the Athenian territories in the Balkans, so I guess we'll have to wait for a bit longer, or maybe try to occupy some lands in Sicily, so that the Kingdom of Sicily will accept to this peace deal. Although I guess alternatively, simply setting up a blockade of the Papal coastline will give us just the amount of additional war score that we need, so that was more than enough, and with that, we have conquered the great city of Athens, as well as its entire hinterlands. Although there are a couple of tiny problems, problem number one being that it is majority Catholic, problem number two being that it is majority Catalan culture, which we have no hope of ever accepting, so that was pretty unfortunate, but you know, what can we do sometimes? I'm just going to start integrating this area, and hopefully by the time that we are done with the integration, we will at least not suffer any rebellions, although this is never going to be an extremely productive populace or province of our empire anyways. For our next war, we are going to turn our gaze back to Japan, and we're going to declare a religious war on the domain of Masuda. And interestingly enough, this war declaration does not bring in the Ashikaga shogunate, because they do not really trust the Masuda domain, and they're also pretty deep in debt, and they do not have any levies nor manpower, so we're going to be able to handle the Japanese clans without having to bother with fighting the Ashikaga shogunate itself. And as you can see, this brings in a bunch of different Japanese clans into the war, so we will be able to expand our domains quite efficiently. So we're going to hunt down any Japanese stacks that might rise up, and as usual I'm going to start sieging down some locations that we intend to take in the peace deal, especially towards the northeast of Japan. Of course, the puny Japanese armies cannot stand against us, and no matter how many clans bring their forces to the field of battle, they all get destroyed. And we're going to keep focusing on the northeast, because obviously we want to take as much land in locations which are Tohoku culture, so we can finally accept that and bring all Japanese cultures under the Mongol domains. Anyways, our war with Masuda is over, and we are just going to take a bunch of locations in the north and east of Japan, hopefully giving us enough population to accept the Tohoku culture, although I do doubt that's going to be the case. I'm going to declare another war on Veliki Novgorod, and unfortunately our vassals still have yet to realize that they are the same religion as Novgorod, so they cannot actually create religious war CBs on them, and that means we will have to do this the old-fashioned way with a no CB war. Unfortunately for us, Novgorod is part of a fairly large coalition, so we will have to fight most of their coalition members to a standstill before going on the offensive against the Russians. Specifically, I've sent 3 Tumans in the Balkans in order to destroy the Hungarian armies, and we're going to get a couple Tumans over here in Arabia in order to fight Lam and the Jarvanids, and we will just have to hope that Samma is not in a very conquest-like mood today. So as usual, it is time for war for the Mongol Empire. I'm going to send this Tuman immediately to Novgorod to occupy the city, and this Tuman will attempt to take over the Novgorodian vassal Vyatka. Meanwhile, we are going to set up a defensive perimeter here with these 3 Tumans, over here with these 2 Tumans, and in the east I'm going to do a naval landing on the Satsunan Islands, and hopefully we will bring them under Mongol rule as well. And in Novgorod we actually managed to ambush their armies, so now Novgorod is without any regulars, they do not have a lot of levies, and as you can see, they're unable to hire any mercenaries, so this should be pretty alright. We should easily be able to capture the city and not face any major resistance in the north. The Satsunan armies have also been destroyed, and we are going to start sieging down their fortresses, and hopefully once this is done, they will be fully annexed, thus ending their reign of terror over the East China Sea. And here come the Hungarians. It appears that they're going to move in to the lands of our vassal Halic, so I'm going to relocate our Tumans to the north in order to deal with them in Ruthenia, and we're still not seeing a lot of action down here in Arabia, but it appears that Lam is actually marching westwards, so I'm going to send this Tuman to hunt down their armies as well. And great success, that is 1 Arabian army dead, and hopefully this is going to be a 2nd Arabian army dead, and maybe we might even be able to destroy the Jarvanid armies too while we're in the region. So I'm going to send our armies over here first, and then down here to Medina, and let's see what happens. As expected, the Arabians got annihilated on both counts, so we are going to keep on the defensive here, and I do not intend to occupy a lot of lands in the south, maybe we're going to destroy this Jarvanid army as well, which incidentally contains their regulars, so it's definitely going to hurt them. Meanwhile, in the north, Novgorod fell before our forces, and I'm going to send this army to keep occupying some Novgorodian lands, or perhaps we should first destroy the Estonian armies before coming back south to deal with the remaining Russian fortresses. And our 3 anti-Hungarian Tumans have arrived in Ruthenia, so we're just going to do a clean sweep of the area with our forces, and then that should be the end of any Hungarian incursions into the Ruthenian plains. Oh, just look at how many prisoners we're taking here, it's just insane. And we're going to do the same to the other Hungarian armies as well. Even though they have hired hundreds of thousands of mercenaries, they cannot hope to stand against our Mongolian archers. Meanwhile, back in Asia, the Satsunan capital has fallen, and that means we are going to fully annex them, thus ending their pirate raids across our forelands. And of course, this is a pretty marvelous location to actually inherit. It is over their population capacity because of the regular events that the Satsunan pirates get. They keep getting more and more people into this location, and they can just build a massive single location empire with 500,000 pops without really suffering any downsides. Anyways, the Hungarians have basically been kicked out of Ruthenia. We're going to destroy their final stack over here, and in the north we are giving chase to the Novgorodian armies, but we have another problem because the Indians have actually broken free of the line of containment, and now they're just occupying southeastern Persia. So of course we will have to remove our forces from Arabia and send them over to the east to deal with the Indian troops that have invaded our core territories. There we go, we've also managed to destroy any remaining armies of Novgorod, although they have actually managed to hire some more regulars somewhere, so we'll have to hunt those down and kill them as well. And in Persia, the Indians are just lashing out without knowing what to do. They have hired, I believe, a lot of mercenaries, nearly 200,000 of them, and they're sending their forces in a few stacks just all the way into the deserts and highlands of Persia without having any care for their maintenance or supply. So of course they're going to get ambushed quite a few times, and we're going to just farm additional war score from battles from killing all of these Indians. And there's just something oddly satisfying about catching your enemy with their guard down and simply stack wiping them with minimal casualties to your own side, and that is exactly what we are doing to the Indian armies that have invaded our territories from the southeast. Well, anyways, as much as I might enjoy hunting down defenseless Indians and Hungarians, it is time for us to end this massacre, and I'm going to start piecing people out. So let's start with the tribe of Lam and then see who else is willing to accept a separate peace with us. It looks like Sweden is definitely willing to accept it, so I'm going to give it to them. So with that, it literally did not change our war score at all, because it's all coming from taking war score and battles. So I guess we're going to have to fight this out for a bit longer, at least until Novgorod gives up and gives us all the lands that we want. And there we go, that is 100% war score worth of land, and we're going to take it all in the eastern reaches of Novgorod, because this area has a pretty poor control, as you can see over here, and it's going to cost us not a lot to actually take it over. At the same time, it also has pretty poor market access and is overall a very undeveloped area of Novgorod, so it's not going to cause any problems for us in terms of rebellions or anything either, but of course it's going to make our name look much bigger on the map, and we are playing this game to paint the map, aren't we? And with that, we've got basically all the lands in Russia that we could want, and in a couple more wars, Veliki Novgorod is going to be a thing of the past. And just in time too, because in the next month we are actually going to get the Religious War CB, and we will be able to declare war on the Kingdom of Goryeo again. As usual, I'm going to threaten war for their capital, knowing that they will refuse, and then we are just going to occupy their capital fort and the new fort that they've built in Icheon, and then we are just going to wait until they unconditionally surrender to us before piecing them out. Although they did manage to build some regulars, I have no idea where they actually built them, because they certainly aren't in the area around our capital, so I guess we'll wait and see for them to come to us. Anseong fell pretty quickly, followed by Icheon soon afterwards, giving us control over the war goal, and we're going to start getting ticking war score from here. So I'm going to send our armies to the east to start sieging down the Korean fortifications, and it does appear that we can take basically half of their remaining lands in the peace deal, and hopefully in our next war against them, they will be fully annexed. I also managed to capture and destroy their army, which does give us a decent bit of war score, so hopefully once we have managed to occupy their fortresses, the war will be over pretty quickly. And there we go, that's going to be another 100% war score out of Goryeo, and their remaining lands only cost 54% war score, which means we should easily be able to fully annex them in another 15 years. Well, anyways, the next few years are going to be pretty uneventful because we do not have any major wars coming up till 1617, and at the same time we are not able to build much because we are spending a lot of money into the tribute system in order to get 20 celestial authority, so we can go back to passing some of these celestial laws. And with that, it's the year 1617 again, which means it is time for war against the Ashikaga shogunate, and we're going to threaten war for their new capital in Kamakura. And then we're going to send these two stacks over to occupy the east, and then down here in Kyushu I have two more stacks prepared, which are going to start sieging down the Yamato fortifications. I'm going to try and destroy these two armies, and then we're going to move all the way to the northeast of Japan in order to handle this Ashikaga stack, which was easily wiped out, and in fact we have already managed to kill 70,000 Japanese soldiers so far, leaving them with 117,000, but of course we are going to keep our armies on the move and attempt to destroy any additional stacks that we see. And in the meantime, I'm going to start occupying some of these northeastern forts, because ideally we want to take this area in the peace deal because it contains a lot of the right culture pops that belong to the Tohoku Japanese culture. Meanwhile in the south, I'll send one army to occupy the city of Nita, because ideally we also want to take this area in the peace deal in order to tidy up our borders in the southwest. We also got a pretty lucky event which lifted the fog of war over the Ashikaga shogunate, so we're definitely going to make use of that to hunt down some of their larger armies. And just like that, we have killed another 11,000 Japanese troops, but I'm going to send this stack back to our own lands in order to recover a bit. After which they're going to be sent all the way to the northeast of Japan in order to siege down the city of Nukananobo. And after Nita we're going to move our forces to the city of Yabu in order to take it down as well, and hopefully we will be able to demand it in the peace deal. And for the most part we're going to keep sieging down with these 3 two-mans, and we're going to keep hunting down the Japanese stacks with this single two-man that we have near the center of the island. Well, the hunting down part is coming along splendidly, and we have actually managed to destroy a lot of Japanese troops, but we are still lagging behind on the sieges, and we do not want to piece them out until we have won the siege here, so we can take the maximum amount of land without suffering from the additional war score cost from having unsieged forts. But now that the siege of Nukanobu is over, there is literally nothing stopping us from actually making peace with Ashikaga, and after tinkering with the peace deal a little, I'm probably going to send this to them. And that is going to be our peace deal, a pretty neat 100% war score, including most of northern Japan, and tidying up the borders along the southwest territories, and of course, they have no choice but to accept it. Which in turn means we can finally accept the Tohoku culture, and of course I'm going to do that for the express purpose of getting cores on this area once we are done integrating it, which I presume is going to take a good long while. And then we shall have another 8 years of peace until our truce with Novgorod is over, at which point we're probably going to take the Kola Peninsula from them. Luckily for us, I did manage to ask Parliament for additional taxes, so we are getting a decent bit of money now, and of course I'm going to save all of this up and by the end of this year we should easily be able to pass the Celestial Law, which is going to have a very interesting effect on our country. Now that we have 20 Celestial Authority and 100k in the bank, I'm actually able to pass another Celestial Law, and we're going to enact Allow Trade, which is going to reduce our proximity cost with maritime presence even more and increase our selling efficiency a little, and this is actually going to allow us to exert even more proximity all across Korea, Japan, and the southern coast of China, to the point where we're actually getting acceptable amounts of proximity all the way up here in northern Japan and even deep within Manchuria by following the rivers and the lakes. Of course, passing that Celestial Law did cost us a decent chunk of legitimacy, but that's what the canonized action is for, and we did not convert to orthodoxy for nothing, so of course I'm going to canonize a couple of our previous rulers, and hopefully that will get us back up to 100 legitimacy. And there we go, 2 canonizations later we are at 96, and we're going to get back to 100 very soon. And assuming that we can get decent amounts of proximity all the way here, I guess it is time that we start colonizing the island of Hokkaido and even possibly the island of Sakhalin, in order to make our borders prettier in northern Japan, of course. So I'm going to create a few colonial charters in Hokkaido, and then once the island has been colonized, we're going to move on north to the island of Sakhalin. Well, we have made it to the year 1627, and that means it is time for war against Novgorod. As usual, our idiot vassals are creating religious war CBs instead of reconquest CBs, so we will have to do this the old-fashioned way with a no CB war, and I'm going to do exactly that. And then we are going to move in to seize their territory. Of course, it's only a plus if while we are seizing their territories, the Russians decide to attack us, because that means we can simply destroy their entire army in a single masterful stroke. And with that, not only have we managed to capture this crucial fortress, but we have also cleared the way to occupying all of their remaining lands. We've managed to capture the Novgorodian capital as well, and we're going to move in further north to the fortress of Oreshek, and we'll just try to occupy their lands in general until they give up and they decide to sue for peace. We do have a minor problem though. We are unable to get any significant amount of war score against Novgorod for the simple fact that we don't get a lot of war score from winning battles. So I guess we'll just have to occupy all of their land, and then maybe do something to get a separate peace with Sweden, and then we're just going to take all of their eastern possessions. Our integration efforts are coming along splendidly, and we have managed to integrate all of Korea and nearly all of Japan, along with most of Manchuria. So at this point I'm going to move some of our cabinet members away from integration duty, and we're going to start assimilating the populace to Mongolian. Assisting my assimilate area cabinet member with other cabinet members, we should be able to get pretty high numbers of assimilation, and we should be able to expand the influence of the Mongolian culture in all of China. And I'm also going to make a move against Sweden in order to incentivize them to drop out of this war, so we can get a separate peace with Novgorod, because right now the fact that we don't occupy any Swedish or Norwegian territory is counting against us, and it's preventing us from getting a peace deal. And it appears that losing control of Estonia has had the desired effect on Sweden, because now they're willing to peace us out, but I think I'm going to wait a bit longer and try to get them to annul treaties with the Russians as well, so we don't have to deal with them again in our next war against Novgorod. And there we go, they're going to annul their treaties, and that should make Novgorod accept peace, but of course they still don't, because for some reason it would leave their country too fractured. Oh, of course, because we're taking land along the lake here, but we're not taking the lands to the north, so I guess we'll have to fight them out for a bit longer. Or, you know, getting a white peace with Norway also works. And with that we have 99% war score, meaning we can take pretty much everything that we want, which mostly includes the Kola Peninsula, and again this area basically has no wealth, or anything, so it's probably not going to cause much trouble for us. And with that, Novgorod is down to just their core territories around their capital city, so we should easily be able to annex them in a couple more wars. Which brings us back to the east, and by declaring war on Goryeo, we should finally be able to fully annex them, thus ending our 2-century-long campaign to conquer all of Korea. As usual, I'm going to just send 2 of our 2-men over to occupy their fortresses, and this time around they should capitulate rather easily. But of course, they just had to build the bastions, which are an upgraded version of the forts, which means our artillery is literally ineffective against them, and it's going to take us a good long while before these sieges are done. As of now, the majority culture in all locations in the Zhejiang area, with the exception of Shaoxing and Dinghai, is officially Mongolian, although tiny bit of a caveat, there are some Wu minorities to the north, which we're going to deal with in a moment, so I'm going to move the assimilate area action over to our third largest area, that is the Jiangnan area, and we're going to start assimilating this area instead. But since the majority cultures in this area, specifically the cultures of Xuanzhao and Wu, are accepted cultures, we are receiving a minus 75% to our speed of assimilation, and for that reason, I'm going to remove these cultures as being accepted cultures, and that's going to cause us to temporarily lose our cores in this region. And while the entire area has fallen back down to integrated status, but that is quite alright, because we already have amazing control in here, thanks to all of the buildings and the amazing proximity spirit that we have here, so it's probably not going to be too much of an issue, and over time as we keep assimilating the populace here, our cores will return. And finally, after 2 years of sieging down their fortresses, Goryeo has finally fallen. Let's see if we can actually fully annex them, and technically we can, but in practice they're not going to accept it just yet, so I'm going to go ahead and occupy a couple more provincial capitals, at which point they should easily accept the annexation. And with this peace deal, we shall finally reap the fruits of 2 centuries of labor. The kingdom of Goryeo will be annexed, and all of Korea will be under Mongol control. And hopefully, Japan is going to follow very soon. Speaking of Japan following very soon, our truce with the Ashikaga shogunate is also over, and that means it is time for war. As usual, we are going to threaten war for their capital Kamakura, and we're going to move in with our 4 2-men which are already present in the Japanese islands. This time around, I intend to take something like this from them, so our focus is going to be in the middle parts of the country, and especially in taking the fortress in the city of Yabo. In theory, the Japanese are making gains by just sending a bunch of small stacks to occupy our lands, but they're severely limited in their ability to actually get any sort of war score from occupations, simply because of the fact that there are a bunch of building-based countries in the war against us, and as a result we already begin with 45% war score, and even if they manage to occupy all of Japan, which they can't, it's going to be a drop in the bucket compared to the Great Mongol Dynasty. So essentially we are going to occupy their important fortresses in order to reduce their war score cost. Then we are going to occupy their capital in order to get some picking war score, and then we will just enforce 100% war score peace deal on them. We did manage to capture their capital though, and I have no idea why they are not fortifying this. We just keep capturing it for taking war score every single time that we fight them. So now I guess if we manage to kill off a few of their stacks, they will probably accept our peace offer. And there we go, that's a 100% war score deal out of 80% actual war score, and it doesn't even leave them fractured or anything, but it does leave them with just a tiny strip of territory in the southeast of Japan. So assuming that we manage to take some more land from their vassals further down the line, we should be able to annex them in, let's say, a couple more wars. And there we go. That looks pretty neat, and I'd say that we have pretty much complete dominion over Japan at this point. At the same time, the island of Hokkaido has been completely colonized, so we're going to move our colonists over to Sakhalin, and we're going to get some colonies going on here as well. Well, we have managed to bank nearly 500,000 ducats, we have pretty acceptable stability, we don't have any wars coming up anytime soon, so we can leave our army and fort maintenance down, and you all know what that means. It means we're going to start paying into the tribute system, and we're going to try and get our celestial authority back up, so we can pass another celestial law. And with that, a new age dawns upon us, the age of absolutism. Of course, we're going to pick the administrative focus here for a bunch of reasons, especially the 10% proximity speed, the additional flat monthly development, and the 10% max literacy. And funnily enough, the scientific revolution actually spawned in Constantinople. Not that it matters for us, because we are not going to get any spread in East Asia, and China, Korea, and Japan, except we are going to get some spread by using the Promote Institution Cabinet action. I'm going to start by promoting the institutions in our capital, which also happens to be the market center. So once we have the scientific revolution and the other institutions here, they're going to start spreading across this area, and then they're also going to start spreading to the other market centers due to the ongoing trade between the Chinese markets. So it's going to take about 40 months for the scientific revolution to spread to our capital, and then I guess it's going to take another 5-10 years for it to spread across China, but it's probably going to be a while before we can actually embrace it, given just how utterly populated our entire empire is. In the meantime, the Colombian exchange situation has begun, and of course I'm going to take advantage of it to spread some of the New World goods to our locations. In fact, we can even spread a tiny little amount of cocoa, so I'm going to start by changing the goods here to cocoa, and then of course we're going to build up these RGOs at a fairly high level. And we're going to do the same with all of these locations as soon as we get enough prestige. So basically we want to plant as much cocoa as possible and then just trade for it and spread it all across East Asia, because as you can see, there's just an ungodly amount of demand for this good, and it's going to be pretty much the same situation for tobacco and chili, which are the other goods that we can import from the New World. So this is quite hilarious actually, but we are devoting an entire island to cocoa production, and I'm just going to build up these RGOs and also build bailiffs in all of the rural locations, so we get additional control and we can make even more money than usual from these insanely profitable RGOs. And since we don't actually have cores on this island due to the local demography, I guess it is time that we switch away from assimilating this area, and we're going to instead try to assimilate the Haibei Hainan area, and I'm even going to probably move some of these cabinet members that are currently integrating provinces to assimilating the area around this island. And it does appear that we still have a budget surplus despite paying max diplomatic spending and max tribute, so it does look like we can colonize a bit more. And I guess I'm going to start from the west this time around and just create a few colonial charters along the Ural Mountains, even though we are probably not going to be able to benefit all that much from the really nice mineral resources that the Ural Mountains have. And we're also going to start some colonial charters over here in the edge of Manchuria, Mongolia, and Siberia, with the intention of moving the border further northwards and securing the riches of Siberia for the Great Mongol Empire. And within 3 years of the New Age, the Scientific Revolution Institution has already spread to our capital Hangzhou, and from here it's probably going to spread outwards into the other Chinese market centers. It looks like our colonial project in Siberia is bearing fruit, and we are moving the line of effective control further and further north every single day, creating new colonial charters as the old ones become settled enough to give us a control over new locations. Eventually, all of Siberia is going to become a Mongol territory, and these are going to become our new homelands. It is 1647, and since our truce with Novgorod has over, it is time that we declare war on them. As usual, this will have to be a no-CB war because, for some reason, our vassals are still only creating villages for CBs, which we can't really use, so we'll just eat up the stability hit, and then they are going to start crossing the border and occupying their homelands. Oddly enough, their capital fell after only 21 days, since I presume they did not have any people in the fort, so we are going to send this two men down south to occupy the remaining fortresses, and in the north we are going to try and destroy their regulars with the third two men. And their regulars were destroyed pretty quickly, so now we are going to use both of our two men to occupy their lands, and then we will probably take about half of their country. Except, of course, the Swedes are here and they have brought a lot of regulars, so we will probably have to unite our two Tumans and then face them in the field of battle with all of our forces in the Russia region. While we wait for more sieges to resolve before we can go after the Swedes, we have finally reached a 20 celestial authority, and that means we can pass another celestial law here. So we'll go for the centralized civil registration law, which will give us an additional 10% proximity speed at the cost of 25 legitimacy and about 100,000 ducats in gold. And on the 13th of October 1648, the Swedes were completely wiped in the Battle of Opochika, and with that, they should have lost most of their appetite for continued fighting, so hopefully we will be able to get a separate peace with them soon and then focus entirely on occupying the remainder of Novgorod. We destroyed another Swedish army in the Battle of Björkö, but they still do not appear to be very willing to negotiate with us, so it looks like we'll have to occupy parts of Finland and Estonia before the Swedes just give up. Since it is parliament time, I'm also going to switch to the unitary administration law for the additional proximity speed, and eventually we want to change some of these other laws as well, but unfortunately we do not have enough agendas to actually get the support needed for that, so that will have to wait for our next parliament. It appears that the Swedes have had enough of the fighting, so we're going to send them off with a white peace, and we'll probably try to take as much land as we can from Novgorod next. And now it is time for peace with the Russians. We're going to take this area, which will cut their country in half, and we will easily be able to take the western half of their country in the next war, because they are going to have very low control here, which will reduce the war score cost even further. And hopefully in a couple more wars, all of Russia is going to be ours. After our campaign in the west, it is time to focus on the east again, and we shall threaten war on the Ashikaga shogunate, which will bring us into war with not just them but all of the Japanese clans and domains. And it does appear that for some of the unions, which were led by non-landed countries, the union seniority has passed to landed domains such as the domain of Ise, and we also have another union down here, which is now led by Nakatsu, so we should be able to get more land in this war compared to the previous wars, since we will be able to get some separate pieces with the new union leaders. For now, I'm just going to order our armies to siege down the Japanese countryside, and over time we are slowly going to annex the Japanese clans. The domain of Ise is a unique location minor, and they're going to be the first country that we annex. And hopefully the seniority over the union will have passed to some other landed country, so we can come around and annex them as well. And indeed, it did fall upon the domain of Nakajima, but unfortunately they are a loyal vassal to the Ashikaga shogunate, so we will not be able to fully annex them or any of their junior union partners. But instead we can get a separate peace treaty with the domain of Ashina, and of course that's going to be a full annexation, giving us 2 additional locations in northern Japan. In the meantime, we managed to destroy the Ashikaga forces in the Battle of Kamakura, and by occupying this location, we should start getting some ticking war score, although by all accounts we already have more than enough war score to fully get a 100% peace deal. Strangely enough, the Ashikaga shogunate actually unconditionally surrendered to us. So let's see how much land we're going to get from them versus how much land we're going to get from the other Japanese clans. I believe that we can actually fully annex Nakatsu, but when we do that, the union seniority is going to fall on Yamato, who are an unlanded country, so it's probably going to be back to the way that things were beforehand, but still, It's a decent amount of land that we're getting in the south, so I'll definitely do a full annexation of them. And then let's see if there are any other separate pieces that we can do here. Interestingly enough, Notsuke is also a disloyal vassal, so we will be able to fully annex them, giving us 2 more locations in southwestern Japan, and then I guess it's going to be the final peace deal with the Ashikaga shogunate. And of course, in the peace we're going to take a bunch of land, mostly in the northeast, and this should leave the Japanese shogunate with just enough land that we should be able to annex them in the next war, although we probably won't be able to annex all of the other domains. So there goes the peace deal, and would you look at that, most of Japan is now under our control, including the entirety of the southern island of Kyushu. We shall remain at peace for the next 11 years, and this is as good a time as any to continue on our colonization of Siberia. We have already colonized a bunch of lands, and I'm going to queue up even more colonial charters both in central Siberia and also in Kamchatka, which is a natural outgrowth of the colonization of Siberia that we're doing right now. So we have established colonial charters practically everywhere, and soon enough all of Siberia shall be Mongol territory. I'm also going to go ahead and start annexing some of our Russian vassals, mainly because they're not doing a very good job of assimilating their population, and to be honest, both Novgorodian and Muscovite are accepted cultures, so we will immediately get cores on their lands anyways. And speaking of assimilation, our policies are definitely bearing fruit, especially in southern China, where most of the population here is now Mongolian culture, and in fact we are going to move some of these assimilate area actions over to the north of China, and we will try to exterminate the Wu culture. And we can finally embrace the first institution of the Age of Absolutism, the scientific revolution. So of course I'll take that, even though it puts us at a 0 stability. Hopefully our stability will recover, and we're definitely going to start queuing up some advances. The scientific revolution is pretty nice because it gives you 10% max literacy of the boot, and you can get an additional 10% from the press laws, along with all of the other nice stuff that you have, including an additional local governor, an additional government reform, and all of these other little boosts. And because we are playing as the Mongol Empire, we can also get the improved Yam system for an additional 10% proximity speed, and that's definitely going to come in handy along with the modern roads, which will finally allow us to push our proximity even in areas that lack rivers, because previously the best roads that we could build produced less proximity cost reduction than rivers, whereas with modern roads you can just build them anywhere you want and you're going to get a pretty decent amounts of proximity. And we shall pass our final celestial law in the Tianxia. We're going to restrict it in order to get an additional 20% efficiency of cabinet. And I'm going to stop paying for the tribute system for some time, so we can focus on recovering our stability and legitimacy, and on embracing another institution, the institution of the manufactories. And I'm going to canonize maybe 2 or 3 additional rulers in order to buy our legitimacy back up. And now that our stability has recovered, we are going to embrace the manufactories institution, although we are probably not going to research any advances for the foreseeable future. And we're going to get an additional local governor from the absolutist ambition as advance, which I'm going to place over here in the city of Bashan in western China, and we might end up moving this slightly further west to maybe Chengdu after all of the modern roads have been constructed in western and central China. And we have unlocked the modern road, so of course I'm going to go to town with them and upgrade all of the roads that we already have to modern roads, which is probably going to take about 400,000 ducats. And that's just going to be phase 1, because there remain more than 5,500 unupgraded roads, and it's probably going to take us about 2 million ducats before we can upgrade every single one of them. Anyways, after 11 years of peace, it is time to declare another no CB war on Novgorod, and of course we'll do exactly that. And we are probably going to go ahead and start sieging down their capital, and I'll just send this guy over here to Finland so we can deal with the Swedes and get a separate peace with them. Also, it turns out Wallachia is also part of the war effort here, so we will be able to fully annex them as well. And indeed, the Wallachians were completely wiped in the Battle of Radoanu, and we're just going to siege down their fortress, after which they will be fully annexed. and that's going to be full annexation for the Wallachians. Meanwhile, in the north, Novgorod has fallen, and I'm going to start chasing after the Novgorodian and Swedish armies, and then we will probably try to occupy Estonia so we can get a separate peace with Sweden. So we'll peace Sweden out and get them to annul their treaties with Novgorod, and hopefully in the next war against Novgorod it's going to be just us versus them, and we will be able to fully annex them. We got Norway to annul treaties with Novgorod as well, thus totally isolating them diplomatically, and then we sued for peace, taking all of their lands except 2 locations near their capital, and in the next war in 15 years, hopefully they will be fully annexed. So of course we celebrated this great victory by embracing the military revolution institution, which is going to be lovely since it unlocks the increase area control cabinet action, which we can use to immensely speed up the process of assimilating our lands in China. So of course I've queued it up to be at the start of the queue, and in a couple years at the latest, we're going to start increasing control in entire areas and thus assimilating China at lightning speed. In the meantime though, it is time for another war against Ashikaga, and of course we'll do the old threaten war trick, and we'll try to take as much land as we can from them in the peace deal. And since Ashikaga's remaining vassals are disloyal, we will even be able to get separate pieces with them, thus increasing the amount of land that we can take in this war. I still have to leave the Ashikaga shogunate with the area around our capital, but in the next war, hopefully we will be able to fully annex them, and for now, we're just going to let the Japanese remnants survive in these 3 provinces. Since we are at peace again for the next 13 years, we're going to focus on finishing up the colonization of Siberia and also on upgrading our entire road network to modern roads. The first goal is going to be accomplished pretty quickly since it appears that we already have colonial charters in all colonizable locations across Siberia, and for the second goal, I'm going to queue up a bunch of roads as always, and let's see how many roads that we can upgrade this time around. Well, that looks pretty decent, but it looks like we'll still have to pay another 1,000,000 ducats in order to upgrade every single remaining road in our empire. We are still waiting for the colonization of Siberia and for our treasury to fill back up, but in the meantime, we have managed to annex the Principality of Kiev, and because we have accepted the Ruthenian culture, we're going to get a bunch of cores on all of their land very soon. And just look at the list of cores that we have gained. Our final colonial charter in Siberia was finished in the year 1685, thus making the Great Mongol Dynasty the greatest contiguous land empire that the world has ever seen and will ever see. And in October 1686, our truce with Novgorod is over, so of course we're going to declare war, and we shall fully annex them. The war went just as expected, and Novgorod and Vladimir were annexed, thus completing our conquest of Russia. And in December 1688, we declared war on Japan again, with the intent of fully annexing their remaining lands. And after a year-long campaign which mostly involved us sieging down just 2 fortresses, the Ashikaga shogunate and the domain of Kashima were both annexed, thus bringing all of Japan under direct Mongol control and ending our great campaign of conquest, which began more than 3 centuries ago. So in the year 1690, the conquest phase of our run is officially complete, because of course, we have managed to complete the conquest of Russia, we have annexed not just Korea, but also all of Japan, and we have even managed to colonize the vast swathes of Siberia. Now we shall direct the entirety of our state machinery to conversion and assimilation efforts, and as you can see, we already have converted most of our population to Orthodoxy, and in fact, almost 70% of our population is Orthodox. So we are not going to focus on converting the populace with our cabinet, rather we are going to focus on assimilating especially our most populous lands over here in China. And as you can see, the Mongolian culture already has a pretty significant presence, especially in southeastern China and in the area around our capital, and we're just going to build up on this and start assimilating more and more people in the south and further down the line in the north to the Mongol culture. And if you actually look over here, you will realize that passive assimilation is doing our job for us. because half of Korea is majority Mongolian culture, despite us never having used our cabinet on assimilate area actions here, and furthermore, even in Tibet and even over here in Anatolia and the Persian highlands, we are seeing significant Mongolian presence, and over time, all of our core territories are going to become majority Mongolian simply through the power of passive assimilation. But for now, we are going to focus on assimilating China one area at a time, and we are already assimilating the Jiangxi area by using one cabinet member on the assimilate area action and all of our other cabinet members on the assimilate province action. We are just going to get a huge numbers of assimilation going on, and by converting hundreds of people per month, we should easily be able to make China majority Mongolian culture within the next 100 or so years. In the meantime, I'm also going to build up our road network and try to get more proximity so we can hopefully remove some of these local governors and maybe move one of them over to Persia or move one of them over to Russia in order to get more proximity and control in our far-flung lands. We are also going through the court and country disaster, but to be fair, it's not very disastrous for us, and we're just going to push liberalism and try to get out of this in 10 years when the situation is available for us to end. I've also queued up another batch of roads, and once this batch has been built, I believe all of our roads should be upgraded to modern roads, and then we're going to see if there are any gaps in the coverage, and then we will cover those as well. But for now, the proximity map mode looks very promising, and we might be able to move one local governor north and just get rid of this one over here so we can move it further west into the outer reaches of our empire. I ended up moving one of the local governors from here to here, which gives us pretty much the same average control in all of China, and we replaced the governor in China with one over here, which gives us additional proximity in Mesopotamia and Western Persia, and of course we are going to build a bunch of roads just going out in all directions from this local governor so we can get additional proximity cost reduction. And with the integration of Kamakura, our entire empire is either integrated or cored, with most of our lands being actual cores of us, thanks to the vast number of cultures that we are able to accept. And as you can see, some of these cultures are growing, and we will probably be able to accept the Iraqi and Adari cultures as well very soon, although for most of the other cultures, I highly doubt that we will ever be able to make them accepted. And this also means that we can now devote our entire cabinet to assimilating China to the Mongolian culture, and we have come a long way in that direction, but there is much more work that needs to be done, especially in northern China. And here is what the control map mode looks like after most roads have been constructed. As you can see, we have pretty decent control all across East Asia, and in the west we have okay control in Iraq and Western Persia, and I'm trying to get more control over here in southern Persia by getting control through the Persian Gulf, and we are even able to get an acceptable amount of proximity all the way out here in Hejaz, thanks to the way that our proximity is spreading out from the naval governor that we have in Rhodes. But we want to increase our average control even further, and for that we are going to mass build minting offices in literally every single location that we can, and of course this endeavor is going to cost us millions of ducats. And at this point we are going to try and turn our country around from decentralization to centralization for the additional proximity speed, and we're going to do that by rearranging our privileges. I've already taken away some privileges and handed out others, such as monetary fiefs and petty bureaucracy, which are going to push us further towards the centralization axis. And I'm even going to slot in the Royal Commission's government reform, so we get an additional 0.10 push towards centralization. It is the year 1709, and basically all of South and Central China is Mongolian, so we're going to start slowly moving our cabinet northwards, starting from the coast, until all of China becomes Mongolian culture and Orthodox religion. Over the next couple of decades, we spread the Mongolian culture further and further north, and now we only have a couple areas left before we can reconnect our ancestral homelands in the steppes with our new settlements in China, And as you can see, Mongolian is very much the majority culture in almost the entirety of China, with the exception of the tribal areas to the southwest. And at the same time, the Koreans have automatically assimilated themselves to Mongolian culture, and the Jurchen and the Japanese are following suit, so eventually all of East Asia is going to become Mongolian. And with the assimilation of Shanxi and Datong, the Mongolian culture finally stretches all the way from the depths of Siberia to the South China Sea, being the majority culture in basically all of China. And we accomplished this just in time for the Age of Revolutions too, even though we don't really care about much from this age except for the postal service advance and railroads, so we can get even more proximity across our vast empire. I'm going to continue assimilating northwest China until we have something better to do, and we're just going to keep an eye out for the institutions. Long story short, we researched railroads, we spent 1,000,000 ducats building steel mills everywhere, and now we're going to upgrade our entire road network to railroads. So I'm quite curious to see how this impacts our proximity. The railroads definitely took a good long while to be constructed and cost us something in the order of 10,000,000 ducats, but the results are just astonishing. We're able to have a minimum of 40% proximity in all of China using just our capital and a single local governor in the west, and this means we can move our other 2 local governors all the way out here, possibly to the Great Steppe or possibly to Khorasan, in order to get more proximity across our entire empire. Finally, in the year of our Lord 1771, we have accomplished our goal. All of the civilized portions of China now follow the Mongolian culture and believe in the Orthodox religion, and the only remaining areas that we must assimilate are the tribal heartlands in the southwest. But of course, the Mongol Empire cares for no tribesmen, and through a combination of settling the tribesmen, expelling the populace, and good old assimilation, we were finally able to assimilate the entirety of southwestern China, thus accomplishing our goal of making all of China Mongolian and Orthodox. So for the remaining 26 years, we shall attempt to assimilate our remaining lands in Vietnam, Tibet, Central Asia, and Manchuria in order to spread our cultural influence as far as we can. It is the year 1837, it's the end of the road, and from our humble beginnings as the Golden Horde, we have come far. The Mongol culture remains dominant not just in China, but also in Vietnam, Korea, Tibet, and the Tarim Basin, and even in the vast reaches of Siberia. What is more, some of the western territories of our empire have also assimilated to the Mongolian culture, and as you can see, the Mongols are a majority in western Anatolia, in the Balkans, and even in the Pontic steppe and in northern Russia, not to mention all of the Mongol outposts in far-flung lands such as Persia and Arabia. Nearly 500 million people live under the Mongol Empire, and of these, nearly 2/3 are Mongol culture, numbering more than 300 million. And as you can see, nearly our entire population follows the one true Orthodox faith, with 93.44% being Orthodox. Orthodoxy is the majority religion across our entire empire, with a couple notable holdouts deep in Siberia and Manchuria, where certain paganist tribespeople still continue their lives, not knowing about the one true faith. And we have impeccable proximity across our entire empire, with our railroads stretching Mongol rule and dominion all the way into the depths of Siberia, with a couple exceptions all the way out here in the very eastern sections of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Our core lands in East Asia are quite well developed, with China being possibly one of the most well developed regions in the entire world, and Korea and Japan also having a lot of green on them. And our western heartlands centered around the eastern Mediterranean basin also have acceptable levels of development, although by no means are we as developed as Germany or northern Italy. And of course, our entire country has a prosperity equilibrium of 100%. Due to the vast number of cultures that we are accepting, Nearly our entire empire is made up of cores, with the major integrated regions being in areas where there are so many minority cultures that we cannot actually accept them, and therefore they have to remain integrated. With more than 7,000 locations, the Mongol Empire is the greatest and the largest country in the world, and with a wealth of more than 100,000 ducats, we are by far the wealthiest empire that the world has ever seen, being more than 5 times as wealthy as our closest competitor, the Kingdom of France. And that is going to be it for our campaign as the Great Mongol Dynasty. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you all once again in the war room.